What's up, everyone? Welcome, beautiful people, to day 4 of the conference. The last day. This is it. Man, I know I've been checking out the comments, and, and a lot of people are like, "Wow, like this has really flown by the last few days." For sure. Yeah, this is a lot of energy and time and care went into creating all this for you, and yeah, it has flown by, and I'm so glad to hear that that's been valuable. And we've got a grand slam. We got an awesome finale for you. So today we've got Lou Playa, he's the co-founder of Reverb Nation. So he's gonna be sharing about how to book festival gigs, how to build a team around your music, when's the right time to start building a team. We've got Kevin and Richard from We Should Write Sometime, which, if you're here the past couple of days, you've heard a lot. You've heard from several multi-platinum songwriters about their process for how to write hit songs and how to write songs that reflect who you are and that help you build a successful music career. And one thing that's come up time and time again has been co-writing, finding the right co-writing partners, and how do you do that, and how do you find the right people to collaborate with? Well, perfectly lined things up for Kevin and Richard, because We Should Write Sometime is like a really cool app, and the whole presentation is about co-writing successfully, so that one's gonna be super valuable. And we've got Ariel Hyatt from Cyber PR, and she's awesome. And she's going to be sharing how to literally save thousands of dollars on PR and publicity, and some of the cutting edge tools that you can use to get placed on reputable music blogs to reach influencers. And yeah, that one's going to be awesome too. And then you have some like weird dude named Michael Walker, who's going to be capping things off with a keynote presentation with, he's like got these weird lights in the background, and he's got like his keyboard in front of him at all times. So I'm going to be doing the last keynote presentation, and it's called Fanbase Accelerator, and it's basically going to be based on 10 years of experience. We've created like a system for growing your audience using paid traffic and building a funnel, building a system. And it's gonna be the first time that I've like kind of peeled back the curtain and shared it publicly with everyone. We work really closely with a small number of artists, so we do a lot of heavy lifting with them. So this is gonna be one of the first times for us to actually kind of share behind the scenes what we're working on together. So I'm stoked. It's gonna be awesome. So checking out the comments now. Thank you for all your hard work, Michael. You're so welcome. Yeah, it's all for you guys, and the fact that that it's been valuable is really what makes it worth it for me, because it is a lot of time and effort and energy to bring it all together. But I feel really honored and blessed that I can be the one that connects with these mentors and share it with you. Kind Human said, "I love Lou. What a sweetheart." Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah, he's a new friend. I'm glad that we had a chance to bring him on this time. So where's everyone tuning in from? I know with the last couple times I've asked this, there's been people from all over the world, and it's really cool that we're able to virtually meet here and connect with the same purpose, same intention. I know we had some people from Portugal up above. Got people from Chicago, Motown. I'm from Orlando. I used to live in South Dakota, but I moved to Orlando when I met my wife. We have Georgia, Montreal, Canada, living in Spain. Rap name M-Dub. Houston, Texas, Cincinnati, Kakistan, the UK, Connecticut, North Carolina, Russia, Israel, Milwaukee. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is cool. This is really cool. Great Soul said, "I was recording some music and stopped as soon as I received the email that this was live. Much love from Milwaukee." Cool. Glad to have you here. Friendly Creation. Hey, Michael, just tuning in. I'm really curious. Well, prepare to have your curiosity met. It's an awesome lineup. Texas. We got Scott from New Jersey. New York. Eddie says, "Michael, this whole conference has been outstanding. The variety of subjects, the expertise of so many speakers has been incredible." Thanks, dude. I really appreciate that. Mysterious Specimen says, "St. Louis, Missouri." I love the names that they give you. Mysterious Specimen, magnificent guest. We got someone from the DC suburbs. Couldn't have found better information all in one place and for free, and all I had to do was plant my butt in front of a laptop. Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal. Like if you had shown someone what we're doing right now 100 years ago, and you're like, hey, check this out. There's people from all over the world who are tuning in, and you're literally tapping into like some of the greatest minds in this industry. Like it would seem like magic. Like we'd all be burned at the stake for what we're doing right now. Dominican Republic, beautiful. Georgia, ciao from Italy, yes. Santa Fe, Santa Cruz, California. Oh yeah, that's cool. Nashville, sweet. All right, so Melbourne, Australia as well. Cool. Netherlands. Man, it's like every time I'm about to look away, I look back and there's someone from another part of the world, and I'm like, man, this is so awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and let's kick things off. So we're starting out with Lou Playa, who's the co-founder of Reverb Nation, and yeah, it's gonna be super valuable. So let's dig in. All right, so today I'm incredibly excited to be here with Lou Playa. He is a co-founder of a company called Reverb Nation. And if you're an independent musician, then you've probably heard of Reverb Nation. They're literally the biggest online community right now that focuses on independent artists. And they've built this incredible community of musicians and fans and producers and venues to allow you to network. And specifically, they focus on growing your fan base and booking gigs and earning more income as an independent musician. And today, I had a chance to meet him for a few minutes about like 2 or 3 days ago, and we talked about what do we want to cover today. And there's a few different areas of expertise that Lou has. And so today, specifically, we're going to dive into booking like festival gigs, how to land those kinds of shows. And also, we wanted to dive a little bit into how to build a team with your music career and kind of when's the right time to start building a team. So Lou, thank you so much for taking the time to be here today.
Oh, no, thank you.
Cool. So first of all, I'd love to start off just by hearing a little bit more about your story and like how you co-founded Reverb Nation and what kind of brought you to what you're doing now.
Sure. I started in the music business. I was going to say record business, but it was the record business when I started in the late '80s. I worked at Polygram, which is now Universal. Then I went over to Atlantic, and I worked at Atlantic for about 12 years. And then we started, Jason Flom started Lava Records, and I became the head of marketing and artist development for Lava Records, which was part of Atlantic. And, we used to develop bands from scratch. An A&R person would sign a band like Kid Rock or Matchbox 20 or all these other bands we worked with, and we would develop them. We'd turn them into something. And the labels kind of stopped doing that. And like, I guess in the early 2000s or whatever it was. So when they shut down Lava Records, they restarted it years later under Universal. Jason still has it back. But when they started, when they put an end to it and they laid us all off, I was like, well, what am I going to do? I've never been laid off. I don't know anything else but music. So I had this idea about Reverb Nation where we let, all artists in the world, I had no idea how many there were. I was like, oh, we'll let all 200,000 artists, give them all these basic tools. Basic tools to grow your fan base, kind of run your business. And but I wasn't a tech guy, so I had to I met up with a bunch of really smart tech guys and business guys, and they're my partners. And they raised money, and they built the software and the website and everything else. And I'm just kind of like the music relationship guy, in a way, and artist relationships. And that was kind of it. We just want to help emerging artists. We know that a lot of artists start their careers here, and once they get bigger, they leave us. We have Maren Morris and Imagine Dragons, Lumineers, and Alabama Shakes, all bands that literally started on Reverb, never had fans, no one in the industry ever heard of them. They were submitting to things and growing their fan base, using our mailing list, things like that. And once they get bigger, they don't need us anymore. They don't need our distribution. They don't need our email list because they got Warner Brothers or whatever it is. So that's kind of like how we started. I know I probably talked more than you asked for, but it's kind of a cool story, I thought. And now we just basically help 5 million artists.
Dude, that's awesome. No, you definitely didn't over talk or anything. That's really cool. I gotta admit, as soon as you said Matchbox 20, in my mind, I was like, it's 3 a.m. I must be great.
Yeah, I probably got Probably got one of their gold records up there somewhere.
Dude, dude, that's so awesome. So it sounds like what you're saying is that, Reverb Nation, kind of evolved out of this need for record labels stop doing some of the early work of
Hmm.
developing artists
Yeah,
and giving them the tools that they needed in order to grow from ground zero. So Reverb Nation was kind of born out of this need to help emerging artists.
yeah,
And for a lot of people that start out with Reverb Nation, it's a sort of a in-between step. So eventually, they move on to getting signed to a record label, or they kind of move on, they outgrow Reverb Nation, but
exactly.
but you're happy for that. You're almost like you're probably like a
Yeah,
mother bird seeing the birds fly
yeah,
off.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, we
That's
get a
super
lot of
cool.
times artists will say, "Well, there's no big artists on the site." I'm like, "Well, I guess we did our job. I don't know." They don't.
Mm,
We don't care. We're not trying to help bands who don't need our help.
mm,
Matchbox 20 doesn't need our help. Of course, they're not going to be on our site.
mm. That makes a lot of sense. Cool. So, I'm sure having 5 million musicians on this website, I'm sure you're very familiar with like the common struggles and the challenges that musicians are facing kind of on a
Yeah.
day-to-day basis. What are some of the biggest challenges that you see when an independent artist kind of comes to Reverb Nation, or when they start working with you?
I mean, it's weird. It sounds weird, but it's just education. I don't think they even know where to start. I think they think they've got these great songs, and most of the time they're not great, but they think they're
Mm,
great, and they think it's just going to be found. And people, they think they deserve credibility, and they deserve, millions of dollars, and they deserve all this. And I'm not saying that they all think that way, but a lot of them think that way. But they don't have the education to go about, how do I do this? I mean, some of them put up music and they don't even have, their PROs aligned, the BMI, ASCAP, and Sound Exchange, things like that. They don't even know you have to be part of that. So they're never going to get paid, even if they do become big.
mm,
So they just don't know a lot of things. They don't know where to go. A lot of them get scammed. I mean, there's a lot of shady people out there because the artists are not educated, and they'll go out and somebody will say, "Give me $1,000 and I'll get you on every playlist in Spotify." And well, that's just
mm,
BS. It's not going to happen.
mm.
So I think education is the biggest issue right now the artists have, just not understanding anything. And of course, relationship. They don't have the relationships, which is kind of like what we try to provide them with.
Mm. Awesome. So it sounds like what you're saying is that kind of the biggest challenges that you see usually is just, it's like a foundational thing. Is in terms of education, they just don't even know where to get started. And a
Yeah,
lot of musicians have, maybe a little bit of entitlement or a little bit of a misconception that as long as they create music and they create something that they feel really good about, and they just kind of put it out there, then everything is going to magically just kind of happen on its own. Like they're
exactly,
just going to put it
exactly.
out and it's going to blow up.
Yeah.
Um,
I used to think that way when I played baseball. I thought, I'm a pretty good hitter. Doesn't mean anyone's going to sign me.
right.
I'm not that good.
Right. Well, one analogy that I like to use when I'm thinking about this, 'cause I've noticed the exact same thing where it's like people, I mean, sometimes with a lot of artists too, and I'm sure you see this a lot, like the quality of the music is actually sometimes like they really have honed their craft, they've
Yeah.
invested, and it's really good, but still they just don't know how to promote it or how to,
Yep.
like, they don't have the relationships. And it's kind of like building a fire. And it's like they have the logs for the fire, they have the fuels, like the songs and whatever,
Yeah.
but they have no idea how to actually generate flames. And so they just kind of
Exactly.
put them into a fire pit. And they're like, all right, like
Yeah.
let it begin. And like
It's
nothing
so true.
happens.
It's so true.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times a lot of people say, well, if it's a great, great song, it'll find its way to the top. I just don't believe that. I mean, there's
Mm-hmm.
amazing songs out there, but the poor artist has like one penny to his name to actually get it out there.
Mm-hmm.
They spend all the money recording something, but no money left over for marketing or
Mm-hmm.
hiring somebody to do anything.
Absolutely.
It really is.
Yeah, and I think there is, and this is probably one of the reasons that maybe some people believe this. Like every once in a while, so there'll be someone that has like some logs, and all of a sudden lightning strikes, and
Yeah,
it's like really rare, but lightning just happens to strike. It's like whoa, and then
yeah,
like
yeah,
you hear stories about like, oh, like Justin Bieber like got discovered on the side of the road by Usher or something like that.
right, right.
Um, but it really is, that's kind of like the luck of the draw, and it's very, very rare. And really what it takes for the most part is figuring out how do you actually generate traffic, how do you get smart about marketing and promoting your music in
Exactly.
addition to creating it. Cool. So I know that you have a lot of expertise around booking shows and booking festivals, and you have a lot of relationships.
Mhm.
So what do you think when it comes to booking festivals, for example, when is it like the right time for people to start reaching out to festivals, and what does that process even look like?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, a lot of the bands that we deal with are emerging artists. They don't have a big draw.
Mm,
And a lot of them don't even have, to be honest, the good live performance skills that a festival would want.
mm,
I tell bands, put yourself in the venue's place. You know, if you've only played 10 gigs before and you're just not, you're not, Metallica on stage, you're not amazing on stage,
mm,
why would the festival put you on there? They're not looking for hobbyists to play in front
mm,
of, these big, giant bands, these big headliners. It could be
mm,
embarrassing for them. It could hurt their ticket sales next year. They could
mm,
say, well, yeah, we went to this festival, man, and they had such mediocre artists on there. I'm not buying
mm,
tickets next year. So, it could hurt them. So I
mm,
always tell bands, when you're ready, not when you think you're ready, but when you really are ready,
mm,
um, then start submitting to all these festivals. Usually you need an agent to get in front of some of these talent buyers. But like at Reverb Nation, we do these things called opportunities, and I cut deals with a lot of the festivals, like more than 50 festivals we have deals with. And Summerfest will give us 15 slots, and that's the biggest festival in the world. And Sturgis will give us some slots, and Firefly, all these different. Warped Tour used to give us 4 slots in every city.
mm,
Um, and bands would submit, and it would be great because the festivals are not relying that much on my bands, on these smaller bands, to draw a lot because they've got the big headliners. So they
mm,
don't care if they book a band that's got no fans in where the venue is. If the festival's in Cleveland and the band has no fans there, they're okay with that because they've already sold out from all their big headliners. But you still
mm,
got to be really good. Um,
mm.
just because they're not expecting a big draw from you, they are expecting amazing stuff from you because they'd love to have you back next year and sit, they want claim to fame. Hey, I found this great artist. They played on a festival last year, for like nothing, $200 we paid them. Now they're asking 100 grand a night. They like that. They found you just like an A&R person would. Um, yeah. So I don't know if that answers your question. Hopefully it does.
Yeah, man. So it sounds like what you're saying is, first of all, if you're going to really be seriously approaching festivals or you want to play shows like that, then you need to be at the point where you've really fine-tuned your craft. You've gotten
Yeah,
really good at playing live shows, or
exactly.
else, like if you haven't gotten to that point yet, then would you recommend starting with like local gigs, or
Yeah,
like
definitely.
maybe, yeah, like in terms of like a crash course, getting to the point where you're ready for festivals? Would you say it's just about like a matter of reaching out like personally and just like figuring out local venues and different places
Yeah.
you can play and improving your
That's what
skills
I
that way?
do. I would definitely go to all the local venues in your area, and just hit them up. Even if it's just weekends only, to start. Just hit them up. I mean, if you have to start on open mics. It's at least to
Mm-hmm.
get your anxiety out. And
Mm,
if you're that new at it,
mm,
I'm not a musician, so I can't say I got my experience doing open mics or something like that. But I do know a lot of people start doing open, like John Mayer, and I've heard a lot of
mm.
things. A lot of these
Yeah,
great
dude.
artists you see now.
With our band Paradise Fears,
Yeah.
we got started in high school. We grew up in Vermilion, South Dakota, like a very small town that didn't have like a lot of musical opportunities.
Yeah.
But in our high school, they had this thing called Coffee House that was like an
Yep.
open mic, and that's how we met each other. That's how we started. And eventually, we built a career where we were able to tour successfully worldwide with a lot of our favorite bands. And it all started with those open
Yeah.
mic nights for sure.
Exactly.
So it's a great place to start.
It is. It gets your anxiety out, and also it allows you to understand like intimacy and things like that. Being intimate with your audience is so important and engaging.
So getting started, kind of building things, building your talent and your ability to perform naturally with like open mic nights and starting to play some local shows,
Yep.
reaching out. It's there's a lot of different ways you can find like smaller shows near you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of times there's different venues like breweries, and there's
Exactly.
wineries, and there's different things you can get started on. And so it sounds like what you're saying in terms of when they're ready for the festival. So they're at a point where they've really honed their craft. It's really good. And in terms of like Reverb Nation, that's a tool that they can use in order to submit for
Yeah.
opportunities. And specifically, one of the benefits, it sounds like you're saying, is that um, with a lot of independent artists who are emerging artists, right? They're not huge yet. They haven't been signed to a record label. They haven't toured with a bunch of other bands and built up a grassroots following yet. they don't really have the clout of being able to say, I can draw this many people to the show, which is
Exactly.
really what venues and talent buyers, what, this huge part of what they care about. Like, how many people can you draw out to the show?
Yep.
And if you can't draw anyone out, then, what do you really have to offer?
Exactly.
Um, but it sounds like what you're saying is that with the opportunities within Reverb Nation, you guys have usually, like, quite a few slots available for these different, some of the biggest festivals in the world.
Yep.
And it's an opportunity for artists who maybe they're independent, but they really have honed their performance, and they're ready for that kind of opportunity. So even before they've kind of grown a massive fan base on their own, they can get some of those opportunities to submit for those festivals.
Exactly. Yep. No, totally right. You hit the ball right in the head.
Cool.
And they don't have the relationship, so they can't call up Summerfest and
Mm,
say, "Here's my EPK, check me out," blah blah blah. But I can, because I've been in the business for 30 years.
mm,
That's how I almost feel like a salesman sometimes. I'm out there pitching all these talent buys. Come on, use us. We've got these
mm,
amazing emerging artists that you've never heard of, but you should put them on your stage.
mm. Yeah, this is the best kind of the best kind of
It is.
salesperson.
Yeah.
Um, so let's flip it around a little bit in terms of, let's say that there's an artist that they're starting to they're kind of reaching that stage where maybe they can sell out a crowd of like 300, 400 people in like a local market,
Hmm.
and they're starting to grow some presence like around, like, regionally and nationally. um and they do, maybe they do have like a decent amount of draw, maybe they can draw like 50 to 100 people, like in markets around the United States, for
Yep.
example. um I guess a better question is, like, when would you say is kind of the right time to start looking for a booking agent or start building a team around your music?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people always ask me what's the first part of your team that you should get, and a lot of people think it's a manager. I kind of think it's a booking agent,
Mm,
because a lot of the stuff you could do on your own as a manager, be your own manager for a little while. But
mm,
booking gigs is so hard. I mean, I
mm,
tried doing it for a little while with a band that I was managing, and it's nobody calls me back. It's like they'll call agents back because agents
mm,
also represent bigger artists. So they're going to take Joe Smith's call from CAA because they might want Beyonce next time they come around, who's also on CAA, or whatever they're on. Um, but yeah, I think getting an agent is so important. But the agents work on commission, so if are they willing to book a band that only has 50 person draw, which say at a $10 ticket's $500 a night, that means the agent gets $50 a night. It might not be worth their time. Some agents will definitely take a chance on new bands like that, um, but for the most part, agents want to see you doing a couple of hundred artists, even if it's 100 artists or more. I don't know the exact number. I guess all agents do different things, but I would imagine they want to make sure they're going to get a couple of $100 a night in their pocket to do all these things, because
mm,
it's a lot of work booking bands and follow up and all that other stuff. Um, so yeah, I think once they're at a level where they can, all right, they already sell out all their local gigs, all their venues where they're from. They're the
mm,
biggest game in town. And then they've gone
mm,
out and they did some, I used to call it like the wheel, like the Spokane wheel, where you go from your hometown, a couple hour drive to Boston, couple hour drive to Philly, couple hour drive to whatever, Chicago, something where you could drive back and forth to from your hometown. And then when
mm,
you become big at all those levels, I guess regional you'll call it,
mm,
then maybe agents will start, looking, saying, wow, these guys, these girls are doing amazing. They're selling, they got 200 fans everywhere in the Northeast, not just their hometown.
mm,
That's something to look forward to. Once you scale that, and maybe I as an agent can take this band and go national with them. I mean, if they could do 200, 300 seats in markets they're not even from, maybe they are ready. So I think that's when agents kind of see them, and agents will find out. You don't really have to search them out. They'll know. A venue will tell them. A venue owner will say, or a promoter or a talent buyer will say, man, I booked this band from New York. Every time they come into my Chicago venue, they got like 300 fans. We sell 300 tickets like that. And the agent will be like, oh, really cool. What's their name? And the agent will probably go after them at sometimes.
mm. Cool. So it sounds like what you're saying in terms of building a team, a lot of common knowledge is, oh, like, maybe we should, like, get a manager first, and
Yeah.
managers can be helpful. but booking agents play a role that it takes so much energy
Yeah.
and effort yourself, and sometimes those connections are really hard to come by.
Yep.
I know with Paradise Fears, we actually did the exact thing that you're talking about. We never had a manager.
Yeah.
We led ourselves, and we kind of learned the music business ourselves. But we did have a booking agent that
Yeah.
that worked within Paradigm, the booking agency, and he
Oh
was
yeah.
amazing, and he played a huge role in our success. And so, yeah, booking agents are vital. And sounds like what you're saying is that the tricky thing with them is that you need to get to a certain point where you're able to draw a good amount of people both in your local markets, and even you kind of have that wheel where you're able to
Mhm.
play some of these other markets, so you're kind of
Yeah.
traveling 2 or 3 hours and you're able to spread out a bit. In that, when you kind of reach that critical mass, then usually the way it works is that the venues will end up, you kind of like through word of mouth. A lot of times booking agents, they understand what's going on, and if there's a
Yeah.
band that's really starting to take off and is selling a bunch of tickets, then it piques their interest, and a lot of
Oh
times
yeah.
they'll reach out to the band.
Yep, exactly. And A&R guys at a label, same thing with them. They'll be like, "Oh, how do I not know who this band is?" I can't. I got bands signed to my label that can't draw 300 people a night, and yet this
Mhm.
unknown band is. And
Yeah.
it's true. I mean, I go see bands all the time at 1,000-seat clubs that are signed to labels, big labels, and I don't know. There's like 200 people there. I'm shocked.
Mhm. Totally. And so, I mean, what's really interesting about this conversation, I think it kind of flips the lid on what a lot of people, like their mindset going into the music industry, is that I just need to find the right person, or I need to like get signed to a record label, and then like when that happens, like if they decide to invest in me, then I can finally be successful.
Right.
And so they're like want to reach out to everyone, and they try to like maybe before they have any sort of proof of concept,
Yep.
and aren't getting any sort of responses. And so
Exactly.
it sounds like what you're saying is that the one of the best ways that you can that you can network, and that you can get signed to a record label, and that you can get a booking agent, is by essentially getting yourself to a certain point first where you're successful enough on your own, and that attracts those people.
Yep. I totally agree. It's kind of like when you're in a band, you're running your own business, and
Mhm.
businesses are done the same way. You've got to show like your proof of concept, like you said, and you can't go out and raise money unless it's not just an idea, it's actually working. So when bands, it's the same way. If they're growing and growing and successfully growing, now it's like, okay, now I need to go out and maybe not raise money, but get my team members on board, because then there's something to manage. So that's when you got, then once you have an agent, maybe you do need a manager who could work with that agent. So you're not on the phone. You want to be out there perfecting your craft, writing great songs, learning, how to play better on live. And then the manager could talk with the agent all the time. So it's kind of like a growing your team. It's just like growing a business, really.
Mm, cool. So when it comes to growing your team and like getting a manager or getting a booking agent, and all the different roles that you start to fill, um, would you recommend, what's the balance between kind of being proactive and like reaching out to people versus like you're just focusing on your own success and kind of letting people reach out to you? Is there a point where you think it makes sense to get organized and kind of make a list of different people
Yeah.
that you want to get in contact with and reach out to them? And what are your recommendations there?
I think that's what you should do. Just, get organized, like you said, and, hit up the people that make sense for you. If you're a pop punk band, put a list together of all these agents and managers, and even like publications and playlists, really everything that fit your genre. So,
Mhm.
don't reach out to, the biggest hip hop agency on the planet if you're a pop punk band.
Mhm.
I get it. Bands want their music to be heard by everyone in the business, but they're probably not going to listen to you, and they're certainly not going to get back to you if they're not in their wheelhouse. So why waste
Mhm.
your time and their time?
Mhm.
Concentrate on those, 25 booking agents and 25 managers who really, really know pop punk, and stop wasting your time trying to hit up, death metal agencies and
Mhm.
things like that. It just doesn't make sense. So
Mhm.
yeah, good organized list makes total sense to me.
Mm. It's a really good point too about making sure that it's organized and it's focused on the people that make sense, that are
Yeah.
relevant.
Yep.
Even like on our Facebook ads that we run to bring artists into our community,
Yep.
there's so many comments on it that it's just like, yo, check
Yeah.
out my mixtape, or yo,
I
like
know.
check out my YouTube video. Yeah, and it's just,
Totally.
it's not the right place for it.
Yep.
It's, it's cool to promote your music and to try to grow your audience, your fan base, but you have to get smart about where your people hanging out,
Yeah.
and they're not hanging out on that ad, for
Right.
example.
Exactly. Yeah,
Mm,
and it's like you could be spending that time, like if you spent 2 hours a day spamming people that just don't make sense for you, you could be spending that 2 hours either, I don't know, reading a book on music business or write songs, write a couple hundred songs a year, not, 10.
mm,
Spend that time wiser, I guess is really what I'm
mm,
trying to say, instead of
mm.
spamming anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's zoom back a little bit, because I think for a lot of artists, they're maybe trying to jump the gap a little bit too quickly, and so they're like, oh, like I need a team like really quick, like I need someone else to kind of come and save me, or I need someone else to come and basically like help me blow up. And there is kind of that in between step of, well, I need to kind of grow my music business. I need to get
Yeah.
to a point where the fire is going on the flames, and it's enticing, and it makes sense to bring other people into the team. Do you have any recommendations in terms of when people are just getting started and maybe like they're kind of past the stage where they've already done some like open mic nights and they started to get a
Yeah.
little bit of traction, they're growing, maybe they have like 100 people or so that they can draw out to like a local show, and they're just looking to reach the next level and to like get in front of more people.
Yeah.
What would your advice be for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think sites like ours, Reverb Nation, and the CD Baby. There's a couple of companies out there. I think using our services to help manage your business. So a lot of people use like an email system from some company, and then
Mm,
they'll use a press kit from another company. And they're using a whole bunch of different companies where you can use someone like a Reverb Nation who could be your home base for the basic tools. We've got the
mm,
email system, the press kit, distribution, publishing administration. We do a lot of that. So you may want to align yourself with a company like ours or like CD Baby, or, like I said, there's a couple of other companies, not many, who can help you very new to the next level as well. And again, not for people that are superstars. They don't need us anymore. But companies like ours are so cheap. I mean, they're whatever they are, $10 a month, $12 a month, whatever it is, to get you everywhere you want to be on a basic label. Not going to make you a superstar, but can help manage your business properly.
mm,
And I always say, and I hate to say it because it sounds horrible, but if you can't afford the $10 a month to run your business, maybe you're either in the wrong business or you're doing something wrong. I mean, that's not a lot, $10 a month. You have five
mm,
band members, it's $2 a month each.
mm,
Um, and then you're going to want to start doing some advertising. A lot of companies out there, including ours, Reverb Nation. We offer not just Facebook ads, but to get ads on kind of like retargeting type ads where it gets on RollingStone.com or MTV.com or wherever people are listening to music. We can get your music or your events, your shows or whatever listed on those websites as well. So you kind of have to do some advertising. You have to invest money. I know it
mm,
sounds like very salesy of me, but you do have to invest it's your company. You've got to invest in yourself.
mm,
And you can do it very cheaply to start. If it's not working, change the ad up, or maybe you have to go back and write different songs if it's not catching fire.
mm,
Artists don't always want to hear that, but they do.
mm. Totally.
Yeah.
So it sounds like what you're saying is, there's a lot of different tools online right now that can help you to get started
Yeah.
with your music business. And it really is a business. And
Yep.
Reverb Nation is like, a great entry point for independent artists in terms of, I'm pretty sure there's like a free profile for Reverb Nation that has like a ton of awesome
Oh
features in
yeah.
terms of the community.
Yeah, the
And
free
then,
service is what most artists use. They don't need they're not at the level where they need the extra. They're not even ready to distribute their music, or they're not ready
mm,
to submit to opportunities. So they use the free version. We have
mm,
5 million artists. I wish they were all paying us $10 a month, but they're not. They're not.
uh,
Believe me.
yeah, it's funny what you say too about how I mean, there's always one of the biggest challenges I think I see for musicians is, and just people in general, I think, is just making excuses
Yeah.
or just coming up with reasons like, oh, I can't do this because X, Y, and Z. I can't do this. I can't afford $10 a month for the pro version of Reverb Nation.
Mm.
And there's always going to be there's always going to be like other excuses that come up, or you can get resourceful and you can just figure out like, yeah, $10 a month for your music business. If it's your goal to do this full time and to like actually make a full-time income doing it, then like $10 a month, like it's nothing. Like, you know,
Right. Exactly.
you have to be able to invest your time and your money. And there's ways that you make anything happen.
Yeah.
Like I remember when I first started this business, Modern Musician. I had been touring full time with my band, and then I was about to start my family, and I wanted to figure out a way to provide for them without traveling for 10 months out of the year. And we had just bought a house, and like I didn't have any money left over at all.
Yeah.
And there was a business coaching program called Product Launch Formula, and I went to this event, and there's like a $12,000 coaching program, and I did not have
Yeah.
$12,000 to invest. But you know, I found a way to make it work, and you know, and so I utilized credits, and there's different within the United States, especially. Like, I mean, there's a reason that we have the bankruptcy laws that we have, and that we have credit in the first place. It's so that we can make good investments. The
Yep.
issue with credit is that a lot of people make stupid investments with their
Exactly.
credit and buy things that they don't need.
Yeah.
But when it comes to something like your business, like it's something you need to be able to invest in
Yeah.
upfront. And it used to be the case that you needed $30,000 to start a new business and just have a retail location, and most of them failed.
Yeah.
You know, and now that we can do that for such a fraction of the price online, it's just incredible.
It's
But
so
there is
true.
kind of this mindset block, I think, around musicians especially, where they're not necessarily seeing it as a business, and
Yeah.
they don't necessarily realize, oh yeah, like, yeah, this is something that I need to focus on, I need to invest in, I need to figure out like my profit margins, and I need to have like a return on investment and calculate everything that I need for it, and build a team around it. um so yeah, I mean, $10 a month is
It's
for what.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like one of our, like, I don't know if it's we're ethically whatever. We're very artist friendly. So we always say, you know, if we're going to charge for any of our products, there's a la carte and there's bundles that we offer. You have to get something in return. So for $10 a month, you're getting an email system, you're getting a press kit, you're getting all this stuff. And some of them are not happy with paying $10 a month for that, but yet they'll submit $20 to possibly play somewhere. You know,
Mm,
where it's like, you know, to me, it's a scam. It's like, pay to play sucks. Pay to possibly play is really bad. But
mm,
yet they're willing to pay to possibly get something, but not
mm,
willing to pay for something you're getting. You know,
mm.
there's companies out there who will charge you to possibly get something. It's like, wait, so, you know, other than the lottery and college applications, why are these companies scamming artists? You know, it's like artists have no money. You know, they're pretty stupid people if they're going after people with no money to pay for something. You know, if you're going to have a scam, go scam some rich people who actually have money to pay you.
Right. Right. That is funny. And I mean, I guess if you're the type of person who is putting together some sort of scam like that, then I guess, you know, you might don't have the forethought to think,
Yeah,
oh,
right,
like this is
exactly.
actually a
Yeah,
terrible
you're a
idea.
bad person and you're dumb as shit.
All right. So cool. So it sounds like, I mean, another thing that I want to get your thoughts on are, you know, early on, it sounds like such a huge part of the game is figuring out how to get the fire going, how to get the flames, how to grow an audience. And, you know, using some tools like having a mailing list is awesome for me able to connect with people and kind of to cultivate a deeper relationship
Hmm.
with the people that you already have started to connect with. And it sounds like what you're recommending too, in terms of advertising, is a great way to put your music in front of new people who've never heard of you before. So it's kind of like completely cold. They've never heard of you before. Get your music in front of them, bring them into more of a warm community of people that know who you are,
Yeah.
connect with them, deliver value, and then, you know, from there. So would you say advertising, is that kind of like the number one way that you found so far, like right now, in terms of putting your music in front of new people? Is there a specific ad campaign that you found that's like working really well? Or are there other like ideas or ways like that you've seen that have been really cool, like innovative ways that
Um,
artists are growing their fan
Not
base?
really. I mean, I think the advertising is actually better for to reach maybe existing fans. You know, let them know you have a new song out or you have a new show coming up. But I
Mm,
think what's even better to get new fans is really the playlisting thing. So I think
mm,
somehow you've got to get on playlists that matter. Um,
mm,
So even more than advertising. I mean, I love the advertising and stuff like that. We do that at Reverb Nation. But I would imagine, I'm pretty positive actually, that the open rates and click-through rates are much higher on artists that you already know. So if you see your favorite artist ad, you might click on it, if it says a new song. Where if I see
Mm,
an artist ad that I've never heard of, it might take like 4 or 5 times for me to see that, for me to actually click on it.
mm,
Whereas a playlist, if you can, and you can hire people to help you out with this. You just got to be very careful because there's a lot of scam artists out there as well. But hire people to try to, plug your music into some of the playlists that they have relationships with, things like that. So if you get on the right playlist, you're going to get listened, and if the,
mm.
listened to, and if the music's good, hopefully they'll listen to it more than once, and they'll turn their fans onto it. Maybe you'll get added to other playlists, and hopefully that's how it'll go viral. And the same thing on YouTube for the video side. You want to get in I don't know what the right word, in the community where it's kind of like together, where people love your music and they're just going to share it with all their friends. And I think playlisting is really where it's at now. It's the new radio, so it's kind of, you've got to be active on it. You can't just put up songs and no one's going to find you. It's not like, in the old days with MySpace where everyone thought you'd put up music and people would find you. That never happens. If it happens, it's so rare. Um, you've got to be out there getting on these playlists yourself. Create your own playlists with other big bands, and then try to get on bigger playlists. That's really the way to do it.
Cool. So it sounds like what you're saying is that, there's different ways that you want to communicate and different tools you want to use depending on your relationship with
Yeah.
your fans.
Yep.
So like if someone has already heard of you before and they're already a fan, they've listened to your music, then some of those retargeting ads, which
Yep.
basically means, targeting people that you've already connected with, are super powerful, because otherwise, like if you release a new song, then they're just not going to know. Like
They're
how
not going to
should they
know.
know that you did it? And
Right.
so many people's fans just never, like how often, if you're watching this right now, how often have you heard like a year afterwards that one of your favorite bands like had released a new album? You're like, oh, that's cool, like they
Yeah.
released an album and you hadn't heard of it. And
Yep.
that's a wasted opportunity. And so retargeting ads are really good for reconnecting with people that have already listened to the music, they're already fans. In terms of new completely cold traffic, how likely is it that there's like a new artist that you've never heard of before and you're scrolling through and you just decide to listen to some of their music? Pretty unlikely. And so playlists can be a really great opportunity to get your music in front of new people who've never heard of you before.
Yeah.
I think it is kind of an interesting time for the music industry right now, because I think there is sort of a challenge that I see with artists who, it's like playlists are so important and they're a great way to get your music in front of a lot of new people. But then their challenge is like, how do we connect with people and kind of bring them in after they like listen to the songs and playlists? How do you build that connection? In one, our most successful campaign that we're running right now is basically, it's using cold ads, but it goes pretty quickly into like a conversational message with the fan where you're actually like connecting with them and you're getting to know them and you're having like a dialogue back and forth.
That's cool.
And it is interesting because I think you're 100% right that like if you're just kind of sharing a song or something right off the bat and they've never heard of you before, it's unlikely that they're going to care.
Yeah.
But if you actually put in the time up front to like get to know someone, connect with them as like a human being first, and share your music, maybe share something like that no one else really gets to hear, then they get to connect with you and be a part of your journey. And that, that helps you develop that relationship so that you can do retargeting down the line.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. You put the effort at the beginning, and it'll hopefully expand and do things, a little differently. You always have to change your ads anyway. As you get more involved, you'll get and learn more about the click-throughs and the open rates and who's listening, who's engaging, who's not. You might have to change a few things up. But yeah, I think you're totally right. Something engaging is much better than just seeing, a pretty face with, what might be a song that you're interested in. They're out there
Totally.
all over the place. You got to be a little different.
Yep, for sure. And it's kind of like going back to that fire analogy. It seems like at the beginning of starting the fire, almost without fail, like you need like that hustle. You need to have those two sticks and you're kind of like rubbing it together, and it's like challenging. Exactly. And you get some sparks and you're like, all right, come on, start. And there is kind of that flip that gets switched when the fire does start, and takes a life of its own, and now fans start sharing it through word of mouth, and it builds this fire, and then other people with fires decide that you should put your flames together and grow a bigger fire. And
Yeah.
but a lot of it comes down to that spark and that ability to create and hone in that initial fan base. And it does take engagement, it takes connection, and it takes, getting that initial fire started.
Yeah. Exactly. I agree.
Mm. Cool, dude. So yeah, in terms of building a team, we talked a little bit about, like getting a booking agent, how a lot of times that can be a really great place to start. If you're at the level where you're ready to start touring nationally, then it's pretty essential that you find someone like that. At least it's going to save you like a lot of time and legwork of trying to reach out and build all
Oh
these
yeah.
connections. And so what else do you see as sort of like vital roles that you'd recommend starting to fill within the band once they start reaching a point that they should be building a team?
Yeah, so I guess you got agent, manager, possibly a label. If you want to go that route, you need funding. You need a staff to work it. Label's a great place to go. Hopefully, they want you. I guess some genres, a producer is a team member. In the hip hop and pop genre, a producer might be considered part of your team. Um,
Mm.
I guess every genre now, producer's been so important in the last few years, and really every genre. I guess that's a team member. Um, an attorney, eventually you're going to need an attorney. I think at the beginning, I never say it's part of your team because maybe you want to hire them like on a case by case basis. Look at my contract. Here's $100 or $200 or 300, whatever the cost is for an attorney. But once you get bigger, you may want to put a real, attorney on your, not want to say payroll, but, give them a real relationship with them where they get a percentage of your sales and everything else as well. Um, they usually get 5 or 10% of everything as well. You'll need a business manager down the road. Obviously you hope you need a business manager down the road because usually that's like an accountant kind of thing. Usually you're making a lot of money. You can't deal with it yourself. Then you need a business manager. Who else would there be? I guess a PR firm or a marketing firm is that's probably your third. So you got your agent, your manager, maybe a PR/marketing type company. Um, to me, if you really, really want to be in this game, I shouldn't say it's a game. You want to be in this business. You can't do it yourself because you don't have the relationships. You don't have the knowledge most of the time. So you probably do want to hire a marketing company or something like that to do all this for you. A lot of them now do PR. They do playlist plugging. They'll even help you out trying to get, maybe hire the right college radio person. They're your connector, they're your marketing strategist and everything else. And they cost money. I mean, you're probably not going to find something for under $1,000 a month. Um, but I'll tell you, my business, we pay a lot more than $1,000 a month to run my business. Um, so, again, it goes back to being in a business. If you're serious about being a musician, you might have to hire some of these guys, girls, consultants now. They're considered consultants in a lot of cases. But there's a lot of artist service companies and label service companies. I've been talking to a lot of artists who started their own label, so they'll hire a label service company, and they'll basically do everything a label will do for you, but for a monthly fee as opposed to taking 80% of your royalties like a label would do. So yeah, I guess though there's so many team members. The DIY team member is the first one. That would be like a Reverb Nation. We're the very first team member of yours. Your DIY type basic services. Then the agent, then the manager, and then all these other people. I guess
Mm.
that's my opinion.
Cool. Yeah, that's great. I mean, for anyone that's watching this right now, I definitely recommend just like maybe we can even like create like a resource where we have a list of those that you
Hmm.
just listed out so that people have an idea of like down the line
Yeah.
what to look for. One analogy that I feel like hits the nail on the head when it comes to marketing and like the importance of marketing. I mean, I think for a lot of musicians, uh, obviously like the reason that they became musicians wasn't because they were super focused on making money or marketing. Like there are a lot better industries you could get into
Yeah.
if your main focus was you really cared about making money. But there really is like, it's so important if you want to have a sustainable music career and you want to grow and reach more people and do all the things you really do care about. You need to have a business. You need to have a sustainable
Yeah.
business to do that. And you know, what I've heard about, the one analogy that I've heard when it comes to marketing is that the song, so the content and the product. So like, yeah, the music is sort of like the body of a car, and it's like the car, and it can be shiny, you can look great, and you know, it can be super professional and polished. But the marketing is like the engine. It's what actually
Yeah,
drives the car forward. So what makes it go places.
that's
And so,
great.
you know, even if you have this amazing music and it's just, you know, it looks great, if it just kind of sits there, then nothing happens with it. Like the marketing is really what drives it
Yeah,
forward. Um, so one thing that you pointed out that I think is really important is finding the right producer, finding someone to be a part of your musical production team. You know, I know for us with Paradise Fears, when we first started out, we were recording like on our in our garages with like Garage Band. The difference between that and when we worked with our first real producer who had worked with some of our favorite bands was like just ridiculous. Like it was just
yeah,
night and day. And that it wasn't because we became so much more talented. Like, yeah, like we improved, like we honed our craft, but like the difference was ridiculous. And it was because, you know, we were working with someone whose full-time job was working with tons of artists like
yeah,
us. Um, so when it comes to like production, and I do know that a lot of artists, like we have this amazing opportunity right now with like the price of home studios where we really can produce ourselves. We can have all the gear and we can record ourselves. But you know, sometimes it misses that that ability to just be the artist and to not worry about like, you know, setting everything up and doing all the
yeah.
production. There's something creatively that can be hurt by that. So when it comes to getting started, let's say that someone is listening to this and they've invested in some like producers like locally, or they find some people, but you know, they're wondering about taking it to the next level, or maybe the songs didn't turn out quite as good as they were hoping to, or their experience wasn't that great. How would you recommend they kind of go about finding the right producer?
I mean, I think, I'm not in the recording world, but I would imagine the best thing to do is listen to your favorite bands,
Yeah.
um, and bands that you want to sound like. They don't necessarily have to be a favorite band, but if you have a band that's like, oh, I love the sound, I love what these guys are doing. It's a little different than what's out there, and we want to do the same thing. Find out who that producer is and give them a ring.
Mm,
Um, most, a lot of producers have a lot of downtime, and they're looking for clients. Um, because like what you said, a lot of bands are recording on their own and not using producers as much as they used to, and not using recording studios as much as they used to. The good ones are out there, and they're not as expensive as you would think a lot of times, especially when you find them on downtime. Um, yeah, so just look at what you're doing. Like I know where I live, a lot of the producers here are very good. However, a lot of the bands wind up sounding the same.
mm,
And I've shopped around some bands that I really like in my area. I'm in New York, and a lot of times the A&R person in Nashville will be like, "This sounds like an '80s Long Island band." I'm like, "Oh God, here we go." And I've heard that so many times. So I'm thinking to
mm,
myself, well, maybe some of the bands where I live need to use different producers to sound. If they're looking to sound commercial, mainstream, what's going on today, relevant today, the indie rock sound, things like that, they need to find a producer that can help them get to that level. Um, if if the band is just does not want to deviate from what they're doing, they want to be, whatever, an old school '80s metal band, then fine, be an old school '80s metal band. Unfortunately, it's gonna be hard to have a career doing that because rock in that world is kind of not doing very well right now.
mm,
Um, so you may want to change it up. If you're happy with playing in front of 100 people a night and not more, if you're happy with not getting on many playlists, be an '80s metal band. But if you want to do this for a living, work with a producer who might be able to change a few things to make your music more relevant today, which people are
mm,
listening to. I don't
mm,
think a lot of bands do that. They think, they listen to their girlfriend or their boyfriend and their best friends, and of course, everyone's going to say your music's great. Well, it
mm,
might not be great. Listen, get an outside ear, you know, things like that.
mm. Yeah, that's a really good point. And so if you haven't noticed it, I love analogies. Like I use
Yeah,
analogies
no, I love it.
every possible point I can. But when you mentioned like, you know, 80s bands and kind of going back to a time that's like already kind of past its prime, One analogy that I like to think of is that it's kind of like catching waves in terms of like we're like surfers and we're out there and there's certain waves that they were massive, but they already kind of passed.
Yeah.
And if you were there when it was passing, then you could swim along with it and catch it and get this huge momentum boost. But you know, a lot of people now are kind of trying to swim and trying to catch this wave that's already passed, and it's kind of challenging. When instead, you know, if you're a good surfer, what you do is you look back and you kind of see like what are the approaching waves, and it's hard because they haven't passed yet. So it's like they're a little bit more, you know, like it's vague and you're still kind of figuring it out. But you can still sense it. You can be like, this is what the current lay is, and you can kind of look out and be like, oh, like you know, there's this big wave coming.
Yeah.
And if you start swimming along with it at the right, you know, velocity, then you can catch the wave and it can whoosh, it can shoot
Yep.
you out.
Yeah, a lot of it's timing and a lot of it's luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
Yep.
business is like that. It really is.
Right. And I do think one of the concerns that I hear in response to this kind of idea is, as a musician, like, well, I don't want to sell out, or I don't want to sacrifice, you know, my artistic identity and kind of change who I am to try to fit this mold of what could be popular. So, you know, I think with everything, right, there's like a certain amount of balance, and you don't want to just totally become someone else that you aren't in order
Right.
to kind of like, you know, fit this other mold. But more probably that wouldn't even work. Like when you see bands do that, it's so obvious. Like it just has no
Yeah.
soul. Like it doesn't
It's
that
not
doesn't
real.
work.
Right.
Right. It's not real. So like that's not gonna work. And what actually does work is when you are completely authentic and you're yourself, but you also, you know, you're relevant, and you pay attention, like you incorporate some of those different elements of the waves that are coming right now, but you do it in your own way. And so you're
Yeah.
kind of your own unique expression of that.
Exactly. Yep. Totally agree.
Mm. Sweet, dude. So man, there's some like really good stuff in here. I really appreciate you taking the time to top on this interview.
Oh, anytime. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love all these analogies. I'm stealing a bunch of them.
Go ahead, man. Yeah, there's just a copyright, so you're just gonna have to like write on the
Yeah.
screen every time. um, so let's say that someone's watching this right now and they're like, Reverb Nation, I've heard about it before, but I haven't created an account yet. Sounds really cool. What do you recommend in terms of like next steps for if they want to learn more or they want to connect more with you?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say, if you want to learn more about Reverb Nation, go to the site, join up for free, put a couple songs up there, look at the bottom of the site and see all the stuff we have to offer. We don't do a great job of telling people up front what we do. Even though it's 15 years later, a lot of people still don't know what we do. We say we're an artist services company because it's kind of what we are. We're not necessarily a fan site. A lot of artists will also say, oh, all the fans are artists. I'm like, well, yeah, most of them, but we never claim to be, we're not trying to be Facebook. But I would say to artists, just, check it out, and check out other sites as well. You don't have to be on one site. Bandcamp is great for certain things. Reverb Nation's great for certain things. And, just try to get your music out there. Try to be real. Submit to things when you're ready. You don't want to get turned down by everything. Doesn't mean you're bad. It just means you're not ready for it. Sometimes you're amazing in submitting to things and you still don't get picked because it might just be, I don't know, that festival might not have a country stage for you this year. Well, they already found one artist that they booked. So you just got to keep trying, don't give up. If that's what you love to do, don't give up. I mean, I know it's easier said than done. And get educated, really, really learn. There's so many websites, hypebot.com, and there's so music think tank. There's so many websites out there. You guys, there's so many things you can learn. I teach a course at college on concert production and promotion. I never knew how to put together a concert. I could do the promotion side, I think, but the production side, but I just learn. There's books out there. You just learn, and then go to shows and watch how things are done. Go to networking events. Do all. Go to music conferences. Are amazing. Go to as many music conferences as you can. Learn from other bands. Learn from the industry. Meet with them. Learn from the panels. Just learn. It's a business. Learn.
Awesome. Absolutely. And I definitely recommend everyone, if you haven't checked it out yet, Reverb Nation's awesome.
Thanks.
At least signing up for like the free profile.
Yeah.
I remember for us, one of the first festivals we ever got was this festival in Texas. And it was because we submitted for an opportunity through Reverb Nation.
Ah, cool.
So yeah, it's awesome place to be. And yeah, dude, again, thank you so much for coming on here and sharing your expertise. That was super valuable. And
Thank you.
uh, yeah, man, really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Be good. Be safe.
And we are live with the man, Lou. What's up, man? Thanks for coming on here live.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so let's dig in. We got a ton of questions that are coming in for you. A lot of things based around Reverb Nation, of course, makes sense. So yeah, one of the first questions that a lot of people were curious about was really about like how to best utilize Reverb Nation as a platform in terms of the opportunities that you can submit for. Like one of the questions was, do you have any suggestions on how to stick out from a crowd of applicants for like festivals on the platform? So basically, like, what are some things that you look for in terms of how they can optimize their profile to make sure that they're most likely to be picked for opportunities?
That's a perfect question. What a lot of the talent buyers, I'm going to focus on festivals, for instance. What they tell me is that they might not even listen to a track on one of the songs if there's like a bad photo. So say Warped Tour is looking for, punk or pop punk or metal type bands. They don't exist anymore, Warped Tour, but say they did. Um, they'd be looking at the pictures. The first thing they see is a picture. I think someone said it on one of your other interviews that you did. I actually wrote it down because I loved it. Can't find it, but basically, they see you before they hear you. Fans do this nowadays. They see you before, and it's the same thing with venue owners or magazines or whatever you're submitting to. If they see a picture of just an album cover or just a really unprofessional picture, like three guys hanging out at a bar or something like that, I don't know if they're even going to listen to your music. It might not fit. They kind of want to. They don't have any time to waste. If they got 1,000 submissions from us and maybe agents and stuff like that, they want to get right to the point. And they want to see what they're going to put on that stage or what they're going to feature in that magazine. Even a label, we do A&R for like 25, 30 labels. And if they see a picture there that's just not becoming of an artist that looks like they should be signed, they might not even listen to the song, unfortunately. Um, Sometimes they will. There are people that will definitely do it, but a lot of times I know it because I see it. They bypass some of this stuff. Some people don't even have a photo at all, which is really weird. So I would say make sure you get a professional photo done. That should be the head of your EPK, your main profile page, and everything. Um, Go to your local college. Go to a photography major. They'll probably do it for free to put something like that on in their resume. A musical artist or a star type thing. They would do it for free. So really get that photo going. Obviously, your best song should be your foot forward. What your best song, not what you think your best song is, but what people think is your best song. That's the one that you should make sure your sticks out because they probably won't get to a second one. In fact, they definitely will not get to a second one. If they don't like your song in the first 30 seconds, they're probably going to skip forward to the next artist. That's like the quickest thing I could think of, just getting up front there.
That's brilliant. Yeah, because it sounds like what you're saying is that it's really important that in the first 10 seconds, the first 30 seconds, like that,
It
those
is.
first impressions, when someone's searching and they're kind of looking through all, applicants, especially when there's like a big pool of them, they don't
Yep.
necessarily have time to go in depth and kind of like dig in and explore. And they're, just they need to be efficient. They need to make some pretty quick
They
assessments and quick judgments.
they do. They really do. You're not the only one out there submitting. It's really hard. Um, and another thing is like if it's a prog rock festival, those people listening are probably going to know to listen to more than 30 seconds because nothing kicks in for 30 seconds on a prog rock song or something like that. But most of the time they want to know right away, what they've got, especially the labels. They like, I don't hear anything the first 30 seconds, even not 30 seconds, maybe 15 seconds. They'll tell you that in any book you read and stuff like that. They don't have a lot of time to listen.
Good stuff. So another question that came in, and this came in a few different forms, but really the basic question was, when we were talking about booking a team and starting to connect with other people and bringing them into your music business, how can you tell who to trust when it comes to like a booking agent, PR rep, Spotify playlist people, like, or do you have any recommendations for people on kind of sussing out the person and seeing if it's someone that they could trust?
Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, there was a couple years ago there was a site that used to put up like references, kind of like a Better Business Bureau of Music, but it's no longer available. I checked it out a couple of years ago. This was like 10, 15 years ago they had it. There should be another one. Maybe there is. I just don't know about it. The only thing I could think of is, go, like, say you're looking at a management company, go to that management company, look at their clients, and reach out to those clients. They have no problem helping out other artists. When you reach out to an artist, that artist feels like, wow, everyone's got an ego, a little bit of an ego. That artist is like, wow, cool, man. This young artist is reaching out to me to ask me what I think about, my label or something like that. Or especially if you're hiring an artist service team, like if you're looking to hire somebody to help you get on playlist or PR or something like that, you've got to reach out to ex clients. You have to, before you spend that, whatever, $1,500 a month. It's crazy to do that without reaching out to prior clients of that artist. You have to be careful because sometimes, especially in PR and even playlist and like even the Reverb Nation stuff, when you submit to it, just because you're not selected ever doesn't mean it's the PR person is no good or the playlist plugger is no good or Reverb Nation is no good. Sometimes, hate to say it, you might not be ready for it. The artist might not be ready for it. You'll see people. You could Google, any PR company scam with the word scam next to it, or Reverb Nation scam or something like that, and you're gonna find bad things about it. It's usually from a disgruntled artist that says, I've been submitting for 5 years and never got anything. Sometimes it's just luck, timing. Maybe you're amazing, but they already found someone for that stage. If you were submitting to a festival, or sometimes you're not ready. You think you're ready, but maybe you're not. I hate saying that. I hate it because now people are going to hate me more. but it really is true. It's like, you got to understand there's millions and millions of artists vying for those spots. So you got to be an 11. You can't be a 10 anymore.
Yeah, dude. No, I appreciate you being upfront and honest about how that works. And yeah, I mean, it's like if you just keep walking into a wall and keep hitting your head on the wall, then you're going to get the exact same results. Like what Albert Einstein said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So it's like those tips that you just shared earlier, like, if someone had been submitting for 5 years, but their picture was like really bad, then they wouldn't have gotten they wouldn't have gotten past the first 10 seconds of all of these. So it's really important to be able to adapt and to try new things. If something's not working for you, well, there you go. Like another thing discarded, go find the next thing.
Like when some of the best songs ever written, I remember reading some article a couple of years ago, the songs were written maybe 15 years ago, like parts of it just didn't work. And then all of a sudden that writer had another thing 10 years later, and they're like, oh my God, that song I wrote like 15 years ago, I could use that piece. And it's kind of the same thing. You got to keep, you guys are creative people, not us. Not me. I'm not creative at all. You guys, the artists out there, are the ones who are great at creating. Sometimes you just got to play around with a few things. If you're submitting the same song and not getting picked for anything, it's possible that song's not working for some reason. Maybe go on to another song, collaborate with somebody, whatever it is. Get new band members. I don't know. I can't say what the exact reasoning is.
Totally. Yeah, and I think the other thing that you said that's really smart too is just making sure that that you look into the people, their results, like their clients that they're working with. Are they happy? Reaching out, connecting with them is just, it seems like a really important thing to do. All right. So another question that someone had was, they said, I'm a ballad / contemporary piano singer-songwriter, and I feel like it's hard to find places to perform live. I mean, right now it's probably especially hard to find places to perform live, but I think in general, when there's not, like a pandemic, do we have any suggestions for finding places that like a piano singer-songwriter can perform live?
Oh, perform live. So it's not like a typical singer-songwriter. It sounds like more of maybe like a classically trained or something, or
I don't know. To me, when I read this question, the first thing that came up was like, is it really that hard to find places to perform live? Like how much have you dug into it? Because it feels like that's actually like you being a piano singer songwriter. There's a lot of opportunities, a lot of places.
That might be the easiest way to find live stuff.
Right. So some examples are like like we talked about, open mic nights can be
Yep.
great for if you'll probably have to get your own keyboard. You might want to like invest into like a good keyboard that you can bring so you can play piano, because that
Yep.
might be something that's it's not as quite as easy to transport as a guitar, but it's not too hard. And yeah, open mic nights, cafes, wineries.
Absolutely.
Seems like there's a lot of opportunities for your kind of music.
Yep. Yeah, and you could actually make some of those type of artists make a little bit more money on the lower end because there's only one person a lot of times, or maybe one in a company in person. You don't have to split the $200 amongst 5 band members. You get to keep it all pretty much. But
Mm,
like maybe the person's asking like, how does you get up and play the big festival? So the festivals
mm,
typically do want big bands
mm,
of all genres. It's definitely everything from adult contemporary music, but with a full band, they would want. They don't want somebody up there just playing, kind of quiet music, whatever, because it's got to be more pumped up. But yeah, what you
mm.
said is perfect. Coffee shops, things like that.
Cool. So when it comes to like festival gigs, though, that is something that you recommend, because that was another question someone did ask was, if I'm a solo artist, can I have success in the festival world, or is there a bias towards bands?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
So that was part of the question. It sounds like you might have just answered it. Was someone was curious about like in the festival world, is it biased towards like bands, or
Oh,
can you be successful as a solo artist, or yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
yeah, it typically is bands that they're looking for.
Yeah.
On occasion, some of the festivals have like an emerging artist stage, and a lot of times you'll see some singer-songwriters up there. But usually if it's the opening act, like support acts to some of the big headliners, those are big stages, and they don't want to put up just some guy or girl on a stool playing a guitar or something like that. They really do want to see the big, if you're playing 3 o'clock in the afternoon at Bonnaroo or something like that, you're not going to find just one young person up there playing. It kind of like puts a lull in the whole festival.
Mm,
So they usually want to see full bands. But again, the emerging artist stages, sometimes they will go with singer songwriters or something like
mm.
that.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. So one person asked, does Reverb Nation have opportunities for producers slash beat makers?
No, not really. No, we've tried a few like um, types of, I want to say contests, 'cause we don't really do contests. It's more about talent searches. We've
Mm,
tried a few in the past. They just haven't gone over that well. Um, the a beat maker, let's say a production company, would put out a call to action to the artist on Reverb and say, I'm looking for some beats. And then what we would get, to be honest, is that the artist would spam this beat maker who's looking for more beats, would spam them with just songs and stuff. So the artist kind of ruined it for themselves. I guess I hate to say it, but so we're not doing that anymore. We did remix type contests as well with some big producers, and that didn't work out either because the artists were not sending in what we asked them to send in.
mm,
Um, yeah, so we don't really, unfortunately, we don't have it. It's pretty much all about getting your finished product out there, out on Spotify and festivals and A&R and stuff like that.
okay, gotcha. Yeah, that helps clarify things. All right. So one person asked, do you have any tips on increasing your local draw when you're just starting out?
Oh, local draw. I mean, obviously, you got to start with your friends and family to get there. Um, to increase it, I mean, you just got to promote yourself. Definitely. If you want to increase your local draw, don't play the same place over and over again. Um, wait a few months really in your whole area. I mean, I know you want to play out all the time, especially if you're a smaller artist. You don't want to go too far outside of your local area, but you have to. How many times are you going to ask your friends and family to show up at the bar on Friday night, the same bar you play every Friday night or every other Friday night? Try to play in your local area maybe every couple of months.
Mm,
Um, I know that's probably where you make most of your money, but if you want to grow that fan base, you can't keep going up to these people saying, "Come to my show, come to my show, come to my show." Eventually, some of them are going to even get off your mailing list.
mm,
Um, so I don't know if that's a hint, a tip to really get more people to your show. It's a way to prevent people from not coming to your shows, I guess. Um, if you're really good, the audience will start coming more and more, and then you'll be able to play bigger and bigger. I mean, it's another. I hate saying it, but some artists will say to me, I've been playing in my local area for 3 years now. My audience isn't growing. I, I don't know. I mean, maybe you need to make some changes. Maybe you
Mm,
need a new drummer. Maybe the songs have to be better. If it's not growing, your audience isn't growing at your live shows in the same area. Um, you're doing something wrong. I
mm.
mean, you just are.
Right. Yeah, Lou's spot on. Especially when you talked about like how in order for it to grow, like you need to promote it. And like the first
Yeah,
rule of growing your audience is finding out where do new people that might like your music, where do they hang out locally,
yeah,
right? And so if you want to draw more people out to perform. I mean, locally, yeah, one, you start with your friends and family, but you don't want to fatigue them. And, then you also have to start thinking about, like for us, my band, we grew up in Vermillion, South Dakota. That's not like, there wasn't like a big music scene for
yeah.
us. And so we had to do what Lou said. Like we had to start branching out. We had to start finding other cities. We went to a little bit bigger cities around the area that we could start performing at. And then we had to start traveling and start playing shows in other cities, because if you play the exact same venue, like Lou
Yeah.
said, people starts getting how many times can you ask the same people to keep coming out and supporting you. We'll talk a little bit more about one thing that our band did that helped a lot early on in terms of like growing our audience. So on the last presentation today, when I'm teaching, like doing a keynote presentation, I'll talk about one strategy that could be really helpful when it comes to like starting to increase your local draw, and also when it comes to building a market in like new cities that you haven't performed yet.
Hmm.
Um, it's some good stuff, but yeah, I
It,
appreciate it.
yeah, there's
Yeah, go
two
ahead.
other tips, I guess. One is
Yeah.
don't rely on your promoter or the venue to promote your show,
Mm,
because most of the time they're just sending out an email to their list.
mm,
So you got to promote yourself as well. You got to go out there and promote and get people, and also go to that venue, often, and check out other bands, and
mm,
especially check out other bands that are similar to you, and just
mm,
meet their fans and say, oh yeah, we're love these guys that are playing. I know they're your favorite band, but you should come check us out. We're pretty similar. That's why I'm
mm,
here. Things like that. It's
mm.
little things like that you have to do. You can't just sit home expect people to go see your show.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Yeah, it's just starting to network, starting to collaborate with other artists that are around your size is so
Hmm.
valuable. Yeah, cool. So next question was, one person was wondering. They said, for a Christian artist, what's the best way to book women conferences? Like, how would you get started going about that?
William
Women conferences.
conferences.
Yeah, like women empowerment, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we get involved with conferences, but really to play at. Like we work with about 20 music conferences, and artists submit their music to actually perform at the conference. Not specific woman conferences. Um, if you want to be, if you want to perform, if she's asking she wants to perform at those conferences. I guess one, I would love to know more about these conferences. I would love to work with them and get our artists to submit to them. Um, but as far as how to get them to play, I wish I could answer that. I really don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, it seems like that was something that we talked a lot about in the interview itself, was like, what is it? Because that's the same way, the way that you would do that is the same way that you book any festivals,
Yeah.
which is one, kind of honing your craft, getting to the point where you deserve to, like, you have the skill set to be on there, which it sounds like you probably have honed your craft a lot. And
Yeah.
then it's about, building relationships and using platforms that have existing relationships to kind of tie into some of those, finding the talent, the people who are looking for you, and putting yourself in front of them.
Yeah. There is an organization called Women in Music. It's fantastic. I'm part of it too. It's not just women, but they have networks in different cities, and they have conferences, they have summits, they have meet and greets. It's really really amazing. They have amazing Christmas parties. Um, but there's thousands and thousands of people part of it in the industry, and artists as well. So you meet so many musicians and so many industry people that are part of it. It's called Women in Music. I think there might be a fee. Um, yeah, there is a fee. I think it's like $50 or $75 a year, but you get so much out of it. And again, it's not just for women. Yeah,
Cool. That sounds awesome. Yeah, and that sounds like,
Yeah,
and the equivalent of that is probably there for a lot of different types of opportunities like that, where it's like, yeah, maybe you
yeah,
find the organization that's a part of it, and you start networking, you start connecting, and going out to those festivals and start meeting the right people and introducing yourself to
exactly.
people.
You know
Cool.
who else is cool to get in touch with? Talk to your PRO rep, like your BMI or ASCAP rep. A lot of times they know a lot of things that are happening, whether it's showcases or little like conferences or summits, kind of like this. They know a lot about that. So if you're in touch with your rep at the PRO organization you're part of, a lot of time they have an insight of where you could be part of.
Awesome. Yeah, great little nuggets of wisdom that are just falling from the wisdom tree right now. It's awesome. So another question that someone had was, it sounded like this was kind of like a personal question for you. You know, what have been some of the biggest challenges that you've faced and overcame when building Reverb Nation?
I think it was people like believing that people are going to care about emerging artists. Like when I first started, I'd spent like 20 something years at the major labels. And then when I told some of my best friends that I was going to do this, they literally laughed at me. It's like, why would anyone care about emerging artists? I'm like, well, the Beatles were emerging artists. Everyone is an emerging artist at one point, everyone. Like I know for a fact, I don't know for a fact, but I know that there's the next Led Zeppelin or the Beatles are on our website. There's 5 million artists. It's just how do you cut through all the, I hate to say it, the clutter. How do you cut through all those 5 million artists to find those great bands? Because some of them don't have the marketing dollars to get to that next level. Um, so I think the biggest challenge was getting artists on board saying, listen, just use these basic tools. We only provide basic tools, email system, EPK. We're not providing, these crazy things that are going to make you a superstar. And any company that tells you they are going to make you a superstar, they're just lying. Because it's not just about what they say they can do. Um, but yeah, that was the biggest challenge, getting people to really believe in the possibility of like almost like a developmental team. We're kind of like the minor leagues. I kind of want to say, hopefully some of these artists sprout to the top, and they do all the time to get to the next level. And now we got all these labels working with us where they allow us to tell our artists to submit your music to Ultra Music, which is huge, huge label. We even did Atlantic a few times. And then to get the A&R people to actually listen to the music that is being submitted is kind of unheard of. It used to have to be done through an attorney or a manager or an agent or something like that. Now you could submit your music through places like Reverb Nations, other companies, and I guess we're the biggest out of all of them.
That's awesome. Well, dude, yeah, I think I speak on behalf of everyone here, saying thank you for for focusing on emerging artists and believing,
Thanks, appreciate it.
because it is, it's a really valuable service, and it is it can be a huge challenge, especially early on, because I think what you're sharing too is something that probably everyone here can relate with. In the early infancy stage, the biggest thing that you really need to lock in is like your belief, like
Yeah,
your belief in yourself, and there's gonna be people who don't believe you, or they laugh, like people laughed at your initial idea, and
yeah,
there needs to be an intense amount of drive and like a self belief, and you need to like convince yourself too. Like you need to have this belief in yourself so that when you communicate with other people that
yep.
you're able to come from that well of confidence, which is really challenging. So
It
it's
really is.
inspiring to hear your story.
And then they got to realize they're a business. Just like I'm a business and you're a business, an artist is a business. Assuming that's what you want to do with your career, you're saying that's your business. You're gonna have to invest in it, and you're gonna have to lose tons of money. When you leave those local shows where your fan base is, you have you're from New York and you have no fans in Cincinnati. Don't expect to get paid. No one's gonna pay you. You have no draw there. But you have to expect you're gonna lose money when you're doing those things. Like, why should a venue pay you if you have no fans there? Um, yes, you're playing, you're working. Okay, you can look at it that way. But how's that helping the venue, which is hiring you? So you got to invest money somehow. You just have to. Just like I invested money, and I owe millions of dollars. And you owe money, and I'm saying you owe money, but you definitely invested $1 million in what you're doing. They do too.
Yeah, that's so true. And I feel like that's another thing that's kind of come up a lot as a theme here with all these super successful, mentors is the value of investing, both
Yeah.
like your time and your money and your energy. And nothing happens, nothing comes out of nothing. Like it just
Yeah.
doesn't happen. Like it takes investment. It takes an
Yeah.
investment of, life force in these different areas. And if you don't have that, then nothing is going to come out of it.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right. So another question that we had, we're running to the end of our questions here. Our one person asked, how much is age a factor in starting or relaunching a music career?
Age.
Right.
I guess it could definitely have a factor in some of the things you're looking to do. So if you're looking to sign with a major label, um, I maybe the A&R people will tell you that age doesn't matter, but I find that hard to believe. I don't see many 40-year-olds being signed. I don't see many 30-year-olds being signed. So I think, and it also depends on the genre of music. So maybe if you're a 30-year-old male country artist, maybe you could get signed to a big, country label. But if you're you know, if you're like me, a guy in their 50s, um, I might make the greatest music, but is it really that commercial? Like that's the major label way of thinking. But like when we do curation and A&R for a lot of even music supervisors, and we do this curation where we have bucket lists. So we say we listen to every song that's coming in. We may go and we don't look at pictures or nothing, strictly the song. Oh my God, this song's amazing. So it goes on a list. Then it goes to the second round of curation where they'll take a deeper dive and they'll be like, oh, this guy is like, this song is amazing, but he's 58 years old. Um, I don't think a label is going to be interested. I can't shop this to a label. However, it's such a great song. This doesn't mean it can't go into licensing, into movies, into film. So it might go into that bucket where we'll tell people about that. So it really depends on the genre. Um, but you see it. Major labels, if you're a pop artist, they're looking for young people. Under 30, definitely for a pop artist. Um, Other areas, maybe not so much. Jazz. I don't know. I don't think there's an age limit on jazz and blues and stuff like that. Um, Magazine features that we do a lot of opportunities at magazines. I don't think they necessarily care what your age is, as long as there's some type of story to write about. If you're 40 years old and you still haven't gotten a story and you've been doing this for a while, well, there's not much to write about. If you're a magazine editor. So that's my belief on age. It's tough. It's hard.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense, and I think you're right. Like, and for anyone who maybe is watching this, and you are, you're on the upper range in terms of like your age and in music, you probably don't want to do the things that are entailed by signing to a major record label that normally younger artists do, which is basically like touring full time and it's like
Right.
very like exhausting and traveling all the time. Like, there's probably a reason that the record labels are looking for what they're looking for, and it doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily mean that you can't have a successful music career. It just might mean that it's doing it in a different way, right, or a different genre. And
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. This day and age, with so many tools out there, from live streaming to software tools to get on playlists and things like that, you can do a lot of it yourself. You don't need a major label. So if you're 40 years old, I know artists personally who've never been signed in their lives, and they've been making music for 30 to 25, 30 years, making a great living in Long Island, where I'm from. And they've never been signed at all.
Absolutely, yeah. That's really important to mention that you don't necessarily need to
Yeah.
to get a major record label to be successful. I know
They're not
we
making a million a year, but they are probably making close to six figures a year, enough to survive and have a family. I'll tell you that. I mean, the few artists that I know.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I know like several of our clients are in their upper 50s,
Yeah.
in their 60s, and they've gotten hundreds of thousands of views on their music videos and
Right.
really grown significantly. So it's definitely possible to find the people. It just it might not be through a traditional major record label route.
Right. And 15 years ago, they could not do that. They could not get played. They could not get money, even though it's a little bit of money from YouTube and Spotify. It's something. Years ago, they didn't have that at all. You had to be signed to a label.
Totally. Yeah, yeah. We live in a pretty amazing time.
Yeah.
All right, so last question for you is someone asked, and I noticed we were just talking about it backstage too, that some people are asking about like the
Charts?
ranking
Yeah.
charts, yeah, the charts and the ranking system in Reverb Nation. And one person was kind of wondering how does Reverb Nation come up with the rankings, and how do people like improve their rankings, or what are your general thoughts about it?
Yeah, so it's an algorithm we have. It's based on a lot of things, not necessarily number of fans. A lot of it's on engagement. A lot of the algorithm takes into consideration if you've ever been selected for anything. So we do, I think it's 800 opportunities a year we ran last year. I think it was 10,000. I don't remember the exact number. I want to say 10,000 artists were selected for our opportunities last year. If you get selected by any of those opportunities, you kind of get like a jump up in points, because we feel that, all right, someone in the industry vetted you and selected you for this magazine ad or this festival, or got signed. You know, we had I think it was 40 something artists signed to the labels that we work with in the last since 2017, so 3 years, not even 3 full years. Um, so if you've been selected, your ranking will go up. It's also what we see. So if you're not syncing your social platforms, so if you didn't sync Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and YouTube, to the Reverb Nation file, in your account, we have no idea how many fans you have. It's impossible. It's impossible for anyone to know, for us to know how many fans you have on any of those outlets if you don't sync to us. So you'll see you may have a million followers and a ton of engagement on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, but if you're not synced up with us, how would we know that? Um, so you'll see a lot of artists in, like, they're ranking really high in a region, and then you'll go to their, so this is why I hate the rankings. So artists will call us and say, well, I've got, a million more fans than this band, and that band's in first place and I'm in third place, or whatever they say in their email. And then I look at it, I'm like, well, yeah, but how do we know you have a million diehard fans? You've never synced up with us in Reverb Nation. You have your profile, just click that sync button, and all of a sudden you'll rise to the top. Because it's not a ranking system just based on fans on Reverb. We're not a fan site. I mean, we have millions of fans on there, but we're not trying to be Facebook. We don't ever want to be like that. We take in consideration fans out of all those outlets, not all of them, but a lot of the outlets, social channels. So you have to kind of sync up, unfortunately. So you're being excluded from ranking high if you're not actually syncing up, unfortunately. And a lot of people probably don't know that, but they do get emails. I know we spam you artists a lot of times saying, don't forget to sync up with Facebook. We've never ever emailed any of your fans ever in 15 years we've been doing this. We'll never touch anything. Just like other companies tell you have to sync something, sync with Google or whatever it is. We have to do the same thing. Otherwise, we can't read what you have going on. Yeah, so that's the way the ranking system works. I don't love the ranking system. We tried to kill it a few years ago, and we killed it for a few weeks, and then we got the opposite. We have a bunch of artists writing in saying, "Oh, why'd you do that? I was number 3 and blah blah blah." So it's hard to, appease everyone. I would do away with the ranking system. I don't think it means that you're good or bad. To me, it just doesn't mean that way. Everything's subjective. So I think too many artists take it, though. I can't believe I'm number 30 and these other bands ahead of me. I know those bands, they suck. I'm like, come on, man, it's not about that. they're syncing, they're giving us their information. You're not.
Totally makes sense. Yeah, I appreciate you sharing how that works. And yeah, I mean, of course, like how can it would be so difficult for you to know where they're at if they don't sync up? Like
Right.
how is Reverb Nation supposed to know? So it makes sense that you need to sync up to your platforms in order
Yeah.
for them to take that into account. Cool. All right, so Lou, dude, thank you for taking the time to come on here for the live Q&A. This is awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much.
Sweet. All right, so I'm going to let you go here, and then we'll go to a quick break for the conference before our next speaker. So I'm going to... All right, so next up, we've got Kevin and Richard from We Should Write Sometime. And I talked briefly about this at the beginning of today, but this is all going to be about co-writing and about how to co-write successfully and about using their tool We Should Write Sometime, which is basically like Tinder for songwriters, but it allows you to match up with other songwriters and be able to collaborate. It's like it's really cool. And quick shout out to Lou again. Lou, how awesome is Lou? Like it's he's a really down to earth guy, and super appreciated for the work he does with Reverb Nation, and really supporting and breathing life into emerging artists is a very valuable thing. So he's awesome. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's take a bit of a break here. We got some things that we need to line up on our back end, so we're gonna take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back here in about 20 minutes actually. So we'll start right before, about 5 minutes before noon Eastern time, and we'll dive into Kevin Richard for the We Should Write Sometime interview. All right, so I'm excited to be here today with Kevin and Richard. They are the creators of the new app called We Should Write Sometime, which is basically like Tinder for songwriters looking to co-write songs. Not in the sense that you're looking for dates, so you're going to find partners, but in the sense that you're looking for people to co-write songs with. And they've been featured in Billboard and Rolling Stone, and they have a ton of momentum for this new app. And so today, we wanted to kind of dig into what is co-writing, why do you need to be co-writing, how do you do it successfully? Because like you're going to learn, almost all of the most successful musicians right now are co-writing with other artists, and it's really an art form. And so Richard and Kevin, thanks for taking the time to be here today.
Our pleasure. Yeah, thanks for having us. We're excited. Appreciate it.
Do you want me
Absolutely.
to launch into that first? Do you have multiple questions, or you want me to just run into co-writing?
Yeah, dude, I'll ask some questions, and this interview it's going to be pretty conversational and kind of we'll play it low key, but
That's how I like it.
I guess first question for you guys is, for anyone that's watching this right now who maybe has never done a co-write or is a little bit unfamiliar, like why co-writing in the first place? Like why should people get interested in it, and why should they start focusing on it?
There's a ton of reasons. I don't know, Kevin, do you want to go over the numbers first, and I can kind of go over like the need for when you network and stuff?
Sure. Yeah, I think for Richard and I, a big thing we always like to do is give kind of the quantitative side of why co-writing is important, but then obviously the intrinsic and like the reasons you would want to co-write to help make those really great songs. But from a numbers standpoint, when we look at the last couple of years and the number of songwriters it's taken to write one of the top 100 hits, according to Billboard, those numbers are increasing. In 2016, it was like 3.5 songwriters that it took to write one of the top 100 songs. And last year it was almost 5.5. And so, those just show the trends in the number of songwriters it's taking to write those great hits. And so if we look at even just last year, another big number is 80% of the number ones had 5 or more songwriters on there. And so what we're just seeing on the numbers side is you need to co-write, and you need to find those right co-writers to do that. And now I'll let Richard kind of talk more on the other side of it with co-writing.
Yeah, but those numbers are just crazy, because when people never actually look into that. I have a lot of people in Nashville that they'll come here and they'll just say like, well, I write by myself, and I'm a really good writer. And I'm like, it doesn't matter how good of a writer you are, how good you are at singing and all this stuff. If you don't network and co-write with the right people, your songs will just never be heard, because you're one person coming to Nashville to just play your songs for other people. And yeah, sometimes you'll have another songwriter hear them and want to co-write with you. But if you're not up for co-writes, then that song's going to go nowhere. So the idea here in Nashville especially is most writers who are doing it for a living, and even those who are just trying to make it a living, they write with a different person almost every single day. So Monday through Friday, they're trying to set up their schedules with different people, because typically those different people have different publishers. And so whether you're a published songwriter or not, when you sit in these rooms with them, say you write a song on Monday, I'm writing with Kevin, he has a different publisher than me. All of a sudden he shoots that song to his publisher. The next day I'm writing with you, you have a totally different publisher. All of a sudden you send that song to your publisher. All of a sudden 2 publishers now heard my music, and all I had to do was get in a room with you for that to happen. So networking is one of the most important things that you can do. And I wouldn't worry if it's like 5 people, 6 people. Obviously, when you get more successful, you want to dwindle it down to your core group of people. But it's so hard to find those right people. So you have to just grind it out. I mean, when I first moved to Nashville, I went out. I'm one of the very few people who don't even drink, but I went out every single night of the week to writers' rounds. And writers' rounds, for those who don't know, they're kind of famous here in Nashville. They're spreading around the country, but it's where hit writers, pro writers, and up-and-coming writers get up on stage. There's 3 or 4 of them, and they take turns playing a song that they wrote, telling the story behind it. And it's pretty much them just putting their resume out to the world, mainly for other songwriters, so they can keep this momentum going. And so I would go out every single night to these writers' rounds and just try to recruit songwriters, try to meet as many people as I could to network and to get to that next level.
That's awesome. So it sounds like the 2 biggest things that are 2 like really big reasons that is important is because, one, the actual the actual talent behind creating the songs. If you're doing it by yourself, there's one person, one mind, as opposed to like, how many people watching this right now have you sat down to write a song and you've had some writer's block, or you spent like 3 hours trying to like tweak the words of one sentence and it just like didn't come out and it was all, and then you get this perspective of one other person is just like, oh no, like this is awesome. Like this right here, like, dude, don't even worry about that. Like that line's awesome. Or you have 4 or 5 people. So like, one of the benefits of co-writing is that really the songs just turn out way better. And it's not even just like a subjective thing. It's like the success of, if you look at the top 100, if you look at the most successful musicians right now, on average, there's 4 or 5 songwriters that made each of those songs. So in terms of writing the best quality songs, you need to be co-writing with other artists. And then it sounds like the other benefit, like a huge benefit of it, is that it really helps you network. Like it helps you connect with other publishers and get to know other musicians who maybe you'll have an opportunity to tour with, or you'll be able to collaborate with. And with the music industry, it's no secret that a lot of your success is going to be about who you know and the relationships that you've built. And so co-writing is one of the best ways that you can actually build some of those networks.
Oh yeah. And that instant feedback is invaluable too. In the sessions, it just streamlines the song. You just there's so many more ideas that come from that. Cause like you said, you could be sitting on one thing for 3 hours by yourself, but if you're in a room and the moment you have writer's block, someone gets you out of it, all of a sudden you've successfully written a song and possibly 2 songs that day rather than just hovering onto one song for a whole week.
One of the other things too is the accountability side. It's being accountable to somebody else that you want to write the best song. And I think it's pretty common in most of our lives. If we're accountable to somebody else, we're going to work a little bit harder, bring our best. And I think that's another piece of that as well. And on the data side too, I get a lot of questions and feedback on that of just saying, well, let's look at R&B and hip hop and what about just country? How much is that? And we looked at the top 25 country songs of last year, and it was about 3.48 number of songwriters write those songs too. So we can even look at it from a genre perspective, and still in country that's, it's 3.5 to 4. So that is another piece when we break it down from a genre perspective.
Yeah, so that shows you that even in those different worlds like LA and New York and Atlanta, it's even more important to network. And so in Nashville, we're super lucky because we're like the biggest small town in the world, and especially when it comes to the music city. So you could just go to any bar in Midtown, which is like the popular place, and everybody in the room or whoever's serving you drinks, they're all songwriters. Some of them are even published songwriters. When you're in LA, when you're in New York, there's little bitty hot spots, but for the most part, you're driving an hour just to get to that little hot spot or that little writer's round. And so the need to network in those cities is even higher, and the access to the songwriters is even lower. And so it's so hard. And I always felt bad when I would go out to LA and start writing with some people, and they would just be like, I'm so jealous of what you have in Nashville, but they want to be in LA because that's where the scene's at.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I think it's abundantly clear that co-writing is really valuable, and it's something that if you want to be successful as a musician, you should get comfortable with and start learning how to network in that way. As experts when it comes to co-writing, what have you noticed have been some of the biggest challenges or mistakes that musicians make when they kind of get started within this world of co-writing?
Well, there's some crazy stories. I mean, I've heard about some people who, like, you have to leave all ego at the door, especially when you're able to write up a little bit. And so there's a term while writing here at Nashville, at least, is writing up, where say me and Kevin are on the same level. We're both intro. We're coming into town. We're writing songs with each other, and we have a standing date on Monday that we write every single day. But then I get a call from a published writer who's like, hey, let's write. I'll be like, Kevin, I'm writing up today. And so there's kind of a code where he's all for me. So he's like, yes, you go. I don't care if I'm not writing today because I want you to go and write up. So if you come to town and you instantly get butthurt that someone has to like cancel on you because they're writing up for the right reasons, there's like a lot of little like intricacies when it comes to in Nashville, which is going to be opposite of the up and coming songwriter who's just trying to write. But it's really know yourself as a writer is super important. For me, I always tell people I'm really good with the hooks, and I'm really good at like the architecture of the song, like really questioning why things are in certain places. Should we move this verse to a chorus? Like, how do we do this? And I'm just word vomit a ton of content. So I need someone who's really strong with melody and who could take all my words and put them into something a little bit more beautiful than what I just said. And so I know that that's the type of writer I am. So being right up front with that is super important, because when you have two people who say here in Nashville, we both go out, me and Kevin both go out, we don't know each other. We're at Whiskey Jam on a Monday night trying to meet other songwriters. And I'm like, oh, you're a songwriter? Let's write sometime. Let's put some on the books. He's like, sweet. And that's our whole interaction. And then we get into a room and we both don't play guitar. And so all of a sudden we're like, oh, wait, are we both lyricists? Like, how did this happen? All of a sudden we just wasted a day. We wasted a connection when we could have just been like, hey, I'm a lyricist. What do you do? Hey, I'm a lyricist. Like, oh, we need to bring in a third. Like, we need to bring in a melody person. And so it's super important to just be upfront, own it. If you're not good at something, that doesn't mean someone's not going to want to write with you. Like, I'm horrible with melody, but I still get a lot of writes. Like, it doesn't seem to matter. I think when you're more upfront, it carries along a heavier weight, because now that person's going to be like, hey, Richard's really good at this. Like, you should put him in your room too, rather than, hey, he lied to me about his skills. Like, he's not that good.
Gotcha. So it sounds like a couple of the most important things or biggest mistakes are, one, like with any sort of relationships that you're building, you really need to learn how to let your ego drop or leave your ego at the door. Because, I mean, especially probably with songwriting too, when you're writing, if you're writing up, like you want to make sure that you're giving the other person space to be able to express, their ideas. But also specifically when it comes to co-writing, like, if someone has to cancel on you because they're writing up, then not taking it personally, but just being happy for them and wanting them to be successful.
Oh yeah.
And
I was gonna say,
yeah,
and if you do get that writing up chance, I know a lot of people. There's two scenarios. There's one where I knew where a guy who went into a room with a guy who had multiple number ones for the first time, and he like ended up cussing him out because he didn't get the right like lyric in the song. And I'm like, at that point, no, you just back off. You let them, even if you think it's crap, let them take it away. On the other end, I know friends who finally got that big chance, and they prepped an entire 2 songs before they even went into the write. So they went in there ready with the idea, because if you're going to be writing up and it's a really good writer, that writer's not expected to be like, hey, I have this idea for a song. Sometimes they do, but for the most part, you as the up and comer should present the ideas. You should be like, I'm already got some stuff. You don't have to tell them you got stuff. You might, hey, what about this? And start jamming a little bit. Even if you're making up like that, you didn't just build that song yesterday. Be prepared when you're going into these writes.
And I think
cool.
another piece of that is the other side on the business front, in terms of understanding the PROs. Are you a member of one of the PROs? Because you want to make sure when you start creating songs, you want to get paid for those. And when we see on our app specifically, there's a lot of new songwriters coming in that aren't familiar with those organizations, which we're trying to help educate of the importance of them and what they do and why you need to be a member of one. But then, the split sheet as well, right? It's knowing the business side of co-writing and creating that music so that you're protected and know that when you're writing these songs, you're not going to have to go into these battles that you see sometimes along in the headlines when it comes to copyright and who owns some of the song. And I was a part of that. And I know Richard's been a lot more in those songwriting rooms when those conversations are happening, but just making sure on the business end that you're aware of what needs to get taken care of so you're protected.
Yeah, because if you're a new writer and you're on our app and you're from Iowa and you geolocate to Nashville because you want to write with a Nashville songwriter, and we write, say you connect with me and we write a song, I'm going to expect that we register that song. And if you don't know what ASCAP, BMI, and CSAC, or you don't know what splits are, it's going to be a little bit harder for when we actually, so I say, hey, I pitched this to a publisher, they want it. What is your ASCAP IPI number, or what is your BMI number? And they're like, well, what's that? It's going to take so much longer. And sometimes with sync, it's a quick turnaround. Like if they want to know instantly if you have all the rights to your song, and if you don't, they're going to pass on you. So it's super important to know all that information. And as well,
gotcha.
Splits too, just how splits operate. And that's what we're trying to do, is also be an education tool, because LA is so much different than Nashville. In Nashville, if it's us 3 in a room, doesn't matter if I slept for 80% of the right. If I got up and said, hey, what about this? I'm a writer on that song. And we split it 33%. If we're in
Wow.
LA, it's a lot different. They kind of count lines and they say like, hey, I did this much, I did this much. And they're more upfront about the split sheets right away because they want to make sure that they're getting their percentages. But again, because with any kind of the arts, who knows that the hook that I brought, say it's 2 words, but it's what makes the whole song. Who knows how much that is actually worth when it comes to our conversation? You could write, 90% of the song, but the hook could be what sells it. So I think that's why in Nashville, it's a lot of just shared equity.
That's really interesting. Yeah, to hear how it's different with the splits in different places. And so I think a good majority of the people watching this right now probably understand, if not, like if they're not already signed up with the PRO, they probably at least kind of understand the premise of it. But just for anyone who maybe is a little bit unclear or doesn't understand, how that process works, could you give us like a really brief overview of what a PRO is and what you mean by splits?
Yeah, I mean, mostly just performing rights organizations are the ones who are going to, if you finally get a song on the radio, they're the ones that collect your royalties and give it back to you. So for the most part, there's 3 major ones, and there's a few other ones that are I think there's 5 total PROs in the United States. But ASCAP, BMI are the 2 biggest, and then CSAC is invite only. So you would know about CSAC because they'd be inviting you to become a writer. And that's how it's kind of divvied up, is to when we write a song, if I was ASCAP, Kevin's BMI, your CSAC, when we register that song, it needs to know where we're at because those different PROs are what are going to be sending us that, what we call mailbox money. And so it's super important, but it's super easy too. I mean, for ASCAP, it's a $50 fee, one-time fee forever. You just go in there, put in your name, put what your all the information of, it's like super simple application, and you push it in, and now you're an ASCAP PRO affiliate. So yeah. What was the other? Was there a second question to that? I forget already.
I think you answered it. So basically, it sounds like the point of the PROs is that they essentially help keep track of the money that you've earned from the songs that you've written. And when you're co-writing with someone and you're talking about splits, you're basically deciding like how much of do you earn from the writing that song. And
so they need to know what percentage of the song that you're getting so that they can actually give you the right royalties. Yep.
Cool. And so it is interesting. So in Nashville, it sounds like it's usually split evenly, no matter how much or how little you contributed at the session, just because it can be kind of subjective and hard to really know like how much. Yeah, if a couple of words really made it pop, then how do you determine that? So in Nashville, it sounds like it's something that is generally kind of you just split it evenly. Whereas in LA and maybe in some other places, you might determine something more upfront, or you might kind of change it around. How do you recommend if someone's just getting started with co-writing, like should they go into it and ask about it right away? Or is that like something that is kind of a cultural thing?
I would only if it's your first time writing, and especially if you're going out to LA or you're looking to LA or writing with someone like that, just be like, hey, up front, I just want to know how you do splits. So you can still act like you're knowledgeable, but just say, how do you do the splits? Because I want to make sure that we're going in here and we understand, because there's ultimately pros and cons to both, but I think the more cons are in where we all decide who gets what, because if you have one person in the room that is very demanding, they may demand for a weaker line just because it's theirs, rather than a collective, like artistic, all 3 of us are really trying to be like, I don't know, we could do better. And if Kevin has that line, I want to be like, yes, that's the line. I don't want to be like, how can I tweak this so I get a higher percent on this song? Because you have those people. And so I honestly think the more people that start doing hey, we're splitting what's in the room. We all made educated decisions to get in the room with each other. So we got to trust that each individual is going to bring as much to the table. And if you don't, we just don't write with you next time. So that's how I would typically approach it.
I like that. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So that, it helps to alleviate any egos or any sort of sense of wanting to, like you said, make sure that it's your line as opposed to someone else's. It makes the focus more about writing the best song possible.
Yeah.
Cool. So another thing you mentioned a little bit ago was how it's one of the biggest keys to being successful with co-writing is really understanding your strengths and your weaknesses as a writer. So knowing if you're really good at lyrics, or if you're good at melody, or you're good at a different component of songwriting. How do you recommend people determine that? Is that something that they just kind of know naturally, or something they learn through co-writing? And you mentioned it's a good thing to have a conversation kind of up front, but could you dive a little bit deeper into strengths as a writer, and maybe even like what are some of the different things that you look at? I know melody, lyrics are a couple of them, but if you're going to work with if you're writing up and you're going to work with like a really awesome songwriter, then how would you want to position your own skills when you're communicating with them?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, it's hard to really think. I mean, most listeners here who have been songwriting for a while probably just, when I said that, thought to themselves like, wait, what type of writer am I? I think people just don't think about it enough. And I mean, because if you're good, you're just good. Some people are kind of baseline, decent enough at melody, lyric, and stuff to where they don't have to really worry about it because they're just baseline really good. But when you know you're bad at something, you have to be upfront about that. So even on my profile on We Should Rise Time, I have about 45 different placements, and I put the 9 songs that I've had placed on my in my profile. When you click on them, you'll hear a rap song, you'll hear like a pop song, you'll hear a country song. I'm not good with melody, so I don't want you swiping on me and being like, hey, I love your beats or I love your melody. And so to be direct up front, be like, hey, I know you listen to my music, but here's the deal. I'm not the melody person. That was someone totally different. I'm more the lyric person and the hook person. So and sometimes that's hard to do because you're thinking, especially if you're writing up, you're just like, okay, what if they only wanted me because my melody was really good in this? And even though it wasn't mine, should I get in the room with them? I honestly think that would do more damage than it did good, because if that's what they wanted, then and you don't present it to them, you're never writing with them again anyways. If you already have it on the books and you're more humble about it, being like, honestly, I'm not as good with melody, but I really have this great idea I want to come in with, they're not going to cancel just because of that. But if you come in the room and you just suck, they're going to not write with you again. So I think it's super important to be upfront and to identify that. But you still, and I'm more forward thinking than most, because you still don't really get that. Most of the writers I've written with in Nashville, nobody's ever told me what their skill set was. And I think a lot of them, because since they moved here, again, their baseline just pretty good at a little bit of everything. Until we get in the room, sometimes they're like, hey, I'm not really good at melody. And then you have to call up someone else to come in. We had to do that on one write where we're just like, we just could not get a melody locked in, even though we're decent enough to get a bass line. But when the song started making a turn and we wanted to hear a sound, but we couldn't we actually ended up calling someone else to come over and kind of be the melody person. And so just being okay with that.
Awesome. Yeah, I think you're totally right. Like just being able to identify and being able to communicate transparently about where you're at is 99.9% of the time, like people are going to appreciate you for it. And it's better to be upfront than to like hide it and then just point them afterwards.
Sometimes I'm just looking for melody. Like I would love if someone just said, I suck at hooks, but I'm so strong with melody. Then I'm like, you're my perfect match. Because a lot of times you might have conflicting, like if I'm really good at hook and architect and just blurbing out words and you're the same exact way, I don't really want to get in a room with you just because you're not really highlighting or you're not strengthening my weaknesses. And so that's what I need. I need that kind of like that perfect fit so that we can just write. And so I think that's super important, especially when you're filling out the profiles on the We Should Rise Time app, and what we talk about on there is like, if you're a top liner, if you do lyric, if you do melody, what instruments you play. Because honestly, a lot of times when I'm starting to write a song, I'm like, this would be so cool on piano. So I would get on there and I would be looking strictly for someone who plays piano, because I think it'd be really cool to have this idea on piano. So, and you don't have that access now. You can't just go out into a bar and be like, piano, do you write and play piano? And so this makes it so much easier to kind of find that perfect match.
Cool. Yeah. I'd love to hear more about your app now in terms of, I know that the whole benefit of the app is that it makes it really simple and easy to find other songwriters like what you're talking about and be able to find people with strengths that match your gaps. So how exactly does the app work, and like how much does it cost, and how do people use it?
Yeah. And you pretty much hit it on the head. When everybody asks, like, they hear We Should Write Sometime, they kind of chuckle just because I think they've said it a lot as a songwriter. But you describe it as Tinder for songwriters, and that's exactly how we describe it. And a lot of it has to do with just the functionality of it, right? It's a user builds a profile. We have an open form text field, so you can put in just kind of what we're talking about, right? Here's my style, genres, a little bit about me, what I'm looking for, kind of where I'm located. And then it has links to your SoundCloud, Spotify, YouTube, socials. That way you can kind of get this sense of, hey, I can look at them on Instagram, but also hear some of the songs they're posting there. I can listen to them on SoundCloud and Spotify. Then I can see what their skills are, if they do lyrics, melody, or top line, and then what instruments they play. And then it uses geolocation, right? So here in Nashville, I open it up, I'm going to see everybody here in Nashville. And then if it's somebody that I want to write with, it's a swipe right. And so we joke on that, swipe right, get it? And then if they swipe right back on you, then in the app, you're connected to then message and be like, hey, we obviously have a mutual agreement that we want to write with each other. And this way you're not sharing personal contact information. And so obviously, a lot of big time writers, a ton of people go up and like, hey, would you want to write with me? And, they don't have to give out their number and they don't know who this person is. So that helps with that, privacy, but also filtering through and being like, hey, I can make this a lot easier. And if I don't want to write with that person, it's a quick swipe left, just like those dating apps. The other component, right, is the geolocation feature. So if you are in, say, Nebraska and say, look, I've got a lot of lyrics and I need some melody, I need to get in front of other songwriters in Nashville or LA or New York or wherever, I can simply in the app just geolocate, put my profile there. And especially during these times, we're seeing all virtual writes. I think that's, maybe going to change here coming up, but everybody's doing it virtual. So it is awesome to see from our perspective, these writers that said, hey, one, I have a little bit more time to write, but two, man, now I'm really getting into co-writing because I feel like since everybody's got to do it virtually, it doesn't matter where I am. I can kind of connect with anybody that I need to in any city. And the beauty is it's free to download, right? Like it's free to download. The geolocation feature is free to use now. Like we are very clear in saying, look, we want to help songwriters as much as possible. And so for us, it's how do we make it very simple for other songwriters to find and connect with each other, save time and money, right? I think here in Nashville, we see and have a lot of friends that fly in from Canada, from Australia, for the sole purpose of meeting other songwriters for a later date. So they're spending flight, hotel, nights out, all that money and say, look, I'm just trying to network. And then I'm going to be back, say in August. We're saving a complete flight, a trip, nights out. So we can simply just go, look, hey, just in your profile to say I'm going to be in Nashville in August, setting up co-writes in advance. So that's going to save a ton of time and money. So yeah, it's a pretty simple concept. I mean, we're still young, right? Like we launched in November of 2018, so we're still fairly young. So there's a lot of things that we know that we need to update and kind of fix in the design part of it. So patience with that as we're still a young startup, but we're excited, right? And I think as we are available in Canada, Australia, in the US, and we'll be expanding to Israel and the UK here soon. So we're going to start seeing a lot of cool collaborations and co-writes with new music, new sound, new people from all across the world. And that's what we're trying to do, is just help songwriters do what they love. So yeah, that's kind of the quick pitch overview, or long pitch, however you want to look at it.
Awesome, dude. That's so cool. What'd be funny is if people ended up finding more dating success on We Should Write Sometime than on like Tinder.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is a commonality from the very get-go, right? And
well, it's like the show on ABC, the new Bachelor show, whatever that is, where it's the beat.
Oh yeah.
Whatever it is, it's musicians finding love through their music. So
listen to your heart. Yeah,
you'd be a good partner with them.
Yeah. There you go. Listen to your heart.
Love it.
Cool. So yeah, it sounds like this is just a tool, like an opportunity for songwriters who, are looking for other songwriters to write with,
Sure.
and with the benefit of that, rather than having to go out to all these writing rounds or all these bars and meet people and kind of awkwardly like introduce yourself and like, do stuff. It really kind of consolidates, or it streamlines the relationship building. I'd love to hear, I know we talked a little bit. Oh yeah, go ahead.
So, and the next piece of that, right, is given that not only access to people that may not be in Nashville, but, we know a lot of songwriters that are introverts, right? And their idea of a good night out to network isn't exactly going to bars all night. And so this kind of gives that piece of mind to them, like, wow, I can still find some really good co-writes and not need to network and go, handshake all the time and try to be in the scene. But two, right, like now we're at that stage of we want to help those writers that are writing good songs within the app. And so now it's starting to collect songs of from two writers that met on the app. And, you know, with our connections here in Nashville, it's, hey, how do we help promote them and get them in front of the right people and kind of show, like, if you are the best lyricist from El Paso, Texas, or wherever, you don't have to be in Nashville, but we can still show a path of success and give you that hope of, if I write really good songs and I work really, really hard, I don't have to be there necessarily. There is a pathway to advancing my career in songwriting. And again, we're just getting into that phase, but we're excited about hearing these songs that people are sending to us, so that we can then go, great, is this a place where then we can get them in front of publishers potentially? And they're like, wow, I never would have thought, you know, a publisher or would have heard my song, let alone maybe get signed or cut or whatever. But that's kind of our mission, right? Is to help not just write, but then how do we progress if you do write those good songs and work hard enough.
Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, I can definitely see how, because in a lot of ways, you know, this co-writing relationship network already exists, like offline. Like there's already these relationships that are built, and you know, there's already this community. And so it sounds like really what the app is doing and kind of the long-term vision of it is to create this platform that just streamlines the process and allows you to connect with the right people who are most likely to fill your gaps as a songwriter, and to be able to actually showcase, you know, to people who write songs together, they can showcase the songs that they wrote, and you can actually have a database where you look and you see, you know, you can have maybe like a leaderboard with like, hey, look at the, like, these are the songs and these are the people that are writing the songs, and you can, you know, reach out to them more directly. Sounds like a really, really cool vision.
Yeah. And I mean, it's one of those for us. Everyone's looking for the next great songwriter, right? And I don't think anybody now cares where they come from. And if we can help facilitate that in some way, that's exciting. You know, if it's, you know, we've had some publishers just say, look, like, I want to know who the most swiped right it on profiles are. And that to us is important, because then we got to relay that message to the users and say, make sure your profile is great, right? Like, make sure you have as much info, as many links as possible so they can really vet you, because, you know, at some point, right, we'll get to that phase of being able to look at some data and leaderboard, as you say, and really help. But again, you got to put in the work. You can't just be like, hey, you know, like I wrote a song, you know, get it in front of Luke Combs, right? That's just not going to happen. You know, we got some work to do.
So is this an app? Is it for like iPhone, Android? Is there like a web app version of it, or where can people find it?
It's on both app stores, so Google Play and iOS for Apple. And yeah, we really don't have that much of a website, you know, if you will. And we kind of joke sometimes, and when they say Tinder for songwriters, I always go, have you been to Tinder or Bumble's website? And people are like, no. I'm like, kind of like that. But again, right, you can absolutely go to weshouldwritesometime.com and it takes you to the app stores, and we will eventually build that out, right? But I think right now it's, how do we do the one thing we need to do, which is connect songwriters so that they can co-write? And that's where we started, and we've seen a lot of success lately, you know, just because everybody kind of being indoors and needing to do virtual writing. But the organic growth part of it is exciting, because we just go, look, how do we help not only connect, but then further those careers, like I was saying. But yeah, it's free to download. You know, we're going to be building a lot of cool premium features coming out. But yeah, we're really excited for what we're seeing so far.
Beautiful. And so to make it really simple for everyone that's watching this, we'll put a link to We Should Write Sometime, the app, below for both the iOS store and the Android store. And yeah, I'm excited. So yeah, we just met about a week ago, and as soon as I heard about this app, I'm like, this is a really cool idea. This is awesome. And I'm really looking forward to downloading it and trying it out. And I know you guys just got featured on Billboard and on Rolling Stone. So I really, you know, this is something that is starting to build a lot of momentum. So I definitely recommend that anyone that's watching this right now, for the reasons we already talked about, you know, co-writing and getting yourself out there, networking, connecting with people, writing better songs. Like, the foundation of your music career really comes from your songs and how well those connect with people. And so I highly recommend following the advice that Kevin and Richard are sharing with us, and using their app as a tool, and ultimately just getting really, really good at co-writing, because that is a big lever in your music career.
We can't thank you enough, and I really appreciate it. And I always say, especially at this stage, right? Like, I try to manage expectations as much as possible. And we know there's like some little design things that we're working on fixing to make it a smoother, more frictionless thing. And so we're always working to make it a lot easier to use at this stage. But as of now, right? Like, I am always responding and wanting to make sure I'm giving the best experience and customer service. So I always kind of put, when you guys sign up, like links directly to me for some one-on-one time if you want. Always down for that. But then just to answer any questions and get feedback, right? Because I think the feedback at this stage is super important. So we are building it the way that's going to help you guys. And that's what we want. So can't thank you enough, Michael, for having us on.
Yeah, absolutely. And one additional thing to add on to that too is, I think, a big opportunity for everyone that's watching this right now is that this is kind of in the earlier stage of the startup, and they're building some major momentum. But right now, you're probably going to get access to a lot of features that are going to be premium, down the line. So there's going to be these different things that you can pay for. But because you're some of the first people to hear about it, you're going to have the benefit of getting access to these features for free.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you sharing that opportunity with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. This is great.
Yo, all right. We are here live with both Kevin and Richard. Hey, what's up, dudes? Thanks for taking the time to be on here live today.
Our pleasure. Thanks for having us. This is great.
This is great. We were like backstage before they came on here live, and we had like a whole countdown thing. It's super. It's just like launching a rocket ship.
Exactly the same.
Giving SpaceX a run for their money. So we had a ton of questions come in. A lot of people who are really fascinated by the app and are like, "This is a really cool idea." So yeah, this will be hopefully like a really cool time for people to be collaborating and using this tool. And a couple of questions coming in around co-writing in general, and I also like how the app works. One person asked, right now clearly getting together live and doing co-writing sessions is difficult because of social distancing. But I know you've seen a lot of people virtually using it. It's been a really cool way for people who are using the app to be able to connect with each other virtually from all over the world. Have you noticed any trends in terms of like which virtual platform is best for co-writing? Like, whether it's FaceTime, Zoom, Skype, or like what platform do you usually recommend?
Good question. And we ask that a lot to our users of what they're using and what they feel more comfortable with. I think the overall majority are using Zoom. They're definitely using those other platforms as well, but I would say the majority is using Zoom. I would say one tip, if you will, with Zoom is making sure in the settings piece that it is picking up the ambient background noises, because what we've heard is when you're doing a Zoom call, it's really focused on just the voice, right? And so if you're playing guitar in the background, it can be really hard to hear. So that's just one tip to think about in those settings within Zoom. But I think for us, we're hearing Zoom be the majority of the platform that is being used.
But I do think when we come out of it, because right now, is it still accurate that Zoom, they waived the 40-minute thing as of right now, or did they drop that off? Because I think everyone was using it because they were waiving the 40-minute fee, where like after 40 minutes you have to upgrade. So I bet we'll see more likely not than when they start paying after 40 minutes that people will start using more like Google Meet and everything because it's free for longer. So I think that's what, just like this app, it's free to download. So we know songwriters don't have a ton of money to spend on things if they're spending, money on every single day on every write, because most writes don't happen in 40 minutes, to be honest. Like it's average, like 4 hours, 5 hours for a really quality write. So yeah, we may see a transition, but that's Zoom's what we're seeing now because it's the most hyped.
Cool. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Zoom. I mean, we're on Zoom right now, and it's cool. So it sounds like there's a feature that helps a lot with co-writing in particular, because for most people using Zoom, it's like voice. It's what we're doing right now. We wouldn't necessarily want ambient noise to be happening, but with like when you're co-writing, you want to hear the guitar in the background, and so there's actually a setting if you go to your settings where it's like you go to sound, and then you can say uncheck the clear out ambient noise thing so you can hear better. And then in terms of Zoom, right now maybe they've kind of waived the premium fee of like over 40 minutes or so. I mean, I think it's like what $10 a month or something for Zoom to upgrade to
Yeah.
premium. So
No, yeah, if you're willing, I mean, this is definitely, I feel like one of the best platforms if you're willing to pay for it, but just know that a lot of people aren't paying for it just yet.
right, totally makes sense. Cool. So next question was, I have a hard time feeling like co-written songs reflect me as an artist, even when they're written with professionals. How do you find partners that are a good fit and also not lose myself in the group's personality?
I mean, wait, what was the first part of that question?
It sounds like this person has co-written a few times and they haven't gotten to come out with like a song that they feel like reflects them, or they feel like,
Yeah.
yeah, they're trying to figure out how do you find the right people who are a good fit so that you don't necessarily lose
Oh
yourself in
yeah,
the
no,
group's
it's
personality.
super hard. One of my best friend in town. I mean, he's the one that taught me songwriting, and we've been friends since 2008. We cannot get a song together. Like, we're best friends in real life, but we cannot get a quality song like timely manner. But then I'll be with someone that I really don't like that much, like as a person, like we don't like to hang out, but we write a song in like an hour. It's so hard, and that's again why this app's so helpful, even for me, is because you gotta consistently just find these people that you really groove with, and that's why people ultimately, at the end of the day, when they get successful, they start camping up a little bit because they know they have quality songs with these certain people. But it's a grind just to find those right people and just to kind of share that voice, because you'll get a lot of people in the room too that are just very demanding on their end. You come in with the idea, and sometimes it changes for the better, but a lot of times it'll change for the worse, and you're like, oh, I just wasted that title on this, right? And then you try to go rewrite it with someone else, like in a better way, where you're not, infringing on your own copyright from the other song. So I mean, it's rough. That's the whole reason we created this app, though, was to be able to find those people, find the people that really, because even if they are your exact opposite, which is good for a write, like with me being, a person who likes to architect it, or, build out the song and likes to find the hook, even if I find that person that's so good at melody, doesn't mean we're still going to be a good fit. It just means I'm one step closer to finding that perfect co-write.
That's awesome. Yeah. So it sounds like, it's a lot like dating in the sense that,
Oh yeah.
if you have a few different bad experiences, doesn't necessarily mean that you should be like celibate for the rest of your life, but you need
Yeah.
to just find the people that you do groove with, that you
Yep.
complement each other. And it does seem like, yeah, the more the more people that you connect with and that you try it, you're probably going to find a few of those people, and you'll start to see some patterns between like, oh, I guess it's people who are really good at this, and I can contribute this.
Yeah, and when you're writing towards radio and trying to get cuts out there, you shouldn't worry about if you're a friend with this person in real life. If you need to continue that friendship on, just knowing that you guys are compatible in the room, that's all you need, because it's like you don't like all your coworkers, but you work with your coworkers to get the job done. Songwriting can be the same way. Don't feel like you have to be attached to the person. Just make sure you're writing quality songs.
Cool. All right. So another question someone had about co-writing was, they're basically wondering if you have any thoughts about whether it's better to take like old songs to co-writes and get them finished versus like, is it better to start from scratch with people?
I mean, I usually just leave the old ones behind and kind of, I'll bring them up. Like if it's a song that I just wrote by myself and I really want to redo it at one point, I would go back and do it. But I wait for the timing's right, because a lot of times those first songs that you've written are already they're already, how do I say it? Like, not super bad, but when you first start, they're just, structure is kind of weird. And so you need fresh eyes to look at it anyway. So I would never, I mean, I guess it really depends, because Taylor Swift went back and recorded Sparks Fly. Like, that was a song she wrote when she was 16 by herself. And then she looked at it after she had multiple number ones. She went back and was like, this song could be successful. So I guess if you're pushing forward and you're getting better each day as a writer and you continue, maybe look back and look through your last 10 song or your first 10 songs and try to find that right song. But a lot of times you want to pull stuff out of it to work with. But I hardly ever go back and just totally try to revamp an old song that I think just needs a little work, because it's all about continuing how to write a song so many times, like how to write a love song 1,000 times. Like, that's a skill set, but it's happening every day in Nashville. Every time you hear a new love song on the radio and you're like, how has this not been written yet? You have to keep on trying to find that next way to write the same exact style song. So it'd probably be a good lesson, or a learning lesson, to go back to one of those songs and try to rewrite it into a totally different perspective or a totally different object or something like that, and just use it as tools to become a better songwriter.
Awesome. Yeah. So it sounds like, you usually, if you're coming into it fresh, then there's more flexibility for creativity. People can kind of contribute to it. But if it's something that you've had a while ago, then you kind of already have the structure in place. It's kind of cemented. So it can be maybe a little bit tricky to re-navigate it. But
That's
that
for
being
me at
said,
least. Like I go
yeah.
back and I get pigeonholed because sometimes I do go back and I'm like, I just want to rewrite the song, and I just keep going back to the same thought process that I used to have. So unless you're bringing it to, and even there's a song I wrote where I brought it to Mark Irwin, who has like 10 number one hits, and I had this song pretty much fully done, and I even brought it to him, and it's really hard. And that's one of the biggest mistakes. Never bring a full song to another person, because now you're just like, they're just trying to edit a little bit for you, and they're not sure what to change, because if they're not there from the start, the thought process, they're pretty much just going backwards on this whole song, seeing like what's important and what's not. So we rewrote it with Mark Irwin, and it didn't really hit what I wanted to hit because we were already building off a really bad foundation. And so
Mm.
you want to make sure that foundation is really good when you launch.
Awesome. Yeah, that it brings an analogy to my mind. I mean, I'm sure everyone here has probably heard this analogy, but like, building a house on solid foundation, right?
Oh
Like if
yeah.
you're building it on sand, then you come back and you're trying to improve the house that's already built on sand, then it's still going to crumble down really
Yeah.
quickly, as opposed to, starting from a solid foundation. Cool. So next question. Someone was asking about, they said, can you tell us more about top line writing?
I mean, top line's a very LA thing. It's when we even started our app, me and Kevin were just like, top line, and what's this? Because I was looking up the different kind of writers, and then we'd meet a lot of people in pop that do the top line. And it's pretty much, if someone has like a really good beat, like they're really good at making beats and sometimes melody, they'll send it to someone to write the lyric over that beat or melody. And so they're strictly, a lot of them are lyricists with the flair, so they can actually like bring in some super awesome melodies to any beat. And so that's typically, if you're a top liner. Or but yeah, actually in Nashville, I'm starting to see more and more where they're like, oh, I'm so glad you have top liner on there. When we first started this, because yeah, I'm more into countryside. I do lyrics and melody and some stuff, but top liner. I had the same question when I started out. If you don't know what it is, you're probably not a top liner. But, it is a good
Right.
skill to have though, because I think a ton of people are looking for top liners, because a ton of people are just really good with melody and beats and everything, and they can create music, but they can't ever fit the rhythm to the music that they're creating with lyric or word.
Gotcha. Yeah. So like a top liner is basically someone who, like, they complement. So if someone builds out a track and they build out the beat and they build out a whole track around it, then the top liner can kind of just come in and fill it in with like the lyric and the melody, or like the hook, or kind of the part,
Yeah, like,
the
because if
top
you
line of
want to
it.
be a writer and you just pre-make all the music first, but you're like, I have no idea how to put words on top of it, that's what a top liner is going to be really good for. They're going to come in and just fix it up for you. So I think it's kind of a way for musicians and track people to become songwriters, because they're still, you get more money in the songwriting portion rather than, you could build a track and someone could pay you $50, $100, $500 for it. But if you're a songwriter on the song and it gets big, all of a sudden you're getting a lot more in royalties and everything. So I think it's a way for musicians to become songwriters through the process. So they're making the music and the melody and everything.
That's really interesting. So another question someone asked was, how does this app work with duos/trios? If we want to write together with someone, is that possible?
What was the work with? What was that?
It sounds like this person was wondering. So if they're like a duo and they want to write with another person, are they going to have like two different profiles that they come together? Or should they use like one profile for both of them, or
Good
how that
question.
works?
Yeah, we've seen a good bit of duos kind of just put one profile for their duo name and just both control that. But that's not to say you couldn't have two, right, as individuals. But what we've seen most is having one profile for the duo, and then they both kind of control it from that perspective. And obviously, we're still, new and have a robust roadmap in terms of features, functionality, updates, and those things. And one thing that's coming out here soon in the next release is the adding more than one other co-writer. So it would be more to get more than just one other person to co-write with. So that'll help bring in more people that way. But for us right now on the duo perspective, we usually just see one profile.
Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. It seems like that would just be a simple way to do it too, is
Yeah.
just to bring them both together. All right. So someone asked, how do you recommend artists from different countries? So now we're kind of getting into like the PROs and the splits. And someone asked, how do you recommend artists from different countries do splits? Like using a website like oddly.com, oddly spelled like audio, LY at the end. And
Yep.
I'm not sure if, are you guys familiar with that website?
Yeah, familiar with them for sure. And we know splits is something, again, that's very much in this next phase for us to have a connector built in the app to help manage that stuff.
Wow. That would be
But
cool.
again, yeah. So we know that we're working on that. So for now, right, like all we're doing is facilitating the connection. And then obviously from the PRO and all the back end paperwork perspective, that's still kind of on the songwriters to take care of that. But we obviously know that that is going to be an efficiency build in for us to help manage that process. And so, for now, it's still making sure that you are registered and, with the splits, obviously there's pretty much a difference now with Nashville splits versus LA and New York and kind of how those are managed and worked and talked about. But yeah, we know that we want to help in that space, but for now it's still kind of predicated on the songwriters taking care of that.
Right.
Definitely, because if the question was based on like how just information on them, like if they don't know too much about splits.
Right. Yeah. It sounds like it's someone who lives overseas and they're kind of just wondering, like, if different artists are virtually connecting from different countries, like how do they handle splits?
Yeah, and that's again being very upfront with where, like, if you're, say that person's in Canada or Australia and they're geolocated in Nashville, just know right off the bat, Nashville typically is just split. There's 3 of us in the room. We're getting split 3 ways, and that's pretty upfront. If you're geolocating to LA, I would 100% ask how they do splits, like before you get in the session, because you want to make sure you're very upfront about that, and just say, I would always encourage people to push hey, we all get an equal split. Coming out of this room and this right, because we never know, who puts in the one word or the one hook or the one line that really pulls the song together and got us that cut. So just be very forward in LA for sure, probably New York and Atlanta too, because I'm not sure how they operate as well, but Nashville almost every time it's just, if you have a foot in the door, if you're in there, it's considered a 3-way right or a 4-way right, and it's just split evenly. But yeah, if you always have anytime you have questions, just ask them. It's never going to hurt to start the conversation with, hey, how are we splitting this up? Are you cool with just splitting everything 50-50 or 33-33-33, whatever it is? That's
Awesome.
what I would push for.
Yeah, I feel like the way you described it during the interview was really smart. Just like ask them, like, how do you usually do splits? And there's I think sometimes people are concerned, like, would that kind of throw out the vibe if I like talk about it? But like if you're just like at the beginning, just being upfront and
yeah,
courteous,
I think it's refreshing, really. Just be like, oh, this person wants to get a song cut. Because if you weren't worried about splits, it'd probably mean that you weren't really trying to push this to the next level, because there's hobbyists who just write for themselves and they're not going to be worried about splits. But then there's people who are grinding it out and who want to be serious about this. And those are the ones that are probably going to be like, hey, I just want to know how you guys do this. How are we doing the splits for this song once we create it?
Beautiful. All right. So one person asked about, like, let's say you have 3 people in the room, and you co-write a song together. When you're distributing a co-written song, is it usually one person that submits it on behalf of everyone? If so, are there any potential benefits or downsides to being that person who does it?
Now, if you're talking about like one person could register it with a PRO or whatnot, but if you're pitching it, you want all 3 people pitching it to every which way. I mean, if one person's putting in a songwriting competition, the other one's pitching it to a publisher, you're going to want like all hands on deck, because to get that, again, that's why people co-write with different people all the time. The more people that get to hear even that one song, the better. And so you'll have people, you just do it until someone puts it on hold. So that's the only problem. If you get a song on hold by an artist, even if it's a lower level independent artist, you still don't want to be pitching that song out. Or you want to tell your co-writers, like, hey, hold off on sending that song to anybody else, because this publisher wants the song on hold. It's not a written rule that you have to do that, but it's kind of good karma if you do, and that's kind of practice right now, especially here in Nashville, is if an artist holds this, and some people get screwed over by that. Some people, they'll let an artist hold it, and they'll hold it for like 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, and they're not pitching out because they want that artist to know that, like, hey, this is your song if you want it. So some songwriters get kind of screwed by it, but for the most part, just having on song on hold helps your credibility. So if you're like, hey, I had a song because one of our songs got held by Justin Moore, and it never made the cut, but still, like, you know that you're in the running for that cut. So if they're holding your song, that means that they have, they probably only have at tops 20 songs out of the hundreds that they got submitted. They're like, these 20 I want to put on hold, and they're going to be listened to, and they're going to be recording each one. They're going to be jamming out to them. They're going to try to find that perfect fit. And you just hoping after that hold that you get that song on the album. And then if you get it on the album, then you're hoping to get that single. But yeah, so I would definitely, yeah, do that.
Cool. It's cool. So it sounds like, it's a huge benefit. Like if there's several people on the song, everyone should definitely be distributing it or trying to sell it and trying to get it, placed.
Yeah.
And in terms of like, because I think maybe when the person was asking this too, it might have been actually like in terms of PROs, like registering the songs. Is it usually one person that like registers it to like a PRO?
Typically, but you want to make sure not everyone will, because if one's with like BMI and one's with HASCAP or one's with CSAC, they may be registered on their own. They should talk to each other. Like they should know if they apply and they put your name in, they're going to need your IPI number to actually put in your right information. Sometimes they'll just find you, but sometimes it won't. Like there's some stuff. I'm an ASCAP writer, and I went to BMI repertory, whatever it's called, and I typed in my name, and I found my name on a few songs that weren't registered to my ASCAP. And so then you have to go through the hoops of being like, hey, can you put in my IPI number so it connects to this? So that's another thing. That's where all that, it's called black box money or whatnot, where there's all this money and royalties that don't get distributed because people are not registering their friends right, because they don't have their full name, they don't have their IPI number. So that's another thing to be very upfront with. Be like, hey, who's going to register a song? If you're going to register this, here's my IPI number, or here's my everything that you need for my information. So you know that you never miss out on it. I know one of my songs from a girl who is a writer in LA, it was a song we had a work tape of probably like 3 years ago. It just popped up on my ASCAP, and I texted her and I was like, hey, are you playing? She's like, I'm thinking about recording the song. So I registered it. So you don't have to register every song, but it's good practice too, just in case. Like I had a song I wrote by myself that I'm just super pumped about. And I registered instantly because if I go out and play those at writers rounds and someone kind of steals my idea, I want to make sure that everything's complete, like it's registered. But for the most part, you don't have to worry about that a ton. It just helps protect you.
Cool. Yeah. So it sounds like, it's important, like with the splits, that you're just kind of upfront and like, who's responsible, who's going to be doing it, making sure they have the IPI number and what they need to register it. And there could be a benefit in terms of just being that person. Like if you're willing to take the responsibility who does it, then you can make sure that it gets done and make sure that you're doing a good job for them too.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's actually a thing. Being that person, like if you're a producer and a songwriter and you're new to songwriting, be willing to produce almost every song at no cost, like that you write with, because that's going to make them bring you into the room, other rooms, be like, hey, my dude, if we write this, they're going to make a track for this. So we automatically have a song. So even if you're not at the level they're going to be pulling you in because they want you to create tracks. And that's going to build your legitimacy to the point to where you don't have to do it by yourself anymore, or you can have them pay for your tracks. So it's all about that hustle. Sometimes you have to give a little bit to get a lot. And so same thing with, if you're always that guy in the room or girl in the room that's like, hey, I'm going to register a song, I'm going to put these all in there. I mean, people, especially creatives, hate doing the admin work. So if you come into every write wanting to do the admin work or something like that, that's going to put you on another level too, where it's like, hey, we had an all right song with this guy, but he's willing to do everything. And so let's bring him back in. And you're only getting better as a songwriter as you write each day. And you're just making more connections and networking, and people are talking about you. So again, be as good of a writer as you can by doing these little bits of things that may be annoying in the beginning. But again, if you're grinding out and you want to make it to the top, you can do these things to the point to where you end up on top.
So good. All right. So a few questions left. So someone asked, and this was kind of a technical question, but they were asking, it sounds like they wrote a song with two other co-writers, and they have both of their writer IPI numbers, but only one of their publishing numbers. And so they're asking, should I put their publishing number on the song or just mine?
So with that, so do they set up their own publishing too? Because that's the thing that most people don't know, is that when you register as an ASCAP writer, if you don't have publishing, you don't just get publishing. You still have to register yourself as a publisher. And so if they're writing with other people who do not have a publishing, you still have to do like a co-pub agreement for you to take their publishing. but they still have all the rights to their publishing. So you can't just say, you could say publishing unknown. So if you're registering it and it's us three, when you tell me who your publisher is, and I have my publisher, but Kevin's like, or we never asked Kevin what his publisher was, but we want to register his song. You can text him and ask him about it. But if he doesn't have it set up, just put publisher unknown, because you never want to try to take their publishing from them without having a co-pub deal or any kind of contract in place. And then your song gets successful and then them come after you for registering it wrong and taking most of that information. So make sure that if you're pushing your music out there, that you become a publisher as well, which doesn't cost you anything extra besides the normal fee that it costs. Like ASCAP's like $50.
Cool. Yeah. So for anyone watching this right now, I think we even talked about it, how there's like, it's split into writer, like the 50% writers, 50% publishers. And what you'd recommend is first that everyone, sets up their own publishing for themselves as a writer, so that they can collect, the 50% that comes to that. And then, and this is awesome. Apparently, what you can do if you don't know their publisher number, you can just say unknown. And when you do that, so it just kind of like puts it like an escrow, or just kind of holds it, and then if they add the publisher later.
And that's the thing, is that's why, like, when I searched on BMI for my stuff, most likely they put, Richard Casper unknown, because they didn't reach out to me and ask me for this information. So once I found it, I could be like, hey, and fill in the rest of my information or submit that information and get it over into our catalog, or work with ASCAP to be like, hey, this song was registered on BMI. Can you correct this and put it into my category too? So yeah, and cool. If you think about it, ultimately think about there's 200% that you own of a song, because you're owning 100% of your writer royalties and then 100% of your publisher royalties. And so it's confusing to a lot of people to think that there's 200% of a song, but the way that copyright and everything's built, and just the songwriting community, you have to think of it that way. So always try to protect your publishing too, but never feel like, so anytime you get a chance to get a song with a big label and they want to do a one song contract deal with you, most likely they're going to take 100% of your publishing, but never feel like that's a horrible thing, because that's industry standard, really. So if you're getting if you're getting a co-pub deal even at 50% publishing, that's huge. So if they're taking you on, that's because they're paying for all the promotion, they're pushing that song, they're doing so much behind it. Definitely do not screw yourself out of a deal. We had I was working on a project in LA where I had two of these guys who read the deal and were like, you're taking all of our publishing. And I was like, but we're giving you part of the master, which is actually like you get more funding from that, or money from that. And they just did not have it. And then we went off, we didn't put them two on the project, and we moved on with it and got like 45 placements out of that project that they weren't placed on because they were fighting. They were like, you're trying to take our publishing. I was like, we're not trying to take, this is just industry standard. What you're getting, all your writing royalties, you're getting master royalties, and you're getting the credit of being on these songs. Like that's, but so don't ever feel bad if someone's trying to take away your publishing, if they're a legitimate publisher who's trying to push your music, or if it's like a one song contract.
Cool. That totally makes sense. Because I mean, that's the reason that they have those distinguished in the first place, is so that the publisher, their role, like if they're playing that role, you can assign someone, you can give someone their share.
And if they're attached to a label, I mean, they're the ones that are connected to all the DSPs. They're the ones that are pushing your music to Amazon, to Spotify, putting the music video up on Vimeo and all that fun stuff on YouTube. So their whole job is to collect your royalties. And so to give up 100% of your publishing is fine, because you're getting 100% of the songwriter royalties and you're getting all the credit for everything that song does.
Cool. So in terms of like when you're collecting them, if let's say that the people who are watching this are like yeah, like I'm willing to hustle and I want to be that one who provides extra value during these sessions, and so I'll be the one that registers these songs. Would you recommend that just upfront, when they're getting the writer IPIs, that they ask about the publishing too and do it at the same time, or is it common practice just to ask for the writer ones, or what would be most convenient for the people that they're trying to like add value to?
Yeah, I mean, they could ask for, I mean, most likely if you're not already in Nashville and grinding it out, you don't have a publisher, but you can definitely ask that, be like, are you published? You don't have to say, if they just say, no, I'm not with a publisher, then they're probably not going to have their own publishing unless they say they'd be like, oh, but here's my publishing name, because they're registering the song. But anytime you want to, either before or after the session, say after the session get done, you say, hey, I'm registering these. Do you have your own publishing, or what are you doing with that? And then if they say, I didn't set anything up, be like, okay, I'm just going to put unknown for now. If we get this song cut, we'll get a publishing. Because if you're with BMI, I think it costs like $200 to apply for a publishing company for yourself. Some people just don't have that money. So there's no reason to have one until you know your song's getting cut. Once you know your song's getting cut, you have plenty of time to set up your publishing, get that name to the people, because the record labels, the publishers are going to be reaching out to you saying, who's your publishing? Or they're going to do that one song contract and they're going to take the publishing anyway. So you still don't need to set it up. But after you have that success, that's when you'd set up your publishing company.
Awesome. Okay, so it sounds like a good thing to ask about, but it's pretty common for it to be something you're just like right unknown for.
Oh yeah.
Cool. All right, so we got a couple of questions left for you, and they're based around the app. So, I know, like you guys mentioned, you've got like a features list and a product, backlog, and you've got like big plans and things that you're rolling out. One person asked, is there a way to specify genre in the app?
So as of now, no. And we wanted it that way because I think that's where you can get a little dicey, and we don't want to be in this what we're calling specific things, specific genres. I think it's open for interpretation a lot of the time. And so, that's where we kind of keep in the bio within the profile an open field text so that you can kind of put in specific genres and what you're looking for in other songwriters and their genres. And we wanted to keep that open. And again, we may, as we grow and scale, figure out some way to look at that. But I think it's one of those where we don't want to be in the space of going, well, this is this genre, this person's this genre. That's where that open text field comes in to be a lot more helpful, just because, now that we're growing, and in Canada and Australia, it may be a little bit different than here. And then as we grow into the UK and other places, we just would rather give you guys and all the users the ability to put in all of their links to their music. And so other people can listen to them and say, hey, this is that genre, this is what they sound like. So now I can go, this is somebody I potentially want to write with or not, rather than focus on searching by genre. And so that's kind of where we're at this point with that piece of it.
And we encourage people to geolocate to the areas where their genre is the most active. So if I'm looking for pop or top liner and I'm here in Nashville, most likely going to geolocate to LA just to try to find people that I really groove with. But again, you don't really know what you want or what that sound is until you hear it. And so a lot of times, like we talked about, I think in that interview too, was just, it's like, you may think that I'm not your type because I only write country, but then if you listen to all my songs on my little profile, I mean, there's some rap, there's some pop, there's some stuff in there that you're like, oh, I didn't know that this country guy can actually write this type of music. So it kind of lets you kind of dive into every person's profile and have a fresh look at every new face and listen to their music and be like, oh, I actually didn't think I would groove with this kind of sound, but I do now. And then you may be inspired to write a song with that person just based off of their sound. So we really want to encourage people to do that. Because again, we reference the dating apps to where if you're like, I only like blonde women that are this height, and you had that option on Tinder or Bumble just to search for that, I mean, you're going to be missing out on half the population of possible people who would be great suitors for you, because you think you know what you want until you get there and you're like, oh my gosh, like, no, this is what I want, or this is the sound that I want. So I would just encourage people to really dive into every profile.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. So it sounds like, people, if you did limit yourself to a specific genre, then you'd be missing out in a lot of cases on collaborations that would actually take things to the next level, and that would be really innovative and creative. And yeah, this is kind of a weird analogy, but it reminds me of this too. Is there's a game, like a video game that I'm a big fan of, right? I played it a lot when it came out, called Rocket League, and
yeah,
it's a great game. And basically they have like a game mode that's like kind of their main game mode. And at one point, people were talking about like, kind of like breaking it up and doing a bunch of different game modes. And while like it was like kind of like a cool idea, it turned out that it didn't actually execute very well, because when they created these different game modes and you searched for these different game modes, it was split up so much that there was significantly less people. So it took like hours and hours for you to actually get matched up with someone. And so I'm sure, especially because you guys are like our startup, and it's growing it's like wildfire. It's growing like crazy. You just got featured on Rolling Stone, Billboard, but it is kind of still in the startup phase. And so if you did right now do that, then it would be kind of like that game splitting up, and it would just make things a lot more messy. And so there's a lot of benefits to keeping things open right now. And it sounds like maybe sometime down the line, like maybe you'll add in some different things like that, but it just wouldn't add the most value to people right now.
Yeah, I mean, one good example is, a good friend of mine is an independent artist, and when he was touring all the time, and in his profile it says, my genre is if Justin Timberlake met Ed Sheeran, met Chris Stapleton, and what genre, like what is that genre, right? And so we don't want to have to go, well, this is that genre, and then if someone searched for him, and didn't find him, then that would be an issue for users when he's, a phenomenal writer and kind of can cross multiple genres. And I think, again, that is just a hole that we don't want to even entertain, designating genres.
And you don't want to pigeonhole yourself as a songwriter of only one genre, because again, I want to make sure that if some pop person comes up to me, even if I never wrote pop a day in my life, I want to be able to go in that room super confident that I'm going to create the song, help them create the song, knowing that the lyric, the content, whatever I bring to the table in the country realm, I can bring in the pop realm, but let them lead. It's like, if you're not super comfortable in that genre, let whoever's leading that be the guy. Be like, no, this is, because even in pop, a lot of times the chorus, they start with the chorus a lot, and then so it's played multiple different times, and they lead with it, and it's like a common thing. But in country, you don't start with the chorus, and so there's so many different things that you just let other people kind of lead, because you don't want to be starting writing and be like, what are you doing? This isn't how we do it here. So just, again, check your ego at the door if you're writing multiple genres, but then also just be as versatile as possible. If you're not writing multiple genres, jump in a room, find someone on the app that writes pop, if you're country, or that does top line, and you just want to learn more about it, the process, and you're good with melody, write up a track and send it to them, see how that feels. Because honestly, you're not going to know what you're the best at until you kind of dabble into all these different things. Because you may be like, holy crap, I'm really good at pop. I don't like pop music, but I'm really good at writing it. Because that's a common thing too. People just write to what they're good at.
That's so good. Yeah, I mean, how many times have people watching this have you seen an artist blow up, and it's like a mix of several different genres, right? And that's what kind of makes it. If all you do is write with the exact same genre, it's the exact same thing, then it starts to feel a little bit like old, and it's like just it's lacks originality.
Kind of reminds me of Lance Carpenter. He wrote #1, "Love Me Like You Mean It" with Kelsey Ballerini, and they were in her place, and they were just listening to Kesha or something like that, and they're writing. Typically, they write really, really country music, and they're like, Kelsey, you need to have some more of this, like this sound or whatever. And then they wrote a song, and it was "Love Me Like You Mean It," which ended up being #1 at just her apartment at night while they're eating pizza, and just kind of groove into some stuff. They were totally inspired by another artist, and then pushed that into the song that they wrote, which then launched her whole career. So again, you never know when that's going to come.
That's awesome. All right, so last question for you guys is, someone asked about whether you have any plans to expand to more countries, and what might be some of the first countries that you expand to.
Yeah, and great question. We're excited, right? We are, in the next couple of weeks, releasing into Israel and into several countries in Europe. I think we have to do that, again, like as you mentioned, still kind of in startup mode. So we need to make sure we scale as quickly, but also effectively and controlled as possible, so that we can make sure we're giving the best user experiences, and also complying with privacy policy and data collection and those type of things, to make sure that, as we grow and scale, that we're doing it the right way. And so, yeah, this summer is going to be a huge growth for us into other countries, but, the next ones will be Israel, and then a handful in Europe. And so, yeah, we're really excited, because we get a lot of messages and DMs about it. And I always feel bad. I'm like, please wait, we're coming, I promise. But we just got to make sure we're ready for it, which is soon.
Beautiful. Cool. Hey guys, thanks for coming on here for a live Q&A. This has been really, really awesome, and the app seems super cool. And the last time we talked, I downloaded the app. I've been really busy getting ready for the conference, but I'm definitely going to create and flesh out my profile after this is done. So anyone that's watching this right now, get the
Cool,
app
man.
and do a search for me, and maybe we'll be able to co-write some
Yeah,
songs.
thanks.
We should
'Cause
we should
you're-
write
I'm in
sometime.
Nashville. I'm swiping. I have a profile on there. I'm swiping in Nashville.
Dude, I would
Yeah.
totally swipe. I would swipe right on you. Is that the right one, or is it swipe left?
No, yeah, swipe right, man. We joke in
Nice.
it, the pun being swipe right, swipe right, get it. Terrible.
I missed the wave of Tinder. I was going steady before Tinder came out, so I missed that whole cultural phenomenon. But
Sure.
it's the ripple effects. I know
Yeah.
how it works.
Well, we can't thank you enough for having us. This has been fantastic. So I appreciate everything you've done, and we again are very grateful. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks for being a part of it.
Cool.
All right, so I'm going to end the Zoom call, and we're going to move on to our next speaker. And boom, man, those guys are awesome. What a cool idea for an app too. That's like creating apps is one of those things that I have like a lot of ideas for apps. I'm sure a lot of people here, it's like, you're like, oh, that'd be a cool thing. But man, like they're doing it. Like they're actually they took an idea like that and they're creating it. Now they're getting featured on Rolling Stone, Billboard. Super cool. I'm looking forward to getting my profile and app fleshed out. All right, so next we have Ariel Hyatt. Ariel is awesome. She's the founder of Cyber PR, and she's gonna be sharing a few gold nugget bombs. Gold nugget bombs. I'm just now explaining like a bomb exploding and just like gold nuggets fly everywhere, and you're like grabbing them flying from the sky. That is the experience that you're about to have with Ariel Hyatt. And she's basically sharing some really cool, like cutting edge tools that you can use to get your songs featured on blogs, magazines, playlist owners, and different influencers on your own. So that you don't necessarily have to pay thousands of dollars for publicity or PR, and you can actually have access to these tools that you can do on a DIY basis. So it's really cool. And let's go ahead and let's dive into it. I think. In fact, first, what we should do is let's take a quick. Looks like we'll need about 8 minutes for a break. We can make it a bio break, a stretch a little bit, grab some water, go for a walk, and maybe grab a little bit of a snack or lunch, depending on where you're tuning in from. And we'll be back soon for an interview with Ariel. right, so I'm here with my new friend, Ariel Hyatt. She's the founder of a company called Cyber PR, author of 4 best-selling books on social media, PR and publicity, crowdfunding for musicians. And so today we're going to focus on PR and publicity, and specifically for how can you do this DIY? How can you save yourself thousands of dollars by figuring out how to pitch yourself and how to share your story in a way that's really compelling? So, Ariel, thanks for taking the time to be here today.
Thanks for having me. I'm psyched.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd love to start off by just getting to know your story a little bit and kind of how you got started, how you became a best-selling author, and how you kind of discovered your expertise.
So I always was passionate about music. My first job out of college was working at an independent record label. And from there, I went to work for an independent concert promoter. So I got my chops sort of learning how to do publicity and marketing in those domains. And I got fired from my job at the concert promotions company. And it was 24 years ago. And I was living in Boulder, Colorado at the time, which is a very small market. There weren't exactly a lot of opportunities. So I launched in and became an entrepreneur and started as a traditional PR firm. And over the 10 years or so that I was a totally traditional publicist, the world started obviously changing. Social media started happening. Sharing files digitally started happening, all of that stuff. And I realized that traditional PR, meaning newspapers, magazines, television, radio, faxing press releases, calling journalists, like all of that was going to not be a very forward way of thinking. So early in the game, I got really interested in digital. And I realized that there were so many artists out there that didn't understand how to navigate this brave new world. And I started writing articles to help them, which originally were published in some newspapers. And then I started a website and started publishing the articles. And then after like the 1,000th phone call of lost artists, asking me like the very basics about publicity, marketing, social media, I wrote it all down and self-published my first book in 2007. And I love writing. I love writing, and I've since published 3 other books and tons of blogs, and it's sort of my outlet is writing. And I feel a very big responsibility to give back to our artist community, which is why I love writing books, and I love traveling. So when you write a book, you get invited to speak at conferences. So that was a very amazing benefit to that. And so here we are all these years later.
That's awesome, man. I would love to write a book. You've got 4, you're best-selling author. That's awesome. So, for the musicians that are watching this right now, what would you say, what are the biggest reasons that they should learn what we're about to teach them in terms of like PR and publicity? Like why is it important?
My cat wants to join our meeting. So there we are. It's important because to hire a good publicist costs a lot of money. And I'm talking about like when you feel like it's time to really go for like Billboard, Rolling Stone, like NPR, large outlets where you're probably not going to get very far without someone that already has a solid contact base. But to hire someone to put you through Submit Hub, which we'll talk about in a minute, and to hire someone to get you on very small to medium blogs when you're just starting out is not necessary in this day and age. And so I talk to a lot of artists who have sort of been sold a fake bill of goods from a PR firm where they thought, oh, I'm going to get in Rolling Stone, or I'm going to get on Pitchfork, or I'm going to get on Drown and Down, Stereo Gum, Brooklyn Vegan, these huge outlets, which probably if you're just building your foundation and you're a newer artist, unless you already have a large following or you're signed to a label that has some curb appeal, or you're being managed by someone, there's a story. You're not going to get into those massive publications on your first go around. So you can save a ton of money by putting in a little bit of elbow grease and spinning your own publicity wheels. And I love teaching this because I think especially now with COVID-19 wiping out a lot of, not that artists ever had a giant amount of disposable income, most of the ones I know, I just think publicity is probably not the best use of spending what little budgets you might have going forward.
Gotcha. So it sounds like what you're saying is that, when it comes to publicity and PR, there are some like really big publications where having having some connections can go a long way. But, they're also for people who are really established and are kind of ready for that level. Or maybe if they have like a crazy story or something, then, maybe that could land. But what you see is that there's also some musicians that maybe getting taken advantage of, or maybe they're just not making the wisest investment with their limited budget. When there are some tools for getting started, and I know we're going to kind of dig into these, but tools like Submit Hub and some other tools that they can kind of get started with. Mm-hmm. And so there's a big opportunity to save thousands of dollars and still to get a lot of the benefit of getting on these publications.
Totally. That's it.
Cool. So yeah, what are some of the biggest challenges that you see musicians struggling with when it comes to, getting on these publications in the first place?
So the first thing that you have to do is understand that publicity, really good publicity, is all about planning. And the plan that I see most musicians make is they get a big giant list from someone or somewhere, and they copy and paste their bio and a link to their music, and they blast that out to hundreds of people. That's not a plan. That is a surefire way of A, pissing off journalists that might have been interested in you, B, that sort of throw the spaghetti on the wall and see what sticks method is a very antiquated approach to PR, this sort of very general blasting, which I do not recommend. And I see artists do that all the time. And then the other thing I see happening is, and of course you should have a dream if you want to be on Pitchfork, if you want to have, your site set on a larger publication. I am not here to say don't try for that, but you definitely want to start somewhere. And I always say start smaller. So number one mistake that all artists make is this sort of blasting or this going way too big. You're probably not going to just cold call someone at Rolling Stone or Pitchfork. You're going to need a more of a warm introduction. That's just the way it is, and that's okay. However, the smart way to do it is step one, plan. And planning also means researching. That's another mistake that I see artists doing, is they don't really read music blogs. They don't really understand what's out there. They don't get the lay of the land. And then they pitch to the wrong outlets, and you're not going to get a lot of result if you're firing at the wrong target. That's just the way it is.
Gotcha. So it sounds like, there's two really big challenge or mistakes that the musicians make a lot of times starting out. And being on the receiving end of this, I've seen this a lot too, the blast or the promotion that's just totally like general, and just it just gives you like a little yucky feeling in your stomach. You're like, really? Like, come on. So that's
Right.
Not very effective, but sometimes that's, what people do starting out. But then also, yeah, kind of this like throw spaghetti at a wall and hope something kind of sticks thing, where it just really isn't very focused or refined, and therefore doesn't really get results. So you mentioned that the way to, like, a couple of things that are really important to kind of get around that are researching and planning. So What does that process look like?
So in the planning side, which is the sort of preparing for publicity, you first have to understand that no matter who you're pitching to, whether you're using a system like a Music Submit or a Submit Hub, or there's some other places where you can go to send your music through, just having like a giant long bio is not going to cut it. First of all, you need to understand what a pitch is, how to write a good pitch, how to be appealing in 4 or 5 short sentences that really capture who you are, and explain what the music is like. And going in and listing, every single person who produced and mixed and mastered and all the band members and how you met and going on and on, that is not going to make a writer excited, right? So you have to really understand the art of writing a pitch. You have to prepare something, and you have to also make sure that you've got attractive photos. You've got to have good looking cover art. You want your whole package to look really good. Of course, the music has to sound amazing, be well mixed, well mastered, and presented on SoundCloud, because that is the place where most music blogs are going to embed your music. Obviously, if you're going for a Spotify or an Apple Music playlist, you have to have your music up on Spotify and Apple. But so you've got to prepare a very concise pitch and have a really good looking media kit. So that's the preparation part. Then the second part is, like you said, like we've been saying, you want to research your targets, and you want to make sure that make some targets, make some small targets, like, okay, these are really smaller blogs, and then some medium, and make some stretch goals as well. And I would say, if you could create a list of 20 to 30 outlets, that's a good number. Don't worry about the thousands and thousands. Make a targeted list. And then you want to make sure that you look at each one of those outlets. Is it a guy? Is it a girl? Who's the writer? What do they write about? What do they like? Because if they are not writing about the type of music that you make and you go and pitch them, it's not going to go well, right? So understand who you're then talking to. And you want to cater each of those 20 to 30 pitches very, very carefully and individually. You wouldn't just vomit out a generic "to whom it may concern" or "dear sir" pitch. It has to be, "Hi, Mary. Hey, Matt. Hey, Alex. Hey," whatever the name of the writer is. And then you want to say the reason why you're reaching out to them. I live in the town that you cover or the city that you cover. I make a kind of music that I think you appreciate because you already wrote about X band and I sound like them. That could be an approach. Or I saw that, you interviewed so-and-so. We just were on the road with that band. You have to get an in so that you can appeal to each one of those journalists, writers, bloggers, podcasters, playlisters, whoever it is. And then from there, you're going to send out your pitch.
Beautiful. Okay. So, it sounds like the two steps that kind of went into that process were, one, preparing the resources, preparing the assets. So like having really good looking photos and just making sure it looks polished and clean. And obviously the music, you want it to be good. And to have it on SoundCloud really easily digestible by them. One thing that I do want to dig into a little bit deeper, because it's something that's like really, really important, but might be kind of tricky to hone in on. But, you mentioned the refining the bio. So it's not just a huge long bio about your dog and about like your bandmates, or like, like a really long, but it's like very short and sweet and to the point. And probably something that kind of reaches out and it's kind of like, ooh, like that's interesting, or that's unique, or it kind of has like an interesting like hook or something to it. Like, what tips would you have for artists who are trying to figure out what is that short bio, or how can they pitch themselves, or what kind of sets them apart, or how do they present that?
It's very important to talk about feelings. Like, what type of emotion and feeling does your music actually evoke? All music is melodic, right? All music is unique. All music has specific things that are very general. I could write many, many sentences like soaring harmonies, 4-part, that kind of thing that literally applies to like any music. So when you're thinking about like, what is that little nugget going to be? How do you want people to feel? Are you going to get up and like dance when you hear this music? Are you going to like go out for a run because it's like high energy and it's made for like high impact? Are you going to cry because it's moving and sad? Are you going to, you know, you want the listener or the reader in this point to understand like the feeling. That is one very powerful way of crafting a pitch. Another way is you have to give context. And I see a lot of artists that feel very kind of fearful about this. They don't want to compare themselves to any other artist, but you probably did not create music that sounds nothing like anything at all in the whole world. You probably sound like someone. So it's very also important to put in your pitch, if this suits you, if you like the music of fill in the blank, you most probably would like to hear us. And I wouldn't make that type of target like a giant household name. Like, don't say if you like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, you know, the Rolling Stones. I mean, these are artists that, yeah, maybe you sound like them. Springsteen, stay away from Bob Dylan for God's sake. You know what I mean? Like, try to come up with something that's maybe a little bit more niche, because these artists that have millions and millions and millions, and I mean, unless you really do sound like Elton John, I would not say that. I would try to find something that's a little bit more refined as a reference or a touch point. So then you definitely want it. That's something you could put in your pitch, is if you enjoy the music of the Chris Robinson Brotherhood, you will love us. Or if you enjoy the music of, etc. So you want to do that. Then another approach you might also want to take is explaining what the reader or the reader of the pitch is going to hear. Is it jangly? Is it rootsy? Is it poppy in an effervescent sense? But do not just put like a bunch of generic genres. That's another sort of way that's not going to get an evoked feeling. So these are bits that you could put into your pitch. Do you have a phenomenal story? I worked with an artist a couple of years ago who almost died of cancer. And while he was in cancer treatment, he was lying in the hospital with, you know, doing his chemo. And he was thinking, the one thing I didn't do in my life was I didn't record music, and I wish I had. So that was very much a huge part of his pitch and his story. And we wrote that into the pitch because it was really relevant and interesting. And his music was very uplifting and had like a sense of feeling grateful to be alive in it. So the reason why he created the music matched the music. So that could be another approach that you could take. You know, how did this music come about? Telling a story like, I got into the studio with a producer and we sat around and we wrote, like, that's not telling an interesting story, right? So you want to come up with like, was there inspiration behind this? Is this music created out of a painful or happy, you know, we were working with an artist right now named Moose. Every song that he writes is a love letter to his wife. He writes love songs, and that totally suits his style, and that's part of it. So like on Valentine's Day, he can do a really big push around his music because it's all written for his beloved. So, you know, there's all different angles that you can take, but you want to have something that's going to make the writer click on the music, that is not generic and is not boring and is not too vanilla.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's really fascinating kind of hear. And I always know when I'm talking with someone who's like a master at what they're talking about, because they just exude like there's just gold nuggets throughout all of it. So it sounds, to kind of recap, what I'm hearing is that there's a few different angles you could take with it, but one thing that's really important to do is to really kind of hone in and make tangible, like to help evoke the emotion of what the music is about is always a good thing to be able to, because essentially what we're doing is we're trying to communicate what the music is through the form of words, right? And just through reading it. So to be able to evoke that, a lot of it comes down to the feeling that's evoked. Like, what do you feel like doing? What kind of impact does this have? It makes you get up and dance, or, it makes you cry. Like actual describing physical events that could happen as a result of the music. And then also so you mentioned like the genres, yeah, like context. I get that a lot too. Like a lot of artists too. It's like,
Like it's folky, jazzy, rocky, poppy. Like what, I don't know what that is. Like that's everything. You cannot do that, But if you're very, very specific, then it's totally fine. And there's so many subgenres of music right now. Whenever I go to teach at universities, one of my favorite exercises is asking the class, name a genre, and like the things that come out of their mouths, I'm like, what the hell? I haven't even heard of that genre. It's amazing. So, if you can fit into a very specific, you wouldn't just say like alternative rock. That's like, what does that mean? That's like everything, right? So, but if you can come up with something that's very specific, that's very helpful to the reader.
Awesome. Yeah. So like digging into the genre, just niching down a bit and making it more making it more understandable, making it more refined. And also, if you have like a really heartwarming story, if you have something like a reason behind the music, or really like a message to share with it, that could be something really powerful to include with it. Okay. So let's say that someone, they put in the effort, put in the work. They really have kind of honed in, what is it that, how do they describe their sound? And I'm sure this is like an iterative process, and they're probably like, they improves over time, they'll adapt and they'll kind of tweak things. But then you mentioned the second step is really finding the right people who are going to who are going to be interested, who are going to click on it, they're going to listen to it and think, and it's going to be a good fit for their publication. But making a list of 20 or 30 of those people, maybe small ones, medium ones, big ones, and reaching out to them and really first trying to build like a relationship with them, and sharing why you think you might be a good fit for them, but not doing it in a super overly promotional way, or being super generic and clearly just like a mass message, but in like a personalized message for them specifically.
That's it.
Awesome. Cool. So what other like challenges, what other obstacles do you find getting in the way of musicians doing this successfully?
Not following up. So if you're using a portal like submithub.com, that's a portal, for those of you that don't know it, you buy tokens, and there's a huge list of music blogs and playlisters and even some record labels, and you upload your music, and then you pay about $1 for a premium submission, and it's all broken down by genre. So obviously do not submit to the heavy metal site if you make folk music. That is something that every single writer complains to me about. They're like, I only write about hip hop. Why are these country singers hitting me up? So again, it's like understanding who you're sending to. So the thing that's amazing about SubmitHub is for like $50, you can get 50 pitches out, and they will only be able to take the 50 cents of your dollar if they provide feedback. So the feedback is either going to be, this wasn't for me, and they might give a reason, like I just didn't dig your vocal, or I wasn't really feeling the bridge, whatever, or it gets placed. So that is a great way of getting your feet wet and actually getting some feedback. Although I wouldn't take the feedback with too much weight. It could be an intern just sitting, going through that inbox. Like, you don't get upset if you get weird feedback, which we often do when we send our clients through. So that would be one way of getting that pitch out. And you don't need to follow up on SubmitHub because you paid for the submission. However, if you are pitching a regular journalist who is not on SubmitHub, and there's no like official way of submitting the music to them, either paid or free, following up is crucial. And especially if you have a show coming up and you're trying to get like a calendar listing or get some some notice out about something that you're doing, people that work at dailies, weeklies, and monthlies, newspaper, magazine, they are overwhelmed. They're always under deadline. You want to give them plenty of lead time, and you want to follow up, because they could have not seen it the first time it came through, or they could have seen it on their phone in the middle of the night while they were scrolling, and then they forgot to go capture it on their desktop at work, whatever. So you definitely want to follow up those pitches. Do not just send it once and be like, oh God, I didn't get any PR, because you probably won't get it the first time. And so here at Cyber PR, when we run PR campaigns, we have a 3 strikes and you're out policy. So we actually follow up with each and every writer 3 separate times. And then if after the 3rd time, if they haven't responded to us, it becomes obnoxious to be like, hey, did you get it? So we leave it alone. Another thing that we do is we track to see if the email is actually getting opened. And if we notice after 2 sends, there's no open, they didn't even receive it, we might try an alternative way of pitching. Maybe sending a tweet, a Facebook, or an Instagram DM. Is you can do it, but you have to do it really politely. You have to put the person's first name. You don't want to be like, hey, check me out. You want to be very, again, careful with your pitch. So giant mistake is not following up. And I've seen it so many times. You've got to persevere. If you're going to do PR, it's relationship building. And so, you wouldn't just go on one date and get married, right? You got to keep going back to build that relationship. That's key.
I love it. Cool. So, I've heard of Submit Hub before. I've never actually used it myself, but I know it's like a really amazing tool. So that's really cool to hear how that works. And so Submit Hub, basically you can join it, you pay $1 per submission. That's probably great for everyone, because then it's like for the people who are receiving all the submissions, it's a little bit more vetting. They know that it's not just someone who's clicking spam and just sending the general message out to everyone. It's based on genre. So that can be a good way. And it sounds also like it's a good way to get feedback, which can, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Sometimes, like you might get some weird feedback, but when you're starting out, sometimes that feedback can be so valuable to be able to figure out how to adapt. So that's one tool that you would recommend is going on there. And
I also
then
love Music Submit, which is they actually came way before Submit Hub, but Music Submit, it doesn't go by tokens. You have to buy packages, and they'll submit you to like 100 or 200 or 50 or whatever. That's another really great resource it works the same way. They send your music out on your behalf. But again, you always, in all cases, still need to write an attractive pitch, and there will be a cutoff. So you have to be careful with, how many characters the pitch is. But yes, Submit Hub and Music Submit, I think, are 2 really good places to get started.
Cool. So Music Submit and Submit Hub are 2 really great places to get started. And then you also mentioned, I love the 3 strikes and you're out follow-up policy too. That actually helps, me thinking about, because we have some, different, campaigns that we do, or we reach out to different people. And so, the 3 strikes you're out is kind of a cool way of thinking about it. But it sounds like, of course, when you're reaching out to those people, you really want to research, you want to make sure that you're a good fit. You want to make it more personalized. And one thing that I was curious about was, how do you follow up those 3 times? Like, what exactly do you say in those emails without, I know like you mentioned, anytime over 3 times, it would maybe start to feel a little bit obnoxious, but even like, 1, 2, or 3, like for me, I would feel a little bit weird. I mean, the first time, maybe, then like 2 and 3, how exactly do you follow up with those people in a way that gets responses?
Yeah. Well, first of all, no matter how frustrated and annoyed you are, definitely don't be like, here I am following up again. Like that will piss them off. So don't do that. But you might say it more politely, like, hey, last week or 2 weeks ago, I sent you my new music that I'm really, really excited about. And I would so love to hear back from you, because I really love your writing, or I live in the same town as you and I've got a show coming, whatever. You want to say why you're following up. And you could say, I was really hoping that I would at least get a response. You can be make them feel like you actually care about them. I think that's another giant mistake that artists make, is like they just expect. No one is giving you anything. You have to work for it, especially with relationships. So um, when you go for a second or a third follow-up, think like, how does it feel if you miss an email in your inbox? How did those people get through to you? They probably didn't say something rude or obnoxious. They probably said, hey, I'm just checking in again. I've sent you an email last week or whatever, and I'm following up. And it's totally okay to do that. So I would say that coming up with multiple reasons of saying why you're following up could be a very effective way of getting someone to actually pay attention.
Awesome. So, the most important thing when you're following up is, one, like, definitely be polite. Don't be rude or obnoxious. But one thing that you mentioned, and I think it's been like a theme throughout a lot of these interviews that we've done, because the people who are on the event are like super successful, is that there's this shift of like, instead of just like me, like, and thinking about like, taking and getting benefit, like kind of flipping it on its head and thinking about, how can I, like, thinking about them and how are they seeing it, and how can I make this as valuable as possible? Like, how can I provide value to them? And when you're reaching out to them, like, and you think about how can I provide value to them, like, the right people, they want you to reach out to them. Like, they want to connect with you if you're a good fit for their publication.
Yeah.
And so,
I mean, I think something that artists forget all the time, is everybody who's in the music business in any form or fashion. We all got into the music business because we want to be in touch with musicians. You're the one with the power, not us. And I think that, like, we get really frustrated and upset and overwhelmed, and like, that person has something magical. No, they don't. You made the music. They are nothing without you. Yes, they might be really connected, or they're a good manager, or they're a booking agent, or they own a club, or whatever the thing is that you want from them. They don't own a club if there's no one performing on the stage. So I think this is a way of framing it for yourself where you can really give yourself some power in that context. And I see artists all the time forgetting that, because they've been shot down so many times, and because it's so hard to even get one, toe up on the proverbial ladder. But really, I don't have a job if the music sucks. I don't have a job if the artist isn't good. I don't have a job if you don't want to work with me. You pay me. And so in many cases, whether it's service-based, you are also PS paying any venue, any manager, any record label. You are generating the income for them. So I think that's an empowering way to look at this, when it can feel very disempowering when you really, really want something. And the same goes for PR. And if there is something that you can do to offer a little nugget or something helpful to the writer, amazing. I think of some of the best relationships that I have in the business. John Taglieri is a musician. I've known him for 20 years, maybe more. He cold called me one day and was like, hey, my name is John. I'm a broke musician. I totally can't afford to work with you, but I will one day. Can we meet? And I was like, no, that's weird. But then he called back a month later and he was like, it's John again. And this time he said, he was living in New Jersey. I was living in Manhattan. He was like, I have been playing a ton of gigs in New Jersey, and I've got this really good list of local outlets where if you ever have artists that are playing in New Jersey, I've got newspapers and magazines and TV and radio and names and numbers. Can I give it to you? And I was like, that's very nice. I said, yes. And then he called me a month later and said, I'm going to be in the city. Can we meet for a drink? And the answer was yes. So, and we became very, very good friends. He did end up hiring me. I ended up hiring him to work with me, and we've had a relationship forever. So if there is something that you can offer someone, it's amazing. It's hard to figure, what can I offer a music blogger, but maybe you're a great writer and you want to review music. Like, maybe that's an option. I don't know. But if you can come up with how do I help? Not, I deserve something. I think you're right. That is the best possible way to frame how you're going to get your success in this crazy business.
I love that story. That was so perfectly articulated. The difference between his approach with reaching out to you, being like, thinking of you first and thinking about how he can provide value, and how that was, how he got the contact. And I mean, even it's probably like a useful exercise. I mean, just us talking about it right now probably helps, but them just sitting down and thinking about, how can I benefit them? Like, how am I helping them by reaching out? And if it's the right blogger who's your music is a good fit for, then, literally, like, you're providing a service because, it is the right song. Like, they're going to enjoy it. And what I love about you and what we're talking about right now and what you offer is that I think you're totally right that for a long time, artists have sort of gotten the short end of the stick in terms of the music business. Like, we've been misrepresented, or we've been taken advantage of by people who run the business side of things, and kind of have this idea of like, oh, you don't need to know about this business stuff. Like, you're a musician, you're just an artist. Like, yeah, it's not important. You don't even care about this. We'll take care of the money. And most of the most successful musicians in the world are also really smart marketers as well, and like they're great at business things. And so it is a really valuable skill, right? And so I think what you're teaching right now with taking control of your own career and being able to reach out to some of these blogs is part of this movement that's happening right now with musicians, being able to use some of these tools to be able to directly connect with their audiences in a way that was really difficult in the past. Like, you needed a record label or infrastructure to do it. Mm-hmm. And now you're with the PR and publicity and with like the crowdfunding, like, you're really helping musicians to take the power back and to be able to make a bigger impact because of it.
Thanks. And yeah, that's for sure. And I think that, especially when it comes to crowdfunding, that's a whole other conversation. But there is, again, that fear or that thinking of like, oh, I don't want to ask for $50 or $100 or whatever it is. Even if you're like Patreon, $3 a month, you are offering something. You're offering your lifeblood. You're offering your enthusiasm and your love and your craft and your art. And those people can take or leave what you are offering. They can either pay you for it or they can not pay you for it. And the problem is in the communication. Like I just told that story of John Taglieri. If he had given up after phone call number 1, where I was like, that's weird, and I hung up and never called me again, there would be no relationship, right? But this is the kind of artist that John is. And he put out 8 albums. He got a record deal in Germany and was widely touring Europe. He got an amazing booking agent because he always said yes, and he was always solving problems and figuring out how he could help people. Even his booking agent was a big college booking agent, and he had backline and he had a van, and the college booking agent would sometimes be flying artists in, and John would go and get them with the backline and the van, and he became of service to this booking agency. And Ari Niesman, Deggy Booking, loved working with John because John was his guy if he ever needed something. Be that person, even to your booking agent, and think like, how can I be of service or be helpful in some way? And that will hugely separate you from the pack. And again, if John had given up, there would have been no relationship. And this is the deal with any type of relationship that you're making, even if it's a tiny blogger who lives in the basement of their parents' house in Albuquerque. Like, they are craving relationship just as much as the flashy, writer who lives in a big city and writes for a known entity, right? So, and what also I've found, because I've been in this business forever, is we do this. We travel together, right? The first people I met at my first South by Southwest in 1996 on the street outside of venue, I'm still friends with them. And there's a few of us left in the business, many of us not anymore, but this is where the good stuff happens, is with creating relationships. And so always ask yourself, how can I help? And always remind yourself, without you, we don't have anything at all.
So good. All right. So Ariel, I know you have a 3-month-old baby at home.
and he's sleeping now, thank God.
So I'll let you go here, but thank you so much for taking the time to be here. And, I know that you got some really amazing resources and materials for musicians who want some more details on how to successfully, reach out and get their music on blogs and with PR and publicity, and also with crowdfunding. I know you're a best-selling author. You got four books. So for anyone that's watching this right now, what's the best way for them to get in contact with you or to learn more?
Well, for everyone that's taking your course, we talked about this, and I'd love to offer you my music publicity masterclass totally for free. It's a $100 class. It breaks down in very, very deep detail a lot of the things we talked about today: how to write your pitch, how to prepare for publicity, how to get a really good media list, how to pitch, how to not get deflated during the pitch problem, how to make your pitch better, and then what do you do with the publicity? Because that's another thing that we didn't have time to talk about today. But that's all covered in my course. You can find it. I guess there's probably going to be a link here, or you can come to cyberprmusic.com, and there you can read all about the other books I've written. And there's 11 other courses if you want to take them with me. But the Music Publicity Masterclass is totally for free, and is my way of saying, here's a gift for all of us now that we're all suffering from this ridiculous global pandemic, which is so sad and hard.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And to make it as easy as possible for everyone, like we normally do with these interviews, we'll put a button below this video that you can click on to go get the free course. Yeah. So Ariel, you're awesome. Thanks again. It's been great. Great meeting you. And I wish you all the best with your 3-month-old. We have a baby on the way coming in 2 months.
I know,
so
I'm
we're
so
in the same
excited
boat.
for you. I know. Well, amazing. Thanks so much for the opportunity.
All right, so I'm here with my new friend, Ariel. And we're back, and we're not restarting Ariel's interview like you just saw. It was a little bit of a fake out. We were just having a conversation backstage, and it went a little bit longer, but it's a necessary conversation. And Ariel and I were just talking about, the fact that it's probably kind of important for us to acknowledge what's going on right now in the United States and the ripples that are kind of being affected everywhere. And I'm not sure how much we want to dig in here, but
well, considering there was helicopters flying over my house in Brooklyn, I would be delighted to just mention, things are tough. Things are really upsetting. I'm sure if any of you are watching the news, you know what I'm talking about. And for those of you who have not been made aware, the music industry has, if you look in Variety or Hypebot or Billboard or Rolling Stone or any of the big publications today, there's been declared a national day of standing in solidarity. And they're calling it "The Show Must Shut Down." That's the hashtag. And I think it might be a very wise thing for those of you who feel like it's time to listen instead of talk, which is exactly how I feel. You might want to just take a break from marketing and promotion and pushing your musical vision out, and stand in solidarity with all the companies and record labels and distributors and musicians and artists and managers who are going to be quiet tomorrow. I had an Instagram Live scheduled with Mike Walker, who is you. Sorry, Mike. Writer of Work Hard, Playlist Hard, Mike Warner, changed the letters, different guy. But we are going to be postponing until later this week, just because tomorrow is just not an appropriate day for that. So excited to answer your questions here. And I don't know 100% of the details. I just read a couple of articles this morning, but definitely search for the show must shut down if you're interested in the music industry's solidarity tomorrow.
Yeah, and I super appreciate you bringing this up, Ariel, because this conference and hosting this has really been my entire focus, and I've kind of had blinders on for a little while, and it wasn't until really I talked with Chris Greenwood backstage, and he mentioned something. I'm like, wait, what's going on? And then my wife kind of filled me in, and then I watched the video yesterday, and it was disturbing. Like, I was in tears watching this, and there's some things that we are planning on doing tomorrow with this conference, but I definitely want to stand with the music industry. And I think you're right that it's a time to listen and a time to figure out. I think there are there's an outlash of things that are happening right now, and there's certain responses that clearly, like, theft and violence is never the answer, but there's something that needs to be heard and to come up. And so I really appreciate you bringing that up. Just 10 minutes ago we started talking about this, and so we might kind of be shifting how we're going to wrap up this conference tomorrow. It's something that we're still kind of figuring out, but I appreciate you bringing it up first.
Of course. So excited to answer questions, and thanks everyone for watching the interview. It was nice to see some people I know and many people I don't.
Yeah, we got a ton of really, really awesome questions. So one question, and you're great too. Like, I see you in the chat, and you're like being so helpful and like answering questions too. One of the questions that came in was, in your opinion, what are the top 5 most important things to focus on with social media?
Okay, so thing number 1, stop thinking about yourself. Start thinking about your tribe, your fans, your followers. Who are they? That is number 1. Number 2, stop being obsessed with numbers. If 1 or 2 or 3 people see your post, love what you say, respond to you because you moved them and you inspired and touched them in some way, and they go to listen to your music or they go to check something out that you've done, that is better than 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 likes where you don't even hear who these people are, what you haven't done the touch. Okay. 3, focus on one social channel first. I think it's really hard when we feel wildly overwhelmed and we have to be on all of these channels. We have to be on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter. And then, I forgot about my band's in town. I haven't updated that. And then I have to go over to Spotify. And then you can drive yourself mental. So I would say focus on one and take the time to really, really learn, how does this platform work? I used to be, writing a lot of articles about this is how you use Twitter. I don't do that anymore because there's so many HubSpot, Social Media Today, Buffer, wonderful places where you can find amazing articles that do very deep dives with a lot of scientific evidence backed up of this is how to use each platform. So do your homework, study them, learn them. Things are changing all the time. Like in Instagram, we used to put 30 hashtags. Now we put fewer, so just kind of stay on top of what the trends are. And there are so many social media gurus. I know a lot of people love Gary Vee, but there's so many others that you could follow. So I recommend understanding and following trends and focusing on those. Number 4, brand. Be really, really careful about your brand. Ladies, your hair up with a hat on looks very different from your hair down. And if you change your hair color all the time and you're putting multiple photos of yourself, and not even ladies, all of us, sorry about that. I always love to bring up how one artist who I admire very much came out into the world, and this was very much a major label branding choice that happened. The artist is Alicia Keys. If you think about when Alicia Keys came into our zeitgeist, she always had a hat and braids. Why did she always have a hat and braids? Because she was one of many singers that were coming out on major labels, that were hitting the red carpets, that were showing up at events. And Clive Davis and her record label understood the power of a brand. And she had so many hats. I started to wonder, like, does she have hair? Like, it was a very purposeful choice that they made to not confuse the consumer. So choose a look, make sure that your look is coherent across social channels. And so that if I click on your Instagram and I click on your Facebook and I click on your Twitter and I click on your website and I click on your Spotify, I'm not confused by what I'm seeing, which means thing number 5, think about the messaging and keep it tight and narrow. Now, this isn't for every social channel. On Twitter, go crazy, go all over the place, be funny, be political, if that's your thing. I don't know if that's the thing today. Be whatever your personality is, but on the other channels, especially things that are visual like Instagram, if your colors are all over the place, if your font is all over the place, if you're doing things that are not cohesive when I'm going through your stream, that is off brand. You want to make sure that you're narrow and tight with your social media themes. So choose what those things are going to be. Do you love food? Are you talking about what you're eating? Do you love your dog? Are you talking about animal rescue? Do you love helping other musicians? Are you talking about, Music Cares or Sweet Relief? Do you love the city you live in? Maybe you're talking about Nashville or Denver or Detroit, New York, wherever. Make those your themes. And for gosh darn sake, do not just tweet about your stuff. Check me out, buy my stuff, look at my stuff, look at my stuff. Look, people will hate that. So there are my 5 social media tips.
Boom, man, that was great. Like you could tell that you've put a lot of thought into those 5 social media tips. Super valuable. All right, so more questions I got for you. So one person asked, is it important if you're reaching out to these people? Is it important to have like an event to pitch, for example, like a big show or a new release, etc.?
Yeah. So if it's a local newspaper like the Denver Westward or Brooklyn Vegan in the show listings, understand who you're talking to. You wouldn't just randomly pitch a non-event. So if you have an event and you're pitching a publication that's located where that event is, yes, you do need to have a specific show for that specific publication. Of course, there's plenty of radio stations, podcasts, blogs that love music, and you don't necessarily need an event. But sometimes having an event, or as I talked about in the interview, we talked about themes, which coincide with when you're doing your PR. So for example, I love to talk about a band that I worked with a couple of years ago called the Nadas. I've actually worked with them for many years, but they came back to me a couple of years ago, and they had written a song called Henry James, which was a song about one of the singer's sons who has autism. And it was a love letter to his son. And we decided that we were going to market and promote and put that song out during National Autism Awareness Month. So what that did for that song is it tied in the month and gave the media a relevant moment to feature. Another artist we worked with, MGSP, last year, they had a song that very much related to mental health. And they wanted to talk about their journey around struggles with mental health. And we chose Mental Health Awareness Month. So you don't always necessarily need January 3rd, I'm playing an event as the thing, but it is really nice if you can figure out something that ties in to give the media. Did you write a love song? Pitch it on Valentine's Day. Did you do something female empowerment? There's many, many, many days for female empowerment and things like that. So you can always, I mean, they have like National Paperclip Day, for gosh sake. So you can find, something to put your pitch around always. And I recommend you do that. It sets you apart from just saying like, hey, here's another pop song.
That's really smart. Yeah, it reminds me of the same kind of ideas that we talked about with Tobias and about this, like, catching a wave of something that's kind of like swimming along with the wave and getting a bunch of momentum, because it's like Valentine's Day, and kind of the 1 foot in, 1 foot out approach, and aligning with something that's relatable to everyone. But then the unique twist in that case is like the familiar is that, everyone's experiencing right now it's Valentine's Day. We're all experiencing the same thing. And the unique twist is like, here's a song, and the music can actually be the thing that that sets you apart in the midst of all the other Valentine's Day things that are happening, for example. That's awesome. So we had a few questions come in about different genres or different styles of music, and particularly like, with these styles of music, do you have any like answers of like how to find like outlets? And for example, one person said, any suggestions for if you're a writer of children's music? And one person asked, do you recommend any outlets for contemporary Christian worship music?
Yeah.
And
and this is something that I saw in the comments that was happening during the interview, where people were saying, I've used Submit Hub and there's not much for my genre. This is why I like to call myself the PR firm for the rest of us. Because if you make smooth jazz, or if you make contemporary Christian kids worship music, holler at your girl, because I've turned over every possible stone into the depths of the internet, and we know how to promote and market this type of music. You just have to do your due diligence. You have to spend a lot of time on the Google. One of my best pieces of advice for looking for the best type of blogs or outlets in general is find 5 artists that are in your lane. Did you play with them? Did they tour with you? Are they on your label? Look on playlists, look on artists that sound like on Spotify, who influenced you, and Google them interviews on blogs, Google them reviews on blogs, and see where they're getting placed. And chances are, if you approach an editor by saying, hi, I saw that you covered Norm Jones' Rhythm Child, and I make children's music as well, I think you might really love my music. That's showing that you cared enough, A, to read their publication, B, that you've associated yourself with another artist. And you might even say, I know Norm, I worked with Norm, I opened for Norm, Norm's a friend of mine, to give the writer some additional context. So that is something that we often do with our clients when we've got a tough genre to go after. We ask, who do we know and how can we drill down? And I talked about this in the interview, like, do not choose the Rolling Stones and Led Zeppelin and the Beatles and Bob Dylan. You have to choose things that are much more niche down. And once you can do that, a whole world will open up as to where the best places to find these outlets will be.
That's such good advice. And what that kind of reminds me of is like Newton's law of inertia, like how when there's momentum behind something, it's just easy, and especially as humans, like when we have a habit of doing something and it's just natural for us, like we have this natural inertia, we have this natural momentum. And so it sounds like by using strategies like that, you essentially find out where is the momentum already, and it's going to be so much easier for you to plug into the flow of how they in their process have gotten, have written articles about this certain style of music, for example, or similar artists. Like, it's the momentum is there as opposed to like swimming upstream.
And it's really interesting too. I mean, this is why the internet is so magical. There's no, I mean, it's all there. You can just go and find it. Of course, you have to do the work, which is a pain in the ass. But if you're willing to do it, if you find an artist, like, say you're in love with Rising Appalachia. I mean, they're huge right now. They're selling out Red Rocks, and they're doing Tiny Desk, and they're at like a pinnacle. but they weren't at a pinnacle 5 years ago. They were busking on the street. So what you might want to do is work backwards and do Rising Appalachia interviews 2013, 2014, 2015, and see what's the trajectory of this band's PR life. And then you can go and say, okay, this is when we worked for Imagine Dragons, they weren't Imagine Dragons. They were a local band from Las Vegas that were doing very well. They had not been signed yet. If you go and Google them, you'll find the articles that we placed for them back in the day. And that was part of their PR story. And it's fun when you can go and retrace those steps.
That's so smart. Yeah, because I think probably a mistake that a lot of people make is seeing the most successful artists and seeing what they're doing right now, kind of the tip of the iceberg, like the peak, and trying to recreate them what they're doing now. And there's a disconnect because it's like they can't. The same things that they're doing to be successful right now aren't the same things you need to do to be successful right now because you're in a different place. Like you haven't built up this foundation. So going back in time and kind of seeing and charting like, oh, what did they do when they were at your size? That's super smart.
There was also a question, which you're probably getting to, but I'll jump the gun. Someone asked, how do I get a big collab on my track? Okay, well, way number one is pay the artist. There are plenty of artists who are available for hire, and you certainly could do it that way if you have robbed a bank recently, or you're sitting on a vault of money. Or working backwards, think about like, what is the best way? How would you approach that artist? A, follow them on social media. B, listen to their stuff. C, send comments. D, join them on Patreon if that's a thing. I think about fandom can take you very, very far. And then you can say like, hey, I make music. I'm a huge fan. I would, really appreciate an opportunity to collaborate. Artists love collaborating with each other. They're there for you. So you can try multiple things to get those possible collaborations. And if the artist isn't, a huge household name, maybe they mean a lot to you, approaching people who don't have giant followings is smart because they're not going to be getting approached. I had a client a couple of weeks ago who asked me to approach like literally one of the most famous people in the world. And I said, okay, what are we going to ask this person? Like, why do you want to, what are we doing? And my client said, I want this person to mentor me personally. And I was like, girl, this isn't how it works. That is a great goal. You right now are a totally independent artist. Put that on the vision board. Now let's work backwards. And how can we figure out, how are we even going to begin to get on the radar of this person? And when I'm talking about a person who sells globally year after year, stadium shows, just rolling up on them and being like, mentor me. That is like equivalent to, let me pick your brain. You're offering nothing and asking for everything. So the question is, how can you offer something and ask for something? And then it's reciprocal thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so important, is being willing to collaborate with the people who are at your level, or they're just like a bit ahead of you, right? Those people are gonna be so much easier for you to connect with than people where there's a huge disconnect, right? And you can work your way up. Like you can work your way up to those people.
Totally.
All right, so a couple questions left for you. One person asked. Actually, no. This is the last question that I have for you because I guess we are running a little bit short on time here. So last question is, I don't know if this is the best question to go out on, but
last question is,
well, so this question, it sounds like they're having kind of a tough experience with their PR agent. So they hired someone, they spent a lot of money, and it sounds like they're not very happy with the results.
I hate this. This is like a big thing. Okay.
Yeah. So they said, what should I do if my PR agent doesn't want to be held accountable and give me updates, and on if they've reached out to anyone and they're signed on a pre-signed contract, they've already received their fee, and I've already paid them thousands of dollars. What should I do?
Okay. So the first thing you should do is don't email your upset. Okay. Emailing upset in the music business is for, can I use colorful language? Is that going to upset anyone?
I think you're good. Yeah, we have a mature audience here.
Okay. It's for pussies. All right. Be strong. Pick up the phone and say, I would like to have a conversation. Because when you're hiding behind an email, things can be taken the wrong way. So, first of all, you're going to pick up the phone. Second of all, do not get upset. Do not get reactionary. Do not accuse them. Just say, I would love to have a conversation about my PR campaign. I'm really curious about how you think it's going. I would really, love to get an update. And then say, what can I give you to make this go better? Should I have better photos? Is my content not helpful on social media? Try to take some part of the responsibility, because as I always say to my clients, I'm only as good as you. If you are not updating your socials, if you're not coming to the party, it makes it harder for me to do your PR. Okay, so that's step one. Step two is saying, it seems to me that this is a way of being kind to someone and not accusing them. Like, I didn't get my report. You want to say, it seems to me that I haven't seen a report in the last couple of weeks. Might it be possible to get an update? They should be providing you with reports. And they should have integrity enough, and you should ask for that. And then you should find out, what are they saying? Are they going to kind of make their end of the bargain? And this happens very often, you've spoken to someone who sold you a PR campaign, and then like an intern is the person that's doing the work. That might be the case, or someone you didn't know. Try to get the person who's the head of the company back on the phone that did such a great job of selling you. And if you want to have a conversation, please DM me at Cyber PR. I know every single one of these companies. I will give you my full, I think I know exactly who the company is, and it makes me sick. And I've heard this over and over and over again. I actually know who the company is. I'm 99.999% sure, but it's not too late. See if you can recover and come to your own party. And then let's talk about what you could do, because there are a couple of PR firms out there that are taking gross advantage of artists. I've seen it for years. It breaks my heart. In fact, one of the people who worked for me worked for one of the companies that does that. And she was really in a bad place when she came to me. They were abusive to her, to other people. It was a very, very ugly situation. So happy to share with you my knowledge of who these people are and help you navigate that, just because publicists are excellent at sales. That's what we have to do. We have to package and sell our clients. And unfortunately, they're very good at packaging and selling to artists. So please reach out to me. Happy to help you. Please try those things, and maybe we can turn this around.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And yeah, I mean, I wish we lived in a world where you could trust everyone, right? Like, it's whether it's PR and publicity, or hello, it's the music industry. Like, there's a lot of sharks, and there's a lot of people that.
It's so many sharks, and it makes me so upset. And your money is so hard earned. It's so unfair. And then there's other things you can do, like Google reviews, like making sure it doesn't happen again. And I think oftentimes there's a lot of fear, like artists don't want to be blacklisted, or they don't want their name attached to something. But if someone does truly horrific work and they've taken gross advantage of you and they haven't made any reparation at all, like we give refunds at my company. If you're horribly upset and you're disappointed and we've tried our hardest, like, I don't want your money. Like, that sucks for us. It sucks for you. You walk away feeling bad. I mean, that's like the worst thing that could happen to someone who's a professional. I mean, that's why like webinars and seminars, they normally come with a money back guarantee. It's like, okay, you're really, really unhappy with this. I don't want the $97 or whatever it is, so try that route. Get in touch with me if not.
Yeah, yeah, that's some really really good advice, and you know, and with Lou, who we just talked to, you know, I feel like that's really relevant what he said too in terms of, you know, before you make a big investment, a really smart thing to do is to reach out to at least a few different clients and get their experience, so just make sure that that feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So, because I don't want that to be the last question that we end on, Ariel, do you have any final words of wisdom or anything for people before we head out?
Yes. Have patience with yourself. Be kind to yourself. It's really hard to do this. It's really hard to do this in any part of this journey that you choose, whether it's PR or publishing or marketing or YouTube or any of the 14 people that are 15 people, 16 people that have joined in this conference to talk about our area of expertise. And I think the hardest thing to stay present to is acknowledging yourself, and not, self-flagellation is the worst way of progressing as an artist. So acknowledge yourself. We're in the midst of a global pandemic. The world is literally burning. People are not focused right now. It's a scary time. 1/3 of people are now reporting that they're having some sort of feelings of depression, hopelessness. This is a really hard time. So go easy and go light. That's my advice. Your dream will come. It will always take longer than you think it will. And if you're kind and nice to yourself and you acknowledge the smallest thing, okay, today I watched a really good Q&A session and I spent a half an hour focusing on my future of my music. That, if you're watching this, you've already done something really great for yourself today. Now, don't kill yourself because you didn't go out and immediately get a piece of PR because you watched this interview. Do it next year. Do it next month. Don't. I'll be here. I ain't going nowhere. I've been around 25 years. Come back to my blog, read the articles, take the class when you're ready. But that, I should do that. That sort of hateful speaking to yourself will sabotage your entire music career. So don't do it.
That's such good advice. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ariel, for coming on here and speaking to this specific issue, especially, you know, with, like you said, everything that's happening right now. There's a lot. There's like it's a very heavy time, and I mean for musicians in general, it's something that we all struggle with. No matter what's happening, is not being too hard or overly critical of ourselves as humans. So I appreciate your words of wisdom, and you're awesome.
Pleasure's mine. Have a great rest of. I'm staying on. I'm watching your keynote. Can't wait to see it.
It's gonna be awesome. Cool. All right, Ariel. We'll talk to you again soon. All right, and we're back and we're live. Man, how great is Ariel? She's just like a gem of a human being. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and let's take a quick five maybe like between 5 and 10 minutes. Let's say like 7.5 minutes. So that I have some time to go backstage and prepare my presentation for you guys. It's gonna be a little bit different from this. This isn't gonna be like a pre-recorded interview. It's gonna be me just kind of peeling back the curtain on, for the last couple of years, really, I had been touring full time with my band, and then when I transitioned to starting my family, I started trying to figure out how can I transmit what we learned in our experience to other artists. And what I'm going to share with you is like the crystallization of 10 years of experience with Paradise Fears, and then like the last 2 years of like really digging into working with other artists and finding out from scratch if you're at a point where you have really good quality music but you just don't know how to put it in front of the right people, you don't know how to build a sustainable music career and actually like earn income. I want to give you kind of a step-by-step process based on what we found is working really well right now. And yeah, it's gonna be fun, but I definitely need I need a little bit of time to decompress and get everything ready for you before we get live with the keynote. So let's actually make it a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll wrap things up. We'll wrap the entire conference, day 4. Whew, that's crazy. It flew by. All right, so quick break, and we'll be back in a little bit. Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the very last presentation of the entire conference. It's crazy how quickly this has flown by. I appreciate you guys, taking the time to invest, in your music career and to show up and to learn and to be curious and be hungry. I know a lot of the speakers here have talked about how important it's been in their own lives, their own success has been so driven by their willingness to learn and their focus on growing and improving. And so I think the fact that you guys are even here, that over the weekend that you took the time to do this, shows that you have a serious commitment to your music and to making an impact with your music. And so I definitely want to honor you for taking the time to go through this entire journey together. And I just posted in the chat. A lot of people mentioned that like all these gifts. Apparently, like all the gifts just were perfectly manufactured for the intro song before we come on here live every day. And it is a song that I wrote that we're using for this. For the intro here, because I found out I couldn't use "Come Together" by the Beatles, or else they would take down the video from YouTube. I learned that the hard way. To be honest, that was probably the perfect song for this conference, but I unfortunately am not the Beatles, and I didn't write that song. But I'd post a link to that song with the actual lyrics and stuff, for anyone who wants to listen to that. Yeah, so this one's going to be a little bit different of a presentation in terms of we're going to do it completely live, and at the end, maybe even as we're kind of going through it, if I see any questions come in, I can kind of answer them as we go. And I'm going to screen share. I'm going to do some drawing. I'm basically going to walk through our entire framework for kind of starting from scratch. What do I recommend in terms of like the 3 biggest pillars of building a successful music career for, if you want to grow in a fan base of your original music and you want to, potentially be able to tour successfully once everything's kind of passes with the global pandemic. If you'd like to tour and play shows, we're gonna talk about that. But really just like, how do you build an audience? How do you build an audience for your music, and how do you turn it into a sustainable thing? So this is the first time that I've ever done a screen share like this from the live stream. So, knock on wood, fingers crossed that this all goes off without a hitch. We did have other people sharing their screens, but it was a little bit different. So we'll see what happens here. But let's give it a shot. Okay, so if everything is working right, then you should be able to see my screen, and you should be able to see me saying, "Hey." So let me just look on my end on my live stream, make sure it's coming through, make sure the audio is coming through. Yes, it is. Perfect. All right. So, one of the biggest challenges that I see in terms of when you're just kind of getting started with your music career and you haven't really built up like your first 10,000 fans yet, you're kind of trying to break through that initial layer of noise, is that there's so much saturation. There's so many things happening online right now that it's kind of hard to cut through the noise. And the way that I imagine this is that it's kind of like this line here is like our attention threshold, right? And the amount of information, the amount of knowledge, the amount of wisdom, the amount of music right now, there's so much of it that as humans, we've evolved to basically filter out the majority of it. So really all this stuff under the surface, we don't even really see or pay attention to. It just kind of goes beyond our awareness because there's so much that we would go crazy if we tried to let everything in. So really our brains have evolved to be able to filter out the majority of what we see. And really it's just kind of this tip of the iceberg that cuts through. And so the challenge, the mistake that I see a lot of artists making when they're starting out is, some common advice is, well, you just need to post 5 times a day on every social media platform, and eventually, it'll like cut through and you'll grow a fan base. And the problem is that, at that point, you're spending so much time and energy posting every day on social media. You haven't really built up a presence yet, so there's not really people who are engaging with it. And it takes so much time and effort, and most of it just kind of goes under the radar because it's not like, the tip of the iceberg content. And so the last thing that you want is for like when a new fan discovers you and they're the perfect fan. Like, they would love your music. They have to dig through, 12 weeks worth of selfies and dog photos in order to get to, your tip of the iceberg content. And so what I recommend instead is really zeroing in and focusing on this tip of the iceberg and thinking about, what are the 1 to 3 pieces of content that I can create that are going to be the most polished, the most valuable up front, so that, and how can I put those in front of the right people who are going to resonate with it and connect with it. And so another analogy that you've heard me describe throughout the entire conference is this idea of starting a fire, right? Like your music career is like starting a fire, in the sense that this tip of the iceberg content are kind of like 3 big logs that you can put on the fire, right? So maybe you have like 3 songs, or maybe you have 3 music videos, and it's like your tip of the iceberg content. And maybe all this stuff is kind of like wet grass, or things that you're trying to like start the fire with that don't work really well, so it's difficult to start the fire with it. So it's great, if you really kind of focus on getting those 1 to 3 songs, or maybe 1 music video along with it, and invest in it, right? Like, you invest in your craft. Maybe you write 15 to 20 songs, and you choose 2 to 3 of your favorite ones, or even just a single. Like, really, all you need is 1 log to start the fire, right? Like, you just need one piece of really good content, and and make sure that make sure it's your tip of the iceberg. Make sure it's the best that you possibly can do with the resources that you have. And so yeah, that's kind of step 1, is kind of getting these 3 logs, like the fuel. That's actually really good. But then the next challenge is, and to be honest, I think most of you, and I know for most of the clients, most of the artists that we work with, the problem isn't really the logs. Like, the people that we work with, they have invested into their music. Sometimes they've invested tens of thousands of dollars, and it's really, it's really good quality. It's just, the problem is, even if you have these logs and you throw these into a fire pit and you sit down next to it, then nothing happens, right? Like, it's just like, there's just logs in a fire pit. The fire doesn't just start magically. I mean, every once in a while you might hear that story where it's like lightning just happens to strike and someone gets discovered, but in a really crazy way. But really, like, that's not a strategy. That's not repeatable. It's just kind of lucky. And so it's really important to figure out, kind of step 2, once you have the logs, is how do we drive traffic? How do we generate flames? How do we put your music in front of the right people who are most likely to connect with it? And so the three biggest strategies, or the 3 most effective strategies that we found that are working right now, are: 1, and you guys are going to have to excuse me because it's funny, because I've drawn this a lot, but my artistic skills are pretty lacking, especially when it comes to this part. This is supposed to be a flamethrower, and it's a flamethrower in the sense that paid traffic can be a really effective strategy to drive traffic, because it really does kind of function like a flamethrower. It's like you pull the trigger and whoosh, it shoots out flames. And if you're smart and you do some targeting and you hit the right people, then it's like a really effective way for you to generate flames. And so that can be really powerful. And I want to talk about more, because there are mistakes you make with this. You don't want to just boost a post, or you don't want to do it just randomly. Like, you need to be smart about the whole system. But that is one strategy that we found has been super effective, is using paid traffic. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. Another strategy that's really, really effective is what I call tour hacking. And tour hacking, for those of you who aren't familiar with it or haven't heard my story, it's kind of like gasoline for the fire, in the sense that it's really, really effective, but it's also, there's some pros and cons with it, right? Like, it's kind of like a limited resource, and it's explosive, but it comes with a set of challenges. So basically, for anyone that hasn't heard this story yet, or even if you have and you want to recap, when I was first starting out with my band Paradise Fears, we grew up in a really small town called Vermillion, South Dakota, and there wasn't really like a robust music scene there, right? It was like, we live in a town, there's about 1,000, 2,000 year-round residents. And I remember when we first decided to pursue the band full time, we worked really, really hard to book a tour that was regional. And we were stoked because we booked it. We're like, oh man, like, this is going to be, we're like, now we're rock stars, right? Like, we're going on the road, we're touring, we're like telling all of our friends, like, yeah, we're about to go on tour. But then we quickly realized that when you go on tour, you actually need to be able to draw people out to the shows or else it doesn't work. And yeah, I remember playing shows for the bartender in the back of the room, and sometimes like lugging our gear up 3 flights of stairs to play for nobody. And it was embarrassing, it was our music, and it was, we cared a lot about it. It just seemed like it was really hard to get other people to care about it. We didn't know how to get people out to the shows. And at the time we were literally living in our van. We would sleep in Walmart parking lots, and I remember going into Walmart and getting like a big stack of flour tortillas and a jar of peanut butter, and that was like breakfast, lunch, and dinner for us every day. And the idea that really changed everything around for us was what I now call tour hacking. And it was basically an idea that our lead singer had, that there's 6 of us in the band, and so what we did was we split up into groups of 2, and we were big fans of bands like All Time Low and Mayday Parade and Blink-182, kind of this like pop rock, pop punk scene. And before their shows, they were touring live. They had millions of fans. Before their shows, they would have thousands of people just waiting outside in line, sometimes for like a day in advance, or at least like the morning. They were kind of just like lined up and camped out. And so what we did was we split up into groups of 2, and we followed different tours, and we would actually approach those people who were just camped out in line. And I had a pair of headphones and some clips of our songs, like 20, 30-second long clips. And we would introduce ourselves and ask if they wanted to listen to some of our music. And if they liked it, then we also had a backpack full of CDs. So we would offer a CD. And when we first started doing this, I was like a super shy, awkward kid. And I remember like walking up to people and literally shaking and stuttering. And it was really challenging. But what we found is that it worked incredibly well. And, I think the reason it worked so well is because, these people that you're meeting in lines for shows of like your favorite bands, those people are the best kinds of fans that you can put your music in front of, because they're not just someone who randomly clicks like on a page, on Facebook, or follows someone on Instagram. Like, it's someone that goes out to shows, they spend money at shows, and they actually care. Like, they're part of the community. Like, they're much more qualified. They're much more likely to become a fan of your music than the majority of people. And so we ended up selling 24,000 CDs in about 4 months doing that. And because of that, one of the bands that we were tour hacking on, like their tour, was called All Time Low. And we were huge fans. They were like one of our favorite bands of all time, and millions of fans. And they heard about what we were doing, and they decided to bring us on their next tour. And we were opening for them. And so all of a sudden, we were touring with one of our favorite bands of all time and playing shows for a few thousand people a night. And I remember being like backstage, and it just felt like surreal because I was in like celebrity shock. Like it was incredible. And really that kind of snowballed into a career where we got to meet a lot of our favorite bands and go on tour with them around the world and share like a double-decker bus with some of our favorite bands on tour. And now we got to a point where we released an album that hit number 2 on iTunes. We had about 24 million streams on Spotify, 17 million views on YouTube. And when I reflect on everything, I really do think that one of the best things that we ever did was this tour hacking, and it's a great strategy. When a few years ago, I got married to the love of my life, and I started thinking about starting a family. And before we got married, I had been traveling for 10, 11 months out of the year, and was trying to figure out, because touring for us was like a big part of our income and how we provided for ourselves. And so I wanted to figure out how I could support my family without traveling all the time. And luckily I stumbled upon some mentors in the online business space who basically told me, like, man, like, you can share your expertise, you can share the knowledge you did around for 10 years with your band, and you can help other people. And when I started doing that, one of the first things I did was I was reflecting on our career. I was like, what made the biggest impact for us? I was like, well, this like tour hacking is definitely the number one thing. And so I started telling this story. And what happened was, first of all, everyone I told the story to was like, "Oh, that's awesome! I love that story. I can understand how it works and why it works." And like 90% of people that I talked to said, "That's great. I personally, like, I can't go do this because I have a day job or I've got a family, or for whatever reason, they didn't want to go out and do this because it is scary and it's not necessarily the most glamorous thing, walking up to people. And it also is like, it's not super scalable, right? Like, it's explosive, it's like gasoline, but at a certain point you need to be able to do something that leverages your time better, like, because if you're not out doing it, you're not growing your fan base. So you need to be able to keep adding new logs and do other strategies. And what I found, I mean, the people who did go do this, I mean, one of the things I was like, does this still work? Does this going to work for other people? There's one band called In Loving Memory that was one of my first clients, and there's two guys in the band. They went out and they did it, and they sold $11,000 in just over a month doing it. And so I was like, boom, like, it still works, awesome. But still a big challenge for most people I talked to. Said, you were like, they love the story, but they just, it wasn't for them. And so really, like, that's when I discovered this strategy, or I started really focusing on it, because I was also learning this strategy from my mentors, right? My new business mentors who are teaching me about driving traffic and building funnels. And now, our business, like, we spend $15,000, $20,000 a month on Facebook and Instagram ads. And it's really a skill that I've developed that, wasn't, like, at the time that Paradise Fears started growing, like, it wasn't even a viable thing, right? Like, it was a new wave. Like, it was something that I really think is something that's newer, and the things you can do with lookalike audiences and building funnels are so incredible, that, it's a skill that we developed. And I think, and I'll talk more about, like, what does the funnel look like and exactly step by step, how can you build this, because it's what we're finding is getting the best results for our clients right now. But yeah, so that's this paid traffic strategy is something that we actually call virtual tour hacking, because it functions a lot the same way as tour hacking does, but you just do it online and you can automate it. You can make it so you can scale it, which is really cool. So anyways, before I geek out too much about that, the third strategy that I recommend for generating flames, for actually putting the right people in front of your music, is what we call hyper networking. And hyper networking is basically like finding people that already have the fire going, right? They already have a fan base, and putting your logs next to their logs, right? So collaborating with them, featuring them, intermingling, is, essentially, because if you put your logs next to a fire that's already going, then naturally it's going to catch your fire too. The one challenge that we have with this sometimes is, depending on your situation, if you don't already have like the flames going here, and you don't already have something really valuable to offer those artists that already have that flame, they're going to be difficult to get that opportunity, because you need to be able to offer something in exchange. A lot of times the way that this works most successfully is after you generate these flames, you get your first 10,000 fans, then you can start collaborating with other people who are at that level, and you can start using that strategy. But it is kind of a challenge sometimes, unless you have you have something valuable that you can offer in exchange for those types of placements. Okay. So, quick check-in with you guys. Is this making sense so far? What questions do you have for me? Because I usually when I talk about this, I get really excited, and sometimes I ramble or go on too fast. So I just want a quick check-in to see if you guys are still with me. Pam said, "Wow, that is awesome. Cool." And I do see we have some questions coming in, so that's great. So we'll definitely come back and answer some of these questions as we go. Yep. So someone asked, "I've heard paid traffic is the quickest way to light the fire, as you say, but what's the best way to start out if you only have a small budget?" Yeah, great question. So let's definitely dig into that. And honestly, I would recommend starting out with a small budget. Really, the minimum budget is what we recommend with our artists, because when you're running traffic, if you're running at $3 a day and it's not profitable, you're not getting an ROI, then if you scale it up to $300 a day, that's not going to magically fix it. Like, it's only going to get worse. So it's great. You can test it at like $3 a day, and then you can scale up as you see, like, oh, when I put in $1, I get $2 out. Yeah, I guess I should probably I should just put more dollars in. And one person asked, what do you do if you only have 2 songs but many more yet to be recorded? Yeah, that's a great question. So that's one of the biggest mistakes I see, honestly, is that a lot of times people, they've invested into getting like one great quality single or like a great song, and they released it, not a lot happened because they just kind of like put the log in the fire pit and nothing happened. And so now they think they need to record new songs, they need something new, when they really haven't properly promoted or generated any flames for the existing song. So what I recommend is like, as long as you have one song that doesn't even have to be the most professional like song, like it just has to be good enough that when the right person hears it, they really resonate with it and they enjoy it. And if you have that, then that's enough to start generating the flames. And that way, when you start releasing new songs, you don't like put all these logs in the fire with no fire. You don't put all these logs in the fire pit with no fire started. It's much better to like have the flames going with one log. Then you can add different logs to the fire and it's easier for it to catch. So one example is like, with Spotify and with YouTube, they really take into account the first day of streams and the first week, right? And so if you have 0 fans and you release your song on Spotify or YouTube, then nothing's gonna happen. Like it's not gonna catch the algorithms. It's very, very rare that anything's gonna happen. But if you start growing your audience first and you just have this one song and you do some sort of traffic strategy and you get your first 10,000 fans and you get 10,000 people on your email list, then the first day you release the new song on Spotify and you drive everyone to it, then all of a sudden the first day you have 10,000 streams, and you're much, much more likely to trigger the algorithm to get placed higher on YouTube, and in order to get placements on playlists for Spotify. So I always recommend starting with what you have and just taking like your tip of the iceberg, right? Whatever you have right now with the resources you have, and just starting to generate the flames there, and then you can add other logs as you go. Okay, so someone asked, how can I start my fire? So these are the 3 biggest strategies that I found that have been really effective. And I walked through tour hacking pretty specifically. We also do have like a free workshop where if you're interested in this strategy specifically, then I just go into full details and I walk through step by step, and it's just like pure value. So I think that's what we have linked to my name. So if you type in Michael, it'll probably go to the tour hacking workshop. But in terms of honestly, like tour hacking isn't really where we focus that much anymore. Like if you're willing to go out and do that, that's awesome. Like you're going to crush it, especially right now though. Like live shows aren't really a thing. It's going to be kind of challenging. It's not very scalable. And so I think of it as one tool in the toolbox, right? It's like that gasoline. It's great for getting started, but with every single person we work with, we always build one of these campaigns because they're so effective. And because, hyper networking, it's like, it works a lot better if you build some clout, if you have the fire going first. So I always recommend starting the fire, and then you can worry more about trying to collaborate and finding those opportunities. So another mistake that I see a lot is that, and like one analogy I used to describe it is about building your rain catcher. And what I mean by that is that a lot of times when if you have like if you have a song that really hits, but you get a big opportunity, like what's going to happen if you're in this industry and you keep being consistent, you keep putting stuff out, and you keep, being smart about your promoting your music, then you're going to have a song or two that like you have this big hit and it just kind of resonates, and it's like all of a sudden it's raining, quote unquote raining, which basically in this analogy is like exposure. So it's like the rain is like all these new fans that are discovering your music, and it's like a storm. And when that happens, you're probably down below. You guys are going to have to excuse my drawing. It's real bad. But this is you looking especially handsome or beautiful. And, you're holding out your hands. You're like, whoa, this is awesome. It's raining. And what happens with most artists is that, after the rain ends, which it does, it's like a limited thing. The rain ends and you're just kind of left holding what's left in your hands. And most of the rain kind of goes to waste because you didn't have a system for catching the rain. So what I recommend instead is building, funnels, which are basically like rain catchers, so that when it's raining, you actually capture this contact info. And that's going to be what allows you to, like when you release songs on Spotify and new video on YouTube, that you can send these people directly to those platforms, and you can have a huge advantage in terms of start ranking higher on those. So I'm going to delete this so we have a little bit of room so we don't get too crowded here. So let's talk about building a funnel and like what does a funnel look like. And at this point, part of my quest, I think when I started this business was trying to figure out, what's the most effective way to marry what I'm learning with my business right now with Modern Musician, where we're spending tens of thousands of dollars per month on ads and building funnels, with what we learned with Paradise Fears, which was a lot about grassroots marketing and about connecting with your fan base and about generating value for your fans. And what we've learned through a ton of experiments and split testing is that, like, let me draw out the funnel for you, and I'll kind of give you a step by step of the process. And guys, like, there's a lot of stuff in here. So what we'll do is, because this is live, we're gonna need a little bit of time to process the replay, but as soon as possible, we're gonna get the replay up here so that you have this. But basically, a funnel, like, what is a marketing funnel? Basically, the purpose of building a funnel is to connect with and deliver value to your fans and to build a relationship with them over time. And I do want to make sure, yep, it looks like that's in the screen. So I'm looking at the screen right now. So really, like, with a funnel, the way that you think about it is you're moving people from cold to warm to hot, right? And someone who's cold is a fan who, they haven't heard your music yet. They're completely cold. You haven't built a relationship with them. And so, if you just went up to this person and said, hey, you want to buy my CD? Like, it wouldn't land well. It'd be like asking someone to marry you before you started dating, because it's completely cold. It's a relationship that, maybe they would like your music. Maybe they would be a fan if they had a chance to listen to it and a chance to connect with you more. But right now they're completely cold. Warm is someone who, maybe they've heard of you before from a friend, or maybe they've listened to one of your songs and they dig it and you're kind of familiar, but like, it's not like they're a super fan, like they're driving across several states to come see you play live. And then you have people who it's hot. And these are the people who are quote unquote super fans, like the kind of people who come up to you after a show and they have a tattoo of your lyrics and they tell you stories about how your music changed their life, and they fly overseas to come see you perform. And and even if you're not that level, it's like the people who are just super, like, they resonate, they just love you. And I think that you've probably experienced where at least you have a few people who are like this, and you realize, like, man, like, these are the best quality people. These are the best quality fans. They get the most value. They get the most value from who you are and what you offer. They love you. And it's so valuable to really think about, these people and to focus on them and to connect with them. And I do think that when I talk about tour hacking being so effective, I think part of the reason is because these are people who are, like, they're pretty warm, they're pretty hot already. And, with the funnel, the further down people go, essentially you're connecting with them, you're delivering value, and they're warming up. So the further down they go, the warmer that they get. And so what this funnel looks like right now that we found has been giving the best results for our artists is, at the beginning, what we do is usually we'll start with 3 to 5 different audiences based on, if you just brainstorm who are, 3 to 5 of my favorite artists that I would love to go on tour with, or who has music that I think would really like my music, and who do I sound similar to? And, this is marketing 101, right? You need to find the people who are most likely to get value from what you offer, and you need to connect with them. And so really the first step is just brainstorming who are those 5 artists. And, and if you don't know exactly, then just start, just make a list of who you are influenced by and come up with 5. And it's okay. Like, you're going to split test, you're going to find which ones are resonating most. And so what we'll do is, with Facebook and Instagram, you can literally, like, type in the targeting, you can say, hey, I want to reach people who are fans of blank, blank, or blank. And it'll literally find people who have connected with them and who are fans of those artists and put them into an audience. And it's really, really powerful. And what we'll do is we'll send those people to your tip of the iceberg content. So let's say that you have a music video. Like, one example is In Loving Memory. I remember when we worked with them, they had a music video that, like, it was awesome. Like, it was a great log, and and it had, like, there was nothing wrong with the music video itself, but when we started working with them, it had 3,000 views on their Facebook page. And when we actually set this up right and we started driving the traffic, that exact same video went from 3,000 views to 873,000 views And that's just such a great example of, like how the logs in and of themselves, like, if you don't have the fire, if you're not driving traffic, then nothing's going to happen, right? So it went from 3,000 views to 873,000 views. You can probably find their page on Facebook and see the video that I'm talking about. And so really, if you have one song or one video, that's where you start. But if you have three, that's great too. It's even better. So what you can do is you can send these audiences to your tip of the iceberg content, and then based on how people are engaging, based on how they're responding, you have this next step, right? So one thing that's super powerful on Facebook and Instagram is that you can actually literally see how much of the video are people watching. So what you can do is, why that's great is it's a filtration device, right? It's a filtration device to see who's really connecting with the song and who's engaging with it. And so you send all this traffic here, and you see not only how many views you're getting, but you're seeing who's watching 95% of the video. And then you can continue that relationship with those people because they're the people who are actually engaging and connecting with it. And you can filter out the rest. And the way that you do this is you can create something called a lookalike audience. And a lookalike audience is probably the biggest innovation that's happened in online marketing in a very, very long time. Because basically what it can do is you can give an audience of yours. So if you have an audience of people that have watched 95% of your video and you say create a lookalike audience, what it's going to do is it's going to say, okay, what do these people have in common? So there's, maybe there's 1,000 people, and what pages do they like? What's their behavior online? What pages do they go to? And it's actually to the point where I feel like people might be kind of creeped out, or people are already creeped out if they knew how much Facebook and Instagram know about you. Their targeting, their pixel stuff is really effective, which is a little bit, in terms of privacy, it's a little bit sketchy, but in terms of your ability to, as an advertiser, to reach the exact right people who are most likely to connect with your music, it's incredible. It's a huge asset because you can literally put your music in front of the people who are most likely to enjoy it. And so it's a huge service. And so, if you're just starting out, then maybe you create a lookalike audience out of the people who are watching the video. And what we found is that the lookalike audiences, in 99% of cases, they start to outperform these cold audiences because it's based on people who are matching the same characteristics as those people. And so, so hopefully I'm not losing anyone here. I know this is a lot of stuff. But the next step here is what we call getting in tune, right? And this is so important. And this is where I think the majority of artists that I work with who have tried ads in the past have gone wrong. And in fact, there's some people that we worked with who it's literally they spent $24,000 on ads. And I remember this one case in particular. They had spent a lot on YouTube ads, and they had spent a bunch on Facebook ads. It was $24,000. And I looked at their Spotify, and they had 4 monthly listeners. And it made my heart hurt because I was like, oh man. And now they're like, oh my gosh, I wish that we had, I wish we had started working with you sooner. Because if you're missing this component, then you can literally spend tens of thousands of dollars, and it's not going to be very effective. So basically, this is what we call your in-tune process, your in-tune survey. And the way that this works is through a list of questions that, the way that you can think about it is, when I was meeting people live in lines for shows, right? We were approaching people, talking to those people. I would always have a conversation with them, right? I'd always connect with them, and I would quote unquote get in tune. A way that you can understand this is that it's kind of like before you go on stage and you play a show, if you have a guitar, it's really important for you to get in tune, right? It's important for you to tune up your guitar. If you don't tune up your guitar, it doesn't matter how talented you are. It doesn't matter how good the song is. If you don't tune up your guitar, it's going to come out. It's going to sound really bad. It's not going to connect. It's not going to resonate. And so this in-tune process is really about you tuning up your promotion, your marketing, and putting it in front of the right people and having the right message, having the right conversation with those people. And so what we found has been one of the best ways to get in tune is by asking questions, and specific questions that really help you to connect with them and to build rapport, to build a bond. So for example, when we were talking to people on lines for shows, some of the questions I would ask would be, so how long have you guys been a fan of All Time Low for? Or is this your first All Time Low show? Or what's your favorite All Time Low song? And that would be a great segue for me to be able to connect with them and for them to like if you talk to a music fan about their favorite song, they're going to light up and they're going to share it. It's going to do a lot when it comes to this process of warming people up. And the other benefit for us is that what we can do based off of these conversations and based on the questions we're asking is that we can segment people into different levels based on how they respond. So what I mean by that is, for example, if you ask someone, hey, so are you a big fan of live shows or do you go to a lot of live shows? And they say, never, or it's been 4 or 5 years. I'm too broke to go to live shows, or this is just one example of a question. Then that's someone who might be more likely to be bronze. So maybe music isn't really a huge part of their life. Maybe they're not, super fan material. It's just not something that they're into right now, and that's fine. But if you ask someone that exact same question and they come back, they're like, oh my gosh, I love live shows so much. I just went on a road trip with my best friends. We went and we saw our favorite band. Check out these tattoos that we just got of our favorite band. Then that's someone who, you might say is gold. And like we talked about with building momentum, and how if you have to try to convince someone who is at this level, they just aren't really that big of a music fan, they don't really care that much, if you have to try to convince them to listen to your music and enjoy it, it's gonna be so much harder than someone who already lives and breathes music and gets so much value from it. You can plug into that, and you want to find those people, because those are the people who are going to drive your music career forward. And so really, with getting in tune and asking those questions, we're able to segment people into these different categories. And then imagine, taking this. So as soon as you have this audience, creating a lookalike from it based on this traffic, right? So based on these people who are super fans, and then running traffic, this lookalike audience is going to be significantly more in tune. It's going to be significantly better quality than just people that you're sending cold. Because, just because someone likes a page on Facebook or Instagram doesn't necessarily mean that they're the kind of fan who spends money on merchandise and goes out to shows, right? And that's why, this is probably one of the biggest missing components I see with artists who, maybe they've tried boosting their posts or they spent a lot of money on advertising, but you don't have any sort of qualification system. They don't have, anything where they're trying to get in tune with their people. And so that's really step 2. It's making sure that, that you have this process where you're connecting with them, you're asking questions, you're warming them up, and you're segmenting into these different categories. So after that step, essentially, what we do is we have, in fact, let me just name this something a little bit easier to conceptualize. Because sometimes people call it their street team, but other times people call it their inner circle or their private community. So really, what we found has gotten the best results after this Intune survey is having a call to action for them to join your private community, right? And this is another way of saying to connect with them, to get their contact info, right? So we're talking about their email address and their phone number. And this is so important. At this point, I think you guys probably understand, because we've been doing our best to drill the importance of building an email list and building a contact list that you own. Because the last thing that you want to have happen is what's happened countless times, MySpace and with Facebook organic, just everything. You don't want your fans to be on a platform that you don't have control over, because then when things change, when Facebook decides that they don't want you to reach all of your organic likes, or when MySpace goes out of business, you still have you own this list, and you can take this to any platform. And when you release a new song on Spotify, when you release a new song on YouTube, you can get 10,000 streams on the first day. It's gonna make a huge impact. So this is a crucial component of this system, is bringing them into your private community and collecting the contact info so you can stay in touch. And from there, what we found, there's different places that you could host this private community. What we found has been most effective right now is actually just having a private Facebook group and inviting people to it. And you can call it whatever you'd like. You can call it your inner circle. You can call it your street team. You can call it your fam club. But basically the idea is that after you have this conversation, you say, hey, really appreciate, this conversation. I'm glad you like the songs. By the way, this is something new that I'm doing, but basically I'm creating this community for people where I can share some demo songs. I can share some like behind the scenes content and stuff and do live streams before everyone else hears it. Is that something you might be interested in? And they say, yes. It's like, awesome, great. What's your best email address? I'll shoot you an invite. And so then you invite them to your private community, which you can host on Facebook, or you can host wherever, honestly. But then from there you want to, like, essentially the next thing to do is to start delivering value and start connecting with them in a deeper way, right? So it's kind of like, at this point, they're relatively warm, right? So it's like with this stage, you want to take them from warm to hot. And what's the best way to do that? The best way to do that is by being vulnerable, by connecting with them, by sharing your story. And so, what we recommend is sharing your hero's journey. And a lot of your hero's journey is going to be about behind the scenes, about what inspired your song. It's going to be about you as an artist. It's going to be about who you are. And that's going to be a part of the people that you attract, right? And the people that resonate with you. Because in order to go from warm to hot, like, it needs to be like a deep bond. Like, they need to really connect with you. So you're probably going to have to kind of peel back the curtain a little bit, and you might be a little bit uncomfortable to share this, but you want to be able to position your story in the best way so that it's captivating, but it also helps you connect with them deeper. And one of the best things that you can do when you have this private community is maybe a weekly live stream, or a live stream every 2 weeks. In fact, there's an artist that we're working with, Lisa and Bob, who basically, they used to tour full time, and when the coronavirus hit, like, obviously they weren't able to play live, and we helped them because they didn't really know, they didn't have any idea how to do this online. And so we basically helped them to build this system and to build this community. And they've been going live, and they just had this virtual tip jar, and literally they've been making $1,000, $1,500 per live stream. They can do a few a week. And it's been a way for them to make full-time income with their music virtually online. It's a huge opportunity. And so these live streams are a really powerful way for you to connect with your people. And last of all, what I would recommend is building a value ladder, right? So building a value ladder, and what that means is basically having different offers that you can make for people that are sequential and that they deliver more and more value based on the offer, right? So I know there's just so much on the screen right now. I'm trying to fit this all in for you. Honestly, this is usually only things that we talk about with our clients, with our artists. Like, so there's a lot of information I'm trying to just pack in here for you because I want this to be as valuable as possible, but it's totally okay if you need some time to digest this. And I'm here to answer any questions for you after I finish this presentation. But basically what we found has been a really effective strategy for your value ladder is to start with like some sort of free plus shipping offer. And free plus shipping basically means the way that we do this is that we say, hey, I've got a starter pack bundle that normally costs $20, but because you're in my street team, because you're in my private community, I want to offer it to you for free. All I ask is that you help cover the shipping and handling for it to get it to you. And so with that, you can offer it for, usually what we do is like $7. And what that's really the only point of doing this is to liquidate your ad spend, right? So you want to get to a point where this offer alone is where you're breaking even. So you're breaking even on the ads because you're making this offer. And so the way you do that is you make the cost of goods to fulfill it less than $2, right? And then you say, $5. So if you're making $5 profit for your starter packs, then usually that's, if you're hitting all your other KPIs with this, then that means that you're breaking even. So that's really step one, is like having some sort of intro level offer, right? That kind of bridges the gap between free and paid. And then we usually have like a VIP bundle, right? So VIP bundle is the next step up. So if they get the starter pack, then you want to offer them like some sort of VIP upgrade. So maybe they get a t-shirt along with it. Maybe they get some exclusive merchandise, or they get like a CD or something. But you do want to have something that's like a VIP bundle. That's the next level up. So the third level that we recommend is, you could do it on Patreon, or you could call it your inner circle. But the idea of this level is usually, I mean, if you do it on Patreon, you can split it into different tiers. But a lot of times what we recommend is actually just setting up an offer that's like a subscription. So it's your own, so that you host it and it's your own thing. And you could say it's like $100 for a year or $10 a month. And basically what it looks like is you say, this is sort of like your higher tier version of your private community. So maybe they get a live stream once a month that's private just for them. And maybe they get an automatic VIP meet and greet if they come to one of your shows. Maybe you just do something special for them. So it's like you grab dinner afterwards, or, basically the idea is just to have something that's that next level where they get more access to you, and it's more, it's like the inner circle level. And the last thing that we recommend is having like a high ticket offer. And a high ticket offer is really like going to stretch a lot of artists. It's going to stretch your comfort zone, and it's going to be like, wow, like, that seems like a lot to offer. But it's also the magic zone where you can contribute the most value. Like, that's the beautiful thing about high ticket offers. So for example, let's say that $5,000 is your high ticket offer. And Tiamo talked quite a bit about this, about custom songs. And for our band, probably the most valuable thing that we offered our fans were these private parties or house concerts. And I think the most expensive house concert we ever did was for $6,000. And basically, what we would do is we would actually show up to their house, and we would perform exclusively for them and their friends and their family. A lot of times it's for a special occasion, whether it's for like a birthday party or for like a wedding or some sort of like a special occasion. And what we found was just that I would say probably 80% of the ones that we did were actually for just like private parties. So they're at people's houses. Sometimes we would do them like on off days when we were on tour. Like we'd reach out, we'd ask, hey, like we have some open dates on this day in these cities. Is anyone interested in a house concert? And these are so valuable. And the way that I want you to think about it, because literally, like, one of our artists just last week texted me, and so he launched his inner circle for the first time. So he launched his inner circle. He made $1,200 in a single night when he launched his inner circle. But the ripple effect of that was that he also booked a $3,000 wedding gig when he did that. And then the ripple effect of that was because I told him, that's so awesome. Congratulations. Make sure to definitely acknowledge this person in your private community, like kind of shine a light on them. That's one of the best things that you can do, is just shine a light on those people in your community that are outstanding, or that are kind of like, that are being amazing supporters, because it incentivizes everyone else that sees them to be like, wow, I want to be like them. And so he did that, and then on the back end of that, he booked another $5,000 wedding gig because someone saw that and said, I want that too. So literally, we're talking in about a week, this person made about $12,000 from this part right here. And this is what we found. I don't know, I've just found this to be true in a lot of different domains, is that there's a lot of juice in the high end of the market. Like, because not only in terms of like you generating money, like that's not really, if like I talked about earlier, if you're chasing money's like, people are going to run away. But if you chase delivering value, money chases you. And so the thing with these types of offers is that you really have to get clear on like your value, and it gets you thinking about, man, what can I offer that is at that level, that's that valuable? And a lot of good things happen when that's where your focus goes. And the way I want you to think about this is like, if you think about your favorite music artist of all time, and you think about what would it be like if they came to your house and they performed exclusively for you and your friends and your family. Like, just let that sink in and you got to hang out with them and ask them questions and just connect with them. You became like kind of like friends. You took pictures, and it was just really cool. Just imagine how valuable that would be. Like, it would probably be in the like the level of priceless for you. It would be like one of those life-changing experiences. It's something that you would cherish for the rest of your life, right? And the way I want you to think about this is that when you set up this entire system, and what we found is that like really the numbers, and I could get pretty geeky with you here. Maybe I could even show you like, because this is important, is like the metrics tracker and showing you like how this looks on the back end of the business. But what we found as like a good target is 1 out of 1,000 people that join your private community are going to get this high ticket offer, right? So it's like 1 out of 1,000 people. And what I want you to think about is that your music, you're going to have people, I promise you, if you don't yet, you're going to have people who you're their favorite artist. Like you are their favorite artist in the entire world. Like they've resonated with you and your story and your music in a way that goes beyond words, right? Like you're going to have people like that. And for those people, this experience that we were talking about, the exact same experience that you with your favorite artist would just be priceless and completely change your life. They get that experience from you doing one of these shows. And so, you provide this massive, incredible value with this. And if it's the right person, right? And so it's really, really important, I think, to kind of shift your focus. And it helps, like, if you get into the mindset of realizing that you are worth that to the right person, and that it's really about like connecting with people and delivering that kind of value, then it really is one of the juiciest parts of your music career, because you really form those bonds that really connect. What was it, Cheryl earlier that talked about her connection with one of her fans who was like one of her biggest supporters, and it's someone that she like has gone out to dinner with, like their daughter, or I forget the exact details, but it's someone who's literally invested $25,000 or $30,000 or something. They're going to be people like that for you, who for them, $5,000 like isn't as much as it might seem like for you. For them, it's like they've got their financial situation figured out, and $5,000 is hugely valuable. But for what they're getting in exchange, like it's totally worth it. So this is kind of, I know this is a lot of stuff, but this is like the breakdown of everything that we work on with the artists that we work with in our program. And let me do a quick, how do I want to do this? So I've got this spreadsheet. I don't even know if I should share this because it's really geeky, and I love the spreadsheet. I was a weird kid that liked math in high school, so like I get a lot of value out of it, but I also don't want to like turn you guys off or like overwhelm you with geeky spreadsheet stuff. But I feel like it is really important to kind of show you what it looks like, so you understand it's really important to get into this kind of detail with tracking your metrics and understanding your business. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to see if I can screen share and bring on the metrics tracker so you can see what we're working with. So just give me a moment. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I just thought it would be valuable, so I wanted to share it with you. Okay. Because really, like, this is the guts of your entire music career, is that you need to have a sheet like this, especially if you're going to be building a funnel like we're talking about. All right, so I'm going to screen capture, new screen capture. All right, guys, and All right, and that is what you have business partners for. I just got a FaceTime from my business partner say, "Hey, dude, your audio's off," and that's also what happens when you play jazz. So I appreciate you guys, bearing with me here. So what I've been explaining over the past minute or so, before I realized the audio was off, is it's so important to have a spreadsheet like this that literally, like, this is the guts of your music business. Like, this is the numbers don't lie, right? Like, and this is where I see a lot of artists struggling with is they don't have a system. They don't know what kind of results they're getting because they don't have a system. They're not tracking the metrics. And so it's hard to know, like, how effective is a strategy really if you don't have the numbers and you're not seeing what's your ROI. And so with the system, we basically have all four of those offers, and really the two most important things in any sort of funnel is these two metrics: your cost per, in this case, your cost per street team member, the cost per person who joins your private community, and the value per street team member, which basically means how much do you earn per person that joins. And if the cost per street team member is less than the value per street team member, that means that you win. It means that it's profitable. It means that you can start to scale it up. And so, I did want to share this with you because I think it's really important, and it's not necessarily the sexiest thing at first is to start thinking about these numbers. But if you're going to go this route where you do build a system, just make sure that you have tracking and make sure that you know what are these different points. Whew, okay, so I'm going to switch back to the other view again here. All right, and yes, it looks like you can still hear me. Great. So hey guys, this is the whole shebang. I wanted to share everything, and hopefully it hasn't been too overwhelming. So I want to now dig into some Q&As to basically answer any questions that you have about this entire system. So I'm going to go to the chat now. So I laughed too hard, my cat jumped. Nice. Michael, do you know any artists who have built a Facebook fan base without paid ads? Any tip on building a fan base organically, or should new artists start with paid ads? Yeah, to be honest, so I mean, that's what tour hacking is for us. Like, that's how we sold 24,000 CDs doing it. So that's one way you can do it for free. But like so many of the mentors on this conference have explained, you got to invest. You got to invest if you want to get anything in return. And for me, I know I've invested tens of thousands of dollars, and that's turned into something that's been planting a seed. But you need to invest in the right things, right? So whatever you invest in, make sure that you're keeping track and that it's, that the person you're working with has gotten results. Like, you should be able to look at either, like, if it's someone who has their own music career, then you should be able to look at their artist career or their band and be able to say, oh, like, they did it, or that the people they're working with, have good things to say about them, right? So make sure you're investing in the right thing. But man, like, I would recommend finding the right thing, investing in them, finding the right mentor. And in terms of, and you can also, like, I think a big thing too is, like, invest your time, right? Like, your time is something that you're never going to get back unless we become cyborgs in the future. But money is something that if you find the right person, like, it's worth investing in ads, right? As long as you have the system the right way. But if you're kind of at the beginning point and you don't have a lot to invest, then you just do what you can with what you have. So you could do tour hacking. That could be an effective strategy. You can do this strategy where you reach out to a bunch of people who are kind of in the same boat as you, who have a similar amount of followers. You could collaborate with them. But yes, I definitely recommend, starting to do this and starting to kind of build out this system, because it's one of the greatest tools that are currently available to us. So yeah, hopefully that helps. Someone asked, I've got 4 songs out, and I've asked my friends to who they say I would sound like or who are similar artists to me, and they respond, well, your sound is still developing, so it's hard to say. What do you do in this case? I have a hard time pinning down who I sound like, and I feel like I need more music. Is that the wrong way to think about it? I mean, I think asking friends for feedback on your music it could be hit or miss depending on who your friends are. Like, they might not be the right people to ask. Like, they might not really know. I think what I would recommend if I was you is I would just make a list of all of your influences, all of your favorite artists, and just pick 5 of your favorite ones, and then just start testing, right? The whole point of this, I forgot to mention this. So we start with 5 audiences, but literally what we do is maybe after a week or so, because you're going to you can make assumptions about this, but the numbers aren't going to lie, right? You're going to see who are the people who are really engaging, who are really resonating. So you'll turn off all the ones that aren't working, and you'll just keep running the ones that are. So yeah, there's a little bit of trial and error, but you just got to start somewhere, and you'll see based on the actual results, who is resonating as opposed to kind of just guessing. But the most important thing is to start doing it so you can adapt. Petra said, what avenues do you recommend for the inner circle and monetizing apart from Patreon? Sounds like it would be better to build something of your own from the ground up, having trouble understanding what it physically can be. Yeah, so again, what we usually recommend in terms of like an inner circle is some sort of VIP like access to you, whether that's like a chat group or like whether it's like a Facebook Messenger group where it's just you chatting with 10. Maybe you limit to like your top to 10 people, and you meet with them over Zoom like once a month. Like the way that I would kind of think about this is, I wonder if I have enough room to make this happen. Is okay. So as an artist, a lot of your value and a lot of like your offers are going to kind of look like this in terms of the furthest out, you're going to have kind of your public reach. And that's where you're going to have the biggest circle, right? So like almost all of your people, they're going to follow you on your socials, right? And then maybe you have kind of like your street team, your private community, right? And then you might have like your inner circle. And then you might have like like your top 5, like just like something ridiculously exclusive and awesome. And what's going to happen is like each of these is a step closer to you. Like part of what they get is they get more access to you, and whatever it is, like it's the value that you offer, right? And so really with your inner circle, one of the biggest things you can offer is just like a step closer to you, right? And what does that look like? Well, maybe it means a private conversation with them and the other 5 people in your inner circle once a month. And part of the reason that's so valuable too is because these people are like, these are the people who are, quote unquote, super fans. These are the people who are super hot. And it's really valuable if you're going to get feedback from your fans, like make sure that you're getting it from the people who matter, right? That's one mistake I see too a lot, is that people, they take way too much stock and get in feedback from people who aren't necessarily qualified to give them feedback, or aren't necessarily the best people. Like, there's going to be a lot of people that doubt you or that don't believe in you. And that's one thing that I think is going to really shift your mindset, is when you do start focusing on these people, then it's really going to remind you of the value that you offer, right? Like if you put your music in front of someone who's not a fan of your genre of music, then they're going to say it's not very good. I don't really like it. And you could go away thinking like, oh, it's not very good. The more that you can focus on the people who resonate the most and get the most value from what you offer, the better. And so with your inner circle, basically that's going to give you a sounding board where you can come up with ideas. And a lot of times these people also become leaders, where it's like for example, with Cheryl, like her person who's like, hey, I'll match $2,500 to anyone else who donates towards this, right? Like it's people like that who are going to support you and be like a part of your team. And so it's in terms of your inner circle, I think it's really valuable to just kind of give them that closer access to you. And it's probably more valuable than you think. Like it's worth the $100 a year to the right person. So that's where I would kind of focus. In terms of the physical stuff, I think people don't actually care as much about the physical stuff. I mean, they do, like, don't get me wrong, like they want the swag and they want merch, and it's cool. So you can offer a little bundle, something that includes some merch if you want. But I think that the connection with you is really the most valuable thing that they get. All right, so I'm going through more questions. Kelly said, okay, here's my current issue. I just did a targeted Facebook ad, and all I'm currently getting are foreign men liking our posts with no follow through. I have no problem with this, but I don't think they're truly a fan of ours. What did I do wrong? Is this normal? Yes, Kelly. So that's exactly what I'm talking about in terms of how important it is to have this in-tune process, right? So basically what you want to do when you're running a campaign like that is to have a mechanism for where you could say like weirdos and you'll be able to separate those people, so that one thing you can actually do in addition to having a lookalike audience for your good people is you could actually create a lookalike audience out of the people who are the wrong fit, and you can exclude them from your targeting. So literally, like, you can say, I don't want people like this if they're just like perverts or just like weird people, because again, just because someone likes a page doesn't necessarily mean that they're the right type of fan, right? And so that's what I would recommend, is making sure that you have this process in place so that you can start to iterate, and so that you can take those people who are the right fit. Even if when you first get started, it's like 1 in 5 people. As soon as you create that lookalike audience, that number is going to shoot up dramatically. Yeah. So what if you aren't getting results with ads? Exactly the same answer. And a lot of people I talk, like I said, literally one of our clients had spent $24,000 on ads and it hadn't really worked. So if you're going to do ads, you need to have a good system for doing it. You need to be able to iterate on it. You need to be using lookalike audiences. You need to be making offers so that you can actually liquidate your ad spend, or else it's like you're just pouring money. It's like you're throwing money into a black hole, which I know for a lot of artists, that's what it feels like already, is like you're just investing all this money, you're not seeing any return. So it's really important for you to start seeing it as a system, and start looking as a business, keeping track of the different offers that you're making. All right, so someone asked, Michael, where do you direct your Facebook, Instagram ads, website, YouTube, email list directly? Wow, there's a lot of questions here. I feel like we're probably gonna have to dig into this a little bit deeper than we really have time for here. So what I'll do, I wonder if someone on our team, if you're watching this right now, could you actually put a link maybe to like our application form? Like we have a few coaches now. I used to do everything myself, right? Like it was literally me building all this with our clients. And now we're at a point where it's like, I couldn't possibly do this all on my own if I wanted to. Like, we have hundreds of artists that we're working with. And I have a whole team of coaches who are helping to build this system and to run it. And one of the first things that we'd probably want to do, if this is something that you're interested in, is scheduling a call with one of our coaches who would be able to kind of listen to your situation and make sure that you're in a place where this even makes sense for you. Like going to a doctor, it would be wrong of me to prescribe, to say like, this is what you should do, or this is what you should do, without actually knowing like where you're at right now. So I think what we could do is we could maybe open up some slots with some of our coaches so that people who are kind of at the right point where this strategy makes sense, maybe we can get like some free sessions with some of our coaches where they can kind of walk through in more detail and help align it to your specific situation. Because this also is really customized, and so let's do that in terms of we have the tour hacking workshop as the freebie, but maybe we'll have some of these sessions. They are limited because literally like you've had over 8,000 people sign up for this conference. So it's not like we're going to be able to do all 8,000, but I think it would be a nice gesture. We'll need to set it up with like an application so that, because there's so limited number of these that we want to make sure that we have these with the people who are going to get the most value out of it. So we'll probably set that up if my team is on it. Like maybe we can get that set up as soon as possible. But yeah, let me walk through just kind of last of all. I know this is like a ton of stuff. Is really like the 3 pillars for anyone that's watching this right now. Look, I didn't know all of this when I first started out. A lot of this was trial and error and was figuring out how this works. So it's okay if you need to learn, like, just take it step by steps, take it a step at a time, do what you can with with the resources that you have. But here are like, to boil all of this down to the 3 most important pillars of your music career and being successful with your music career. Here's the 3 steps I would recommend. Okay, so really the 3 pillars that incorporate all of this that you need to focus on R1 is your artistic identity, right? So your artistic identity. So getting the high quality music, getting something that you feel really proud of, that when the right person listens to, it's just like the proof is in the pudding. Like it just resonates, right? A lot of that's about songwriting, and ultimately, that's all about your tip of the iceberg content, right? And guys, you just got so much valuable wisdom from people on this conference teaching how do you get that artistic identity? How do you hone in your songwriting? How do you get really high quality songs? So I would recommend getting 1 to 3 songs that you feel really, really proud of. And honestly, like, you know, if we were going to work together to build this entire thing for you, this is actually what we look for. Like, we wouldn't be a good fit if you hadn't already invested into getting at least one song that sounds really good that we can start promoting, right? Because then it just wouldn't make sense. You wouldn't get the value out of it. So really the biggest thing we look for in terms of people who'd be the right fit, and not to mention too, like, you know, what we're doing is not, it isn't for the masses, right? Like we work very closely with a handful of clients, and it's a high-end investment. So it's not the kind of thing where if this is kind of just like a hobby for you, or you're just getting started, you haven't really invested in your music yet, and it's not something you want to do as a profession, or you're just not like ready for that level yet, then you know, it wouldn't be right yet. But step number 1 is, you know, your artistic identity, right? So it's really about getting that tip of the iceberg content. It's about building those logs, right? And then step number 2 is, once you have the logs, is generating the flames. So it's about putting your music in front of the right people who are going to enjoy it and resonate with it. And, you know, again, the whole, like, how you do that is you find out, where do your people hang out? Like we did with tour hacking. We found out that our people hang out in lines for shows for our favorite bands. And we put our music in front of them. We shared some clips of our songs, and we had them listen to it, right? So we started building our fan base like that. You find the people who are going to get the most value out of it. You put your music in front of them, right? No matter how you do it, there's a million different ways to do this. The most effective strategies that we found have been these 3: the tour hacking, doing the targeted ad campaigns with the Intune process, and finding where the flames already are at and collaborating with those people. And then pillar number 3 is your revenue multiplier. So really, once you have the fire going, then you need to be able to monetize it. You need to make it sustainable so that you can continue doing what you love. If you really want to do this full time and you're not currently doing it full time, then you need to figure out a way to monetize it. And the beautiful thing about it too is that when you crack the code on this, you feel so good because you're doing this in a way that you're delivering so much value, and you're going to get so many messages from fans and hear stories like I remember with our band, one of the most fulfilling things that I've ever experienced in my entire life is going on tour and playing shows. And after the show, I remember people would come up to me and show me tattoos of our lyrics, like on their wrists, and tell me stories about how, you know, over their scars where they used to self-harm, and tell me stories about how one of our songs, you know, really helped them. And in some cases, I remember in one case, someone telling me a story about how they were in their bathtub and they heard the song "Come On Shuffle," and they felt like that was a sign for them to not end it all. And so, yeah, I remember her telling me this story in like tears, and the kind of impact that you can make with your music is unlike anything else in the entire world. And, you know, like who are you not to do that? Like, who are you not to literally have that kind of impact on someone else? It's such a gift to be able to do this. And you know, in order to do that, a piece of that is, you know, is figuring out how to make it sustainable, right? And I think what you're going to find is that when you get really good at this part, it's even more valuable because the only way that you're going to be successful with this component is by delivering more value than what you're getting in return, right? And so you're gonna get messages from people. You're gonna hear from people who, you know, your lives you've deeply impacted, and it's going to drive you probably more than anything else. In fact, if you type in your search bar, if you go to www.modern-musician.com, then you'll see a really good example and a good strategy that I would recommend. That goes into this strategy. It's modern-musician.com/success. Because basically what we did was I started collecting all of the screenshots, and I started collecting all the stories and the messages and the results that our artists are getting. Because one, you know, it's really, it fuels me, right? Like if it literally is the thing that drives me more than anything else when it comes to what we're doing with Modern Musician is like, I want to make a positive impact on other artists. And I know the kind of impact that you can make on your fans. And everyone is going to have those days where everything feels great, and you're gonna have those days where everything feels like it's crashing down. You're gonna question everything, and you're gonna be like, am I on the right path? And I know there's a few artists that we work with who have told me, I was literally thinking about just throwing in the towel before I met you guys, and now I'm having this impact on our fans. And that's incredible. And for you, you need something to drive you in those times where it gets hard, right? And so I think that website, we have a bunch of examples. There's also a bunch of examples of like artists that we're working with and some of the results that they're getting. And so I would highly recommend, doing that just as like a side note, is having a bunch of screenshots from your fans, and that's going to light you up in those times where it gets kind of hard. But anyways, that was a roundabout way of explaining the pillar number 3, is your revenue system. So it's really making offers, delivering more value, and making it sustainable. And in terms of this analogy, it's kind of like cooking something on the fire. So like now that you have the flames, like maybe you're going to cook a steak or whatever the vegan equivalent is to a steak over the fire. And if you don't have the flames going, then it's going to be raw, and it might make you sick, and it's not going to feel very good. But if you have those flames going, then it's how you're going to sustain yourself. It's how you're going to be able to keep putting on new logs onto the fire. So it's really important. Whew. All right, guys. So yeah, I think we're about at the end of our time here. This is the end of the 4-day virtual music conference, and it has been such an honor to be able to host this with you. I'm going to come back to live. Yeah, I got kind of emotional there. I need to compose myself. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being a part of this, and it's been a huge honor to be able to share all this wisdom with you. And yeah, I think again, what we'll probably do in the chat is to share the resources with you. We have like a tour hacking workshop if you're interested in learning how to tour hack, and that's like our free course, our free workshop that is super valuable, and I think is going to help a lot if you're interested in that. And then we'll also have the link where you can connect with us and our team if you might be interested in working together. But yeah, this has been such an amazing experience. I appreciate you guys. I hope that you've gotten some massive value out of all the speakers and all the wisdom that's been coming out. And yeah, this is going to be it for another year. So we'll be here again next year. And if you've been following us from year to year to year, like it's grown every single year. It's just getting bigger and better, and the speakers are growing as well. And so I'm excited I'm really grateful to have connected with you. And again, basically the conference, the replays are available if you go to the sessions. Then I think day 1, maybe day 2 expired now, but you still have access to day 3. We'll have the replays for day 4 there. And we'll probably do some sort of tomorrow, maybe we'll take an off day to acknowledge what's happening with the music industry and what's happening in the world. We'll kind of have to figure that out with our team. Yeah, this has been an honor, and I appreciate you guys, and I hope it's been super valuable. And we'll talk to you again soon. And make sure. Oh yeah, one last thing. This is the last thing. Is that this was an idea that my business partner had, and he's a smart cookie, so it was a good idea. We're gonna send out an email that has literally like all of the links from every single speaker that was on this conference, so that you can get all the freebies and all the awesome goodies that they included. So we'll probably be sending that out. Gosh, I think we're going to send it out tomorrow, but we'll kind of play that by ear. But be expecting that in your email inbox. And otherwise, I hope you have a fantastic week and keep going. Like no matter what, keep going with your music, keep expressing yourself. Think about the value that you're going to bring to the world, to your fans, to like the impact that you're going to make, and make that the focus, and that will drive you through all the ups and the downs. All right, I'm out. Talk to you guys.